Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku's thoughts on Ashido were revealed part 2. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story Cosmic Sky from fanfiction. So let's start the video. Young Midoriya, are you sure you're alright about all of this? The question actually didn't surprise Izuku. Self-awareness was 50-50 with him. He had a habit of mumbling to himself and swearing his emotions on his sleeves without knowing it. Other times he was practically hyper-vigilant. Those times were more often than not in the heat of battle or bad situations where his focus was turned up to the max. Right now, Izuku felt like he was somewhere in the latter state. I don't know if okay is the word that I'd use. Really, I'm not sure what I feel. As he spoke, he came to a stop and found himself standing on an island of contemplation. On all sides of him lay the blue oceans of the future. All it took was a single stray thought and the blue waters turned dark and stormy. I guess a part of me is happy that the relationship wasn't shot down. Your personal life is yours to live, young Midoriya, All Might declared in a quiet yet passionate voice. The last thing he wanted his apprentice to feel was that he no longer had any sway over his life, his personal life. That was the last thing he wanted Midoriya to feel. He still had a life to live, a life that was his to shape as he saw fit. But that life was also going to be filled with unimaginable danger, the likes of which couldn't be overemphasized. Unfortunately, that danger had the potential of swallowing up everything else in the green-haired boy's life, including his social relationships. Based on the look on his face, Izuku was picturing that, as with every other worst-case scenario, it left him paralyzed. I've wanted to be a hero my whole life, and I'm happy I can be. It's just, you're still human, and we humans are social creatures. So too are animals. There was a brief smile on the teenager's face, something that made All Might happy. Companionship is a vital part of life, for anyone. The truth of the matter is no one can live without it. Friendship, family, coworkers, a family, those are the people that make life worth living. They're also the people that you'll fight the hardest for. While all of Class 1 is that for you, it's clear that young Ashido has especially become that. Looking at his mentor, Izuku's cheeks burned red. It was true and he knew that, but he struggled to picture in his mind. Mina wasn't a helpless civilian, she was a fellow hero in training like him. Regardless, if he saw danger coming her way, he knew he'd throw himself between the two, not letting so much as a speck of dirt touch her. A picture formed in his head, one so vivid that Izuku looked ahead and he could have sworn he saw it playing out right in front of him as a video. I don't want anything to happen to her. If something did then you would be there to save her. His mentor finished for him. The young inheritor stared at his mentor with wide yes. Young Midoriya, you will go to great lengths for nameless strangers, already a noble act. However, when it comes to the people whom you personally know and care about, well, I believe that's when you're truly able to go plus ultra. I do. I mean, maybe I do that, BB, but is that okay? I'm a hero who's supposed to be trying to save everyone equally. I can't play favorites like that. It's wrong, it's natural. The blonde cut in, again in the gentle but firm voice befitting of a mentor. Young Midoriya, let me be a little more direct. Should danger ever attempt to visit itself upon young Miss Ashido, I am certain you will be there to stop it. That said, stopping it can come in different forms. Izuku looked down to the tiled floor. As usual, it was spotless, practically mirror-like. Izuku could have sworn he saw his somewhat distorted reflection in it, including lying to her for the greater good. There was a short pause from the former symbol of peace. Yes, that is another viable option, though one that she could not appreciate. She would be in her right not to. But at least she'll be alive to scold me. He knew that was coming, and frankly, Izuku could have taken the scolding. Izuku had seen Mina do it before, and he wondered what it'd be like to be the receiving end himself. Given their relationship, Izuku had a feeling it would probably hurt, but again, he'd welcome Mina scolding him as it meant she was alive. I don't like lying to her ... but I know it's probably necessary. I don't want her to get dragged into all of this. Holding his right hand out, he stretched it up, envisioning the spark of power he'd inherited from his mentor. Into this war that's lasted for practically a century. That's not at all an unlikely or undesirable wish, it's actually quite noble, All Might assured. But to carry it out, you may have to make some tough choices, some of which will probably create friction between you two. I guess that'll be when our relationship will really be put to the test, huh? Izuku inquired. The retired hero nodded, a heavy look on his already worn face. Without saying a word, he confirmed to Izuku that he knew the couple were in for a tough time in the future. Relationships and hero work weren't easy to manage. Sometimes, it even provided impossible. Though widely seen as a symbol of hope and fortitude, All Might had seen his fair share of tragedies, some of which were of the personal and romantic kind. His heart genuinely ached at the thought of his protege experiencing such a fate. But he was going to do everything in his power to help him avoid that path. Reaching over, he placed a comforting hand on the student's shoulder. Izuku welcomed it. He felt his frantically working mind begin to calm itself. There were times he wondered if he'd become a pessimist. Given what he'd gone through in life, maybe some part of him had. On overage, he was fearful of how Mina would react if she ever found out he was quirkless. The fear of the fallout from that seemed more horrific than that of her learning he'd been lying to her. In realizing that, Izuku quietly realized just how badly his childhood harassment had left him traumatized. He didn't want to think about that too much. There were other things for him to think about. All Might, yes, if you have the time to, could you help me out with my training? Specifically with the Delaware Air Smash, he answered, his trademark look of determination on his face. Still practicing it? Can't quite say I'm surprised. In order to reduce collateral damage, it's by far one of the safer options, not to mention less pressure on the rest of your body. Yeah, I know. That's another reason why I put in a special order to a certain someone. In order to use one for all effectively, I'm going to need some good gear to help me out. I'm not quite like you, not yet anyway. Young Midoriya, your path to wielding one for all at full strength is going to be different from mine. I've seen enough to now realize that our roads, while similar, aren't 100% identical, and that's probably a good thing. As he expected, the student's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in shock. Everyone is different, young Midoriya. It's one of the best aspects of life. Izuku kept it to himself, but he knew being different wasn't always a good thing. He'd been different from his friends and classmates growing up being quirkless. In spite of that, his mentor's words were still rather correct. People were different from each other. It's what gave everyone their own identities. Some romanticists claimed that quirks were signs of people's individuality. One of the reasons why they became celebrated instead of reviled. For Izuku, though, his quirk wasn't truly his own, it had been inherited. Yet at the same time, his mentor's words still rung true. Though they wielded the same power, they were still different. For All Might, mastery had came naturally and near instantaneously. For Izuku, not so much. Because of that difference, he'd had to take a different route to mastering it, and thus developing his own techniques such as his shoot style. In addition to that, he needed specialized gear. All of those things were unique to him, unique to Izuku Midoriya, formerly quirkless but now an aspiring young hero like so many others, like his classmates, his friends, his girlfriend. At the mere thought of Mina, his mind became filled with images of her bright smiling face. Her pink skin, her horns, her eyes, everything that made her unique and stand out from others. Izuku loved it all. But will she still feel that way about you when you tell her you've been lying to her? To everyone else, the cynical and borderline side of himself again pressed. Rather Izuku liked it or not, it was a question he was going to get an answer to. What that answer was, though, terrified him. He had no control over what it would be. Shaking his head, he looked back at his mentor, his face not showing fear of quiet determination. It was an expression that the former symbol of peace had become used to seeing, and it always warmed his heart when he saw it. Young Midoriya, it hasn't been easy, but you're certainly learning. The now retired hero thought as he and his student continued walking. Izuku was quite easy to read, something that he debated on whether or not he should admonish him on. When he was in deep thought, it really showed. All Might knew his successor was a thinker, but getting to know him had showed him just how much of a thinker the boy was. That could be both a blessing and a curse. Don't overthink it too much, young Midoriya. So far, you're on the right path, as both a hero, and I'd say as a boyfriend. Serving his head to his mentor, Izuku's cheeks turned red. About the second one. All Might, he began with his nervous tick of chattering teeth and wide eyes. Hey, like I said, I never quite had any serious relationships, the blonde responded. Sometimes, he couldn't help but find himself more than a little amused by his protege's antics, including his less than stellar ones. Young Miss Ashido, I believe she's attracted to the kind of boy she needs, will be reliable, and, I suppose, lovable. You are definitely those things. And I'm sure you won't lose them as you continue down the path of the hero. Autumn sunlight hit the faces of the pair. It was nothing like the warmth of the spring or summer, something that Izuku sometimes missed. If she finds out that I used to be quirkless, do you think she'd still was her quirk the reason why she agreed to date you? The veteran hero asked point blank. Izuku went silent as he stared back, then shook his head from side to side. What attracts people, what truly can ignite the sparks of romance, is this. Just like this same thing is what defines a true hero. With one bony finger, he pointed to the green-haired boy's chest. Looking up at the black and blue-eyed man, Izuku found himself reassured. The pair would continue on to their usual training spot with mutual smiles, and their hearts at ease again. Late night, when Mina heard the first rumor that Izuku and All Might were training, it took some considerable willpower on her part to stay focused on the dancing. It was going to be her major contribution to the festival and she wanted to make it count. She wanted to do that. But she was also curious as to what sort of training her boyfriend and his mentor were getting up to. Not to mention she wanted to see what they were like when they were training together. It wasn't unusual for younger heroes and students to be placed under pro heroes whose quirks closely resembled theirs, albeit exceptions to the rules existed, like Todoroki, who was a special case. But when it came to Izuku and All Might, Mina found her mind racing with thoughts of how close they were. Obviously, they were student and teacher, a good working pair. It was just her intuition told her that the student-mentor relationship had a strong backbone. Mina suspected it was because of their quirks. They were remarkably similar to each other. Sometimes when Mina thought about it, they seemed too similar. She was supposed to be focusing on the dance performance she and her classmates were set to give at the UA festival. Instead, here she was looking at past videos of the former #1 hero. Mina felt like she was copying her boyfriend as she knew Izuku had done this sort of thing before. Admittedly, she got a laugh out of herself. Mina knew herself pretty well. She was excitable, and when something caught her interest, she followed it. That's one of the reasons she'd fallen for Izuku. He'd caught her interest and held it with a vice grip, and she was confident that he would continue to do so. Mina was sure that one day, there'd be kids her age in this same position looking at videos of her and her classmates. Her pride did get a little stroked whenever she pictured videos featuring the acid hero Pinky with 9, 10, and perhaps even 12-digit views. It was something that every aspiring hero joked and laughed about, though some made it a genuine goal for their superhero careers. Sadly, those were the kinds of students that she was sure would be marked for death by the hero killer stain, albeit the madman was now thankfully locked up. Mina always shuddered to think about the noseless maniac who'd gone on a hero-killing spree for the sake of his twisted ideals. The shuddering grew worse when she thought about the fact that his rampage had hit close to her classmate. Ida's brother had his hero career cut short thanks to him, and Ida himself almost lost his life to him. Not just him, Todoroki and Izuku. I wonder if I asked him for the details about that, he'd tell me. Mina didn't have any intention of prying him for details. She knew she could be nosy, but Mina at least tried to keep a limit on her curiosity. Most of the time, leaning back in her seat, she decided to shelve the topic. It was only a guess, but Mina was sure Izuku didn't want to relive the memory of confronting a serial killer, especially when the school festival was only a few days away. It would have been a total mood killer. Lastly, Stain was locked up and unlikely to ever see the light of day, which was something the world could breathe easier about. It could also breathe easier knowing that the dreaded menace that had been the mastermind of the League of Villains was also locked up. That had been a fight that had been broadcast the world over, and heralded the end of All Might's career as a hero. Mina's face darkened as she remembered that it also marked the end of an era. All over the world, there were still some people struggling to adjust to that. Guided by her curiosity, she got up and searched through her collection of books. Being more of a party girl, she didn't keep too many history books. Now, history books for school. That was a different topic altogether. She had those, but remembering the information in them sometimes came as a challenge. It had gotten easier, especially since she had Izuku tutoring her. Her boyfriend certainly knew his hero history, as expected of a hero-worshipping nerd. He was now her nerd, sitting back on her back. Mina cracked up the book and flipped through the pages, her normally bubbly face taking on a more subdued expression. She never liked reading up on the darker age that her grandparents and even great-grandparents had to live through. That said, she knew her history, and she was proud of them for weathering through it. If they hadn't, then she wouldn't be here. Neither would countless others, including her siblings and cousins and dozens of other people with mutation-type quirks. Her heart clenched at the imagery of dozens of mutation-type quirk users like herself fleeing for their lives as they were set upon by dogs and drones, just as she and Izuku had discussed during detention. The early days of quirks hadn't been easy, especially for those who possessed powers that physically manifested across their bodies, whereas some quirks had been accepted. Those like hers had taken a bit longer to reach the same. People like her had been called everything from demons to hellspawn to just simple freaks, even by other quirk users. If there was one thing that always got under Mina's skin, it was quirk users calling out other quirk users with mutations. Something about the accusations and racism just bothered her, especially since in the end, they all had their quirks. Unfortunately, there'd been those who preyed upon those differences, sometimes for twisted ideology and sometimes for their own twisted gain. Kind of can't believe I'm doing this. I'm supposed to be getting psyched for the festival, she muttered to herself while scrolling through lines of text. How some people remembered enough of this to actually teach it at professional lives, Mina would never know. What she did know was that watching the videos of All Might's last fight with his final enemy had sparked something in her. For better or for worse, she couldn't be able to go to sleep until she did something to satisfy that hunger now within her. Sometimes she hated her curiosity. Okay, here we go. The mutant morph riots of 21-0. Riot leader, 𝗳𝗏 Hanazono. Mina felt a stone drop in her stomach. Even a non-historian girl like her knew the name. One of the most famous mutation-type quirk holders in history. He'd been both activist ... and an extremist responsible for the deaths of over 600 people. He'd have killed more if he hadn't been stopped. Even if he was a murderer, Mina could never deny his motives had been sympathetic equality for people like her. How he went about, though, was shown in the next page. Images of battle-torn streets stained with blood. Photographs almost a century old depicting damage done by the 𝗵𝗃 riots. A less flattered term used at the time was the monster parade. To this day, Mina came across the name, particularly in anti-mutation circles. Sighing, she rubbed her forehead. This seriously wasn't the sort of thing she wanted to be thinking about. But it's where her train of thought had led her. Not to mention she still had that burning curiosity that told her there was something going on. Flipping through the pages, she found the section pertaining to the interviews Hanazono did when he was finally captured. He'd torn through whole armies of law enforcement and early heroes who'd tried to stop him. His rampage had indeed been memorialized, though not exactly for admirable reasons. He'd had bizarre mutation quirk that gave him the horns of a buffalo, a stone-like hide, and superhuman levels of strength to go with the appearance. Mina stared at the photo of him, bright green eyes that were said to have burned with great intensity. Then there were the photos of Hanazono during his rampage. Originally, he didn't have wings, but the images she was looking showed him with great avian wings that could whip up stormy gusts powerful enough to send cars flying like leaves. His stony-like hide had scales, and he breathed fire as if he were transforming into a dragon. That contrasted with reports where he attacked through the water having aquatic scales and gills and the ability to create gigantic tidal waves. There had been no evidence prior that his quirk included such abilities, a mystery that had quietly baffled several for decades until the riot was shuffled off into the dustbin of history. So why was Mina looking up this story from almost a century ago? Call it her intuition, call it a gut feeling, call it something that defied all logic. Hanazono originally had only one quirk that granted him a monstrous appearance and super strength and durability and stamina. But during his final rampages he'd gained more. Mysterious shadow, Mina whispered in the solitude of her dorm room. When he'd finally been defeated, Hanazono could barely talk. He'd been shot, beaten, burned, and electrocuted before finally going down. By the time he was detained, his body had begun to break down from the damage, but also from the power overload. His fellow extremists claimed that they'd been gifted new power by a mysterious benefactor. At the time, authorities had attempted to follow up on the lead, but found nothing, thus the investigation was dropped. That phrase, mysterious shadow, was the catch-all term all the 𝗵𝗃 rioters used to describe their benefactor. Someone that can enhance quirks beyond their normal boundaries. Is it possible to actually give a person an entirely new quirk? As soon as she thought of the idea, Mina instantly dismissed it as being too outlandish. Then again, there were people who could copy others' quirks, so they could technically count. There were also those whose sole quirks were enhancing others. Had Hanazono and his 𝗵𝗃 rioters met someone like that? If so, had that person or persons been involved with All Might's final enemy, who seemingly displayed multiple quirks in their last battle? Izuku might know ... but that's not something I think he wants to talk about. Hell, why am I even thinking so hard about this? Izuku is Izuku. If he knows something, he'll tell me, even if it takes a little while. Or I could always wiggle it out of him. The last thought made her break out in giggles that was ended by a yawn. It was getting close to midnight, well past the time she should have been sleeping. All right, that's enough history for tonight, Mina said to herself, closing the book. Gentle video. Too tired to focus, she closed up the page and turned off her laptop. As she went to sleep, she immediately moved away from the somewhat dark and dreary topic of the bloody past. Smiling, she dreamed of the future, of videos of herself and her classmates as pro-heroes. There was her, Pinky, and there was Izuku, Deku. Who knew what the future held, but Mina was optimistic. Maybe even they could form a superhero partnership, a duo of pink and green. Would it be an odd mixture? Probably, but she loved being odd, and when it came to oddities, those brought out the best surprises in life. The next day, Class 1A. Izuku, we need to talk. Almost immediately, Izuku felt his heart stop. Now, when it came to romance, Izuku knew about as much as Penguin did about flying the sky. That said, he'd seen some movies and TV shows, so he at least knew a little. Whenever one half of a pairing said, we need to talk ... it generally didn't mean anything good. It meant something bad, something more often than not very, very bad. The downtrodden looks on his classmates who stood behind Mina only furthered that bad feeling. Then there was Mina's own face. Her solemn expression was so ... on Mina. Gee, this is it. She's breaking up with me. She's figured it out. His still heart began to grow icy cold as the truth dawned on him. Well, it was good while it lasted. I mean, hopefully she had a little bit of fun on our date. I'm just going to have to move on. This isn't the end of the throwing her arms around him. Mina let out a not entirely honest sob of regret. I'm going to have to let you go from the dance team. Crash, quickly pulling her face away. Mina took immediate notice of the shocked expression on her boyfriend's face. But don't worry, you're being reassigned, and it's to a position that you're going to do great at. Still a gaping mouth and frozen face with his pupils having been erased from the mortal eye. I think you broke him. 𝐶𝑗 interjected. Agreed. Maybe you should have found a nicer way to break it to him, Ashido. I mean, aren't you two dating now? 𝐳𝗏 remarked. Heh, why yeah. You guys definitely have a point. The pink-haired girl admitted with a nervous smile. Words didn't seem strong enough to describe just how right her classmates were. Ironically, that gave her an idea, one that she got her excited. Izuku, she wasn't surprised when he failed to respond. Smiling, she moved her right hand to his cheek. Next, she leaned in, gently pressing their lips together. Mina was aware of her classmates watching them. She didn't mind giving them a little show, or did she mind letting them see her and Izuku? She was proud to call herself his girlfriend, and she knew he felt the same in being her boyfriend. That showed as he finally regained consciousness, kissing her back. Mina would have liked for the kiss to go on a little longer, but she knew they still had some things to talk about. And air. Separating, she kept her focus on Izuku, whose freckled cheeks were blushing redder than Kirishima's hair. Mina knew it was only a matter of time before her friend took a chance to tease her. Hell, she was blushing herself. Was that the kiss of a girl who's breaking up with you? She innocently questioned. How did you? I mean, the green-eyed boy stuttered, much to the amusement of his girlfriend and the rest of their classmates. I think he's still broken. Ribbit. 𝐶𝑗 offered, a subdued smile on her face. Midoriya, we did some talking last night and decided to make some changes. 𝐳𝗏 added, his cheeks bright red. He had to admit, he hadn't been expecting that kind of reaction from dropping the news on Izuku. You've been reassigned to the special effects team, Nina proclaimed. Huh? Izuku murmured. His mind was still struggling to keep track of everything that had happened over the past 3 minutes. Was that how long it had been? Was he still standing? I'm being reassigned, to the special effects team. Why? I told her I'd be dancing. Moving her hand down to his, Mina gently guided him to the nearest seat. They want to make it so Aoyama swung around enough so that the whole room's lit up. As relief washed over him, Izuku's brain began working, albeit in a new and more safe direction. He looked to the blonde boy who'd quietly terrorized him for a couple of weeks before, yet in the end turned out to be quite sympathetic to his plight. I'm pretty sure that everyone's going to be able to see him. His quirk is one of those eye-catching types. Yeah it is, but we don't have a fly system in the gym, Nina replied. Not to mention there's not time to install one. Instead, we're going to have to do it manually, and that's going to take someone with a power quirk like yours. All signs of distress had vanished from Izuku's face. At the beginning of the performance, I shall transform from a dancer into a disco ball. It's the perfect job for Mu, Aoyama declared with sparkles highlighting his smile. It was clear that he was fully on board with the change of plans. So, you'll help us. Inside, Izuku was actually rather happy for him. If there was someone who could create a spectacle for people to marvel at, it was certainly Aoyama. As happy as he was for that, this change of plans was going to come at a cost. So, I'll be behind the scenes where people can't see me, he clarified with apparent sadness. Kirishima bowed his head and clapped his hands together while stepping forward. Sorry, we know it'll waste the dance practice you put in, but could you please do this? We don't want people to lose interest. Looking back to his girlfriend, he saw that she'd given some thought to this too, and she was on board with it. She was asking if he would accept it as well. People losing interest would be the worst thing imaginable, especially since we've already gotten a little too much attention. It wasn't easy being the class who tended to have the absurd and the crazy stuff happen to them. None of them particularly asked to be caught up in so many wild adventures, but Izuku realized their class was like a magnet for activity. They'd save people ... but the festival would be their chance to make them smile. There was one person in particular that Izuku wanted to see smile above all else. Could he do that though, being support? If I can dance while doing it, I won't have lied to Eri. Dancing while carrying me. That is a magnificent idea, the laser-shooting blonde declared, his violet eyes gaining several sparks around them. Frankly, Izuku wasn't surprised he was so on board with the idea. If it were him in that position, he'd be a little more cautious about potentially being swung around in the air. So, you'd trust me, Aoyama? Yes, with my very life, Midoriya, the French-speaking student affirmed with a wink. Then I'll do it. Cheers of excitement and relief exploded amongst the group. Kirishima stepped forward and threw his arm around him and thanked him. It lasted for a few seconds as he was very aware that there was someone else waiting to thank him as well. Stepping aside, he barely contained his laughter as Mina smiled at him. Izuku smiled back. Then, the next thing he knew, her arms were wrapped around his neck and her body pressing against his. Izuku didn't hesitate to hug her back. He was glad that he was conscious of the hug from start to finish and the kiss that went with it. When I'm with you, everything else, all of my doubt and unease just burns away. It's all thanks to you, Mina, Izuku admitted in his head. Sorry about dropping this sort of bombshell on you out of the blue, she whispered upon separating from him. And sorry about putting your promise to Eri in jeopardy. It's fine. We found a way to make it work, didn't we? He responded with that warm smile that made Mina's heart flutter. That fluttering took complete hold of her, spurning her into kissing him on the lips again. More like you found a way to make it work. You did the impossible just like you always seem to do. Really makes me glad that we're getting one hell of a show, but maybe it should wait until after we've practiced for the day, called the voice of the class's resident redhead. The grin on his face was everything that Mina had expected it to be. Not that I want to cut into your couple's time, but we still have work to do. Izuku blushed as did Mina, though she added some giggles and as she pulled away from her boyfriend. They both knew Kirishima was right. They could talk about this later, after they'd done their part to help prep for the festival. There was no doubt they had a daunting task ahead of them, but they were future heroes. Whenever a challenge presented itself, they rose to the occasion. Oh, you're looking great, Izuku, just keep it up, Mina shouted from her place on the ground to her boyfriend. He took her words to heart and continued to step forward and back, to dance, while suspended atop the high beam. It wasn't the highest up he'd ever been. His battle with Overhaul had been almost a dozen times the 20 to 24 feet he was currently up at. The ground was visible as were the people standing on it, especially Mina, twirling on his right toes. He held firmly onto the lead ball that would tomorrow be his violet-eyed classmate and friend. Yaoyorozu had created it after taking Aoyama's weight measurement so Izuku would know what he would have to work with. That had been step 1. Step 2 was being able to carry such a weight around on a tight beam while dancing, something that proved challenging. I gotta say, I'm impressed. I never figured Midoriya to be the graceful type, but he's making it work, Ajiro commented with a smile on his face. Truth be told, he was a little nervous with the change-up they made. He was strong, but the kind of strength and precision needed to hold up Aoyama while so high up was something that the tailed teen knew was probably beyond his current level. You two must have spent a lot of time dance practicing, Tsuyu added, giving Mina an aside smile. She flashed the froggy girl a big grin. Oh, we haven't practiced that much, but Izuku's one of those guys that when he tries his hardest, he can do it, just like he's doing now. Pumping her arm up, she shouted, All right, Izuku, now try and do a flip. What, a flip? I agree. Midoriya, raise me up while performing the most magnificent flip you can, the laser shooting student proclaimed. Izuku's face comically fell as he stared down at his friends and girlfriend. He knew there was no way of dissuading them. Deep down, a part of him was actually thankful for their encouragement as he knew that he needed it. People said he could do great things once he pushed past his nervousness. This was apparently going to be one of those times. Besides, if he did fall, there were multiple safety mats down below waiting for him, not to mention he was sure no one would laugh at him. That last fact gave him a great deal of comfort. Sucking in a breath, he shouted back at them, One flip, coming up. Looking back at the lead block, he emptied his mind and tried to picture the next 10 seconds unfolding in his head. He pictured Aoyama having activated his quirk, bluish-white sparkles dancing about in the darkness. That was something else he'd have to prepare himself for, not getting distracted by his partner's quirk. You can do it. It's just a matter of staying absolutely focused and doing what you gotta do. And do it with a smile too. Huh. Whipping his head around, Izuku searched for the distinctively female voice. It sounded so familiar and comforting. Though he didn't know who it belonged to, the advice was sound and he subconsciously tried to follow through on it. JJ, just focus on what I've got to do. A flip. You could do more than that, you know. Stop breaking his concentration. He needs as much of it as he can muster. I'm trying to help him. Hey, Izuku, are you okay up there? Mina shouted from the ground. She could tell something was wrong with her boyfriend, as could everyone else. He was whipping his head from side to side as if he were searching for something, or someone. Evidently, her voice managed to reach him. I am fine. Jay, just trying to focus myself, he shouted back. For some reason, Mina didn't buy it, but she chose to let it slide. Izuku jumped up from the beam, still holding onto the rope that would come tomorrow. Behold Aoyama. His green hair stood out as he executed a perfect flip. The jaws of the onlooking students fell and their eyes lit up with amazement, but none more so than Mina. Her arms shot up in glee as her boyfriend stuck the landing. Sure, he was a little wobbly, but the important thing was that he'd done it. That residual wobble was something a couple more hours of practice would fix. Taking several deep breaths, he fully regained his balance. Sticking his thumb out, he heard the hum of approval from his friends on the ground. All right, now let's try it with the real thing, Mina shouted. Aoyama, you're up. Several minutes later and Izuku was back on solid ground, a little grateful for that. Mina gave him a quick hug and a kiss that made him blush. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵 stepped forward and threw his arms out, allowing for the others to fasten the rope and harness around him. Being the attention magnet he was, he loved it and was quite giddy with excitement. "Don't worry, Midoriya, I have absolute confidence in you," he said, flashing him a spark-studded wink. "Thanks, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵. I promise I won't let you down." Literally, Izuku responded before making his way up the ladder back to the top of the stage. Once more, he had a view of the entire gymnasium. "Those voices in my head ... no, don't think about them. Just focus on what's in front of me. It's my job to keep 𝐒𝐽𝐵 up. I can't let him fall." Sucking in a breath, he took hold of the rope as it was tossed to him. He pulled and 𝐒𝐽𝐵 rose into the air, quite effortlessly on his part and Izuku's. It genuinely amazed him how easy it was to lift him up. Maybe all of his workouts had yielded more results than he'd imagined. "All right, Izuku, that's pretty good. Now try some dance moves," he heard his girlfriend call from on the ground. Her voice reminded him that he wasn't going to be stationary. Locking eyes with her, Mina smiled at him. A silent exchange between the two of them ensued, ending with the green-haired boy smiling himself. 𝐒𝐽𝐵 was a silent observer to the couple. Down on the ground, Mina showed him the moves and Izuku did his best to mimic them. He was quite happy to be swayed back and forth thanks to his motions. At times, he even struck a pose. In his mind, he was picturing an awestruck crowd, utterly captive by the performance their class was putting on. It would no doubt linger in their minds for ages to come. Tomorrow was definitely going to be a spectacular night for all of them, that was for sure. Most importantly though, 𝐒𝐽𝐵, as did several others, know that it was going to be a fun day for the dancing couple. The build-up to it had already been incredible, yet they knew they had nowhere to go but up from there. It was well past dark when they finally stopped, or rather, when they were forced to stop by Hound Dog. He reminded them that it was getting close to 9, which was the curfew for all students to be back in their dorm rooms. On the walk back, practically everyone was teeming with excitement. "I'm really sorry about dropping that bombshell out of the blue on you," the pink-haired and pink-skinned proclaimed, having grabbed her boyfriend's hands and holding her head down. "I'll be honest, I totally forgot about Eri and how much you want to make it this festival a hit for her. It's going to. I'm really hoping she's going to enjoy it, and I'm definitely going to do that with the part that I've been given to play." Izuku responded with a soft but resolute voice. "Besides, it's fine, Mina. Like we worked out, I'll do my part when it comes to holding up 𝐒𝐽𝐵. I'm more confident I can do it because you just spent almost 2 hours helping me." Looking up at his face, Mina was taken back by how cute Izuku looked. He had such a bright and an amazing smile, something she'd quietly treasured even before they got together. Just looking at him always made her feel so relaxed and assured, especially when something was nipping at her. All the research she did the night before was pushed further back into her mind as she smiled back at him. She didn't want to bring any of it up, she just wanted to enjoy this moment that they had here and now. "You know, when you put your mind to it, you've got a pretty good sense of balance," she remarked, "only because you took the time to help me find it. Really, I've only become at least somewhat capable at dancing because of you, Mina. In fact, now I kind of have an interest in it." Grinning, she leaned in close. "So, that's a definite confirmation we're going to have more dances in the future, right? Beyond tomorrow." Why yeah. "I promise, I'll keep on working on my dancing for you." She seemed able to force words straight from his heart straight out of his mouth. Izuku was happy that he was rewarded for that. Mina gave him sweet kisses, especially on the cheeks. Upon returning to their dorm room, they all changed out into their pajamas. No one had any serious intentions of staying up late, for they knew what awaited them tomorrow. They were going to need all the energy they could get. Part of that though was having a hearty dinner and maybe a few snacks just before going to bed. Everyone would be going to bed excited though, very excited. "Whoa, I can't sleep," Kaminari shouted alongside Maita. "Yeah, I know right. I'm stupid excited," the purple-haired boy yelled in accordance, albeit some were struggling to even make it to the bed. "Hey, not so loud. People upstairs are trying to sleep," Mina advised to the two pumped boys. She wasn't too surprised. Kaminari and Maita could at times be two boundless bundles of energy, quite like her to be honest. Mina, however, was more self-aware than either of them could be unless reminded, like for example. Sitting beside Gyro, Ida took it in strides. "I just hope the audience will be that enthusiastic." For one of the most grounded members of their class, he had an uncharacteristically optimistic look on his face. It was actually quite pleasing to see. The up-and-coming festival was having an effect on everyone, especially Gyro. Anyone with eyes could see the girl was a bundle of excitement and anxiety. She had every reason to be both, but one could only hope the latter faded away as the hour of her performance drew near. "It's probably better we don't think about it very much." She attempted to sound nonchalant about it, but again, her nervousness was plain to see. Gyro then showed it by clasping her hands atop her chest. Her cheeks had a slightly red tint to them. "Being embarrassed, worried what others are thinking, that'll kill our vibe." We should focus on having fun. That's what really matters. Yeah, says the girl who was super scared to front the band. Kaminari shouted, showing he'd been paying attention. Jiraiya wished he hadn't been. Shut up. That was a totally different situation. She tried to defend. Through that defense, she felt that he was right. It was ironic that she was encouraging everyone to just have fun when at first, she'd been scared out of her mind to perform. Izuku sympathized with her. Exactly. What Jiru said is good advice for not just the performance. When you try to make others feel good, you end up raising your own spirits. Aoyama concurred, still doing inventory over their equipment for tomorrow. Izuku's gaze met Mina's. They both knew the value of having fun. They were going to have fun. Together. It'd be their second official date. When Izuku thought of that, his mind spun with how they came together literally days before the school festival. Talk about incredible timing. Exactly, huh. Upon closer examination, Izuku noticed the wear and tear on the rope, as did Aoyama. Oh no, the rope is so frayed. Expecting the rope, Aoyama agreed, albeit he had dual feelings looking at it. We did put it through quite some abuse during practice. His mood then did a couple 180. It's physical proof of our blossoming friendship. Hey, I guess that's one way to look at it. Mina offered. She looked at her boyfriend, recognizing the thoughtful look on his face. There was no way he was going to use the frayed rope, primarily on account of it not being able to withstand the strain they would put it through tomorrow. It's dangerous. I should have noticed it before, he commented. Yep, there was no way that he was going to use the rope in hand. Well, time to go get Yaoyorozu. She'll make you a new rope and some tea too. Kaminari offered. No, Mina said almost immediately. She's in bed already, and she could use the rest. And don't treat her like she's her own personal factory. But people use me as a phone charger on the regular. The electrokinetic blonde shot back with a depressed face. That's because men get no respect. Minda comforted. Mina shot both boys dry stares. Okay, to Kaminari's credit, they did regularly make use of his quirk. She definitely did. Nah, I'll go buy a new one in the morning. All eyes went to Izuku, especially Mina's. She was surprised, though a tiny voice in her head told her that she shouldn't be. I should have noticed how much strain we were putting on the rope, so I'll go out and get a new one. And this'll work out since I'm up early for training. Okay Izuku, Mina cautioned. The performance is at 10 and most stores around here don't open until 9. One of these days, she was going to have to tell him there was such a thing as being too helpful. Though it probably wasn't going to be today, or rather tonight. It'll be fine. There's a hardware store about 15 minutes from UA. That place opens at 8 a.m. so I'll head up and be back in no time. Kaminari caught the troubled look on Mina's face, still cutting it kind of close. His gaze moved to the rope. Walking over, he examined it himself. While he was no expert, he could tell if they tried to replicate what they'd spent all afternoon doing, it wouldn't end well. Glancing to his right, he saw Mina was reaching the same conclusion. It'll be fine, guys. Though he was addressing them all, his gaze was directed toward Mina. I promise, I'll be back before you know it. It's just a quick walk down the street and back. You know, he's got a point. Jiraiya offered. I mean, it'll be early in the morning when most people will be at best just going to work, or trying to get to school after sleeping in or something. What's the worst that could happen? She's got a point. He'll be back in time for us to get ready. Mina sounded off in her head. The festival started at 10 and the hardware store would be open almost 4 hours earlier than that. Alright then, guess we have a plan. Izuku smiled at her. Stifling a yawn, she leaned forward and pecked him on the lips. Dude, I'm so jealous. Kaminari whimpered, having a front row seat of the action. I have this feeling as soon as we all turn in for the night, they're going to do a lot more than just that. 𝗵𝗲𝗄, Izuku yelled with a blushing, scandalized face. Oh come on, if we were going to do something like that, we'd wait until tomorrow. After we've had a totally awesome and successful festival, and Izuku got to check out all my sick dance moves, and I got to see the fruits of all of our private practice sessions. Mina seemingly corrected. Private sessions. Kaminari and Minta screamed in unison. So you two have been seeing each other before a couple of days ago. Why was it the concept of sleep grew further and further away with each passing second? And no, that's not it at all. 𝗵𝗲𝗄. His plea dried up in his throat as he saw his girlfriend's snickering face. He was either going to have to develop some sort of defense against it or get used to it. The odds of the former happening seemed slim to none as he simply stared at her with a scandalized blush. Temporarily getting her giggles under control, Mina pulled him into a quick hug, accented by another kiss. Just don't strain herself while you're out tomorrow morning. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. Plus, I don't want you falling asleep on our date. Why, yes, 𝐔𝐸 got it. He responded with still red cheeks. The red blush would stay on his face 10 minutes later when he finally settled into bed. When he finally closed his eyes, he dreamed of dancing with a pink-haired and skinned girl. He dreamed of her meeting her and bonding with her. He was going to make those dreams a reality. Day of the festival, 6:38 a.m. Oh hey. You're that acid-shooting girl from Class 1A, Mina Ashido, right? Crap. Just because Mei Hatsum hadn't slept in days didn't mean that she was deaf to her surroundings. Evidently, her quirk was still working fine as she was able to make Mina out in the bushes. No point in staying hidden. Stepping out into view, she waved at her boyfriend and his mentor and her fellow UA student. Yo, morning, everyone. Mina. Hey, good morning. Izuku responded. Though he was surprised to see her, he didn't look angry in the slightest. In fact, his face melted into a smile showing he was clearly happy to see her. Young Miss Ashido, I'm assuming you wanted to watch young Midoriya train. All Might asked. Sometimes it still threw her for a loop seeing him looking so skeletal. Ant said. The kind twinkle in his eyes always got her. Always made her feel safe as surely as his more muscular form did. Yes, I remembered how early Izuku gets up for training and decided I'd just come see for myself what it's like. The decision had actually been rather spontaneous on her part. Throwing on a shirt and a bright green windbreaker along with some sweet pants. Looks like I showed up just as you were about to get started. Yep, you showed up for the test run of these babies. Her exhausted eyes gleaming with pride, she presented a set of tan gloves with green highlights to Izuku. Mina walked up beside her boyfriend to get a closer look at them. She was thoroughly impressed, as was her boyfriend. Hatsum, these are ... they're perfect. But you could have waited until after the festival to give them to me. Izuku said. I could have, but I knew how much you'd been waiting for them. Not to mention it's better to deliver them in person. Besides, when it's over with, I'm going to sleep for 36 hours. The support team member proclaimed. You deserve every wink of sleep for these. They're awesome. Though never quite having an eye for support items, even Mina knew she was looking at quality equipment. They were also no doubt perfect for her boyfriend. And they'd complement the rest of his outfit as well. She was already picturing how they'd go with the rest of his outfit. Here's the manual, Hatsum said, holding it up for Izuku. Now, see ya. Within the first second of him gripping it, she took off in the direction she came from. Mina chuckled. Girl looks like she's ready to pass out any second, but still has the strength to run like that. Kind of reminds me of you, Izuku. Thank you, and good luck today. The freckle-faced teen called to her. He wondered if Hatsum had heard him. He hoped she did. Why, you really think so? He asked in direction to Mina. True, both of you tend to push yourselves to the brink for your goals. It can be admirable. And a little frightening sometimes. All Might remarked. All right, let's give them a test run while we've got the time. See what they can do. Young Miss Ashido, I'll be right here watching. Do your best, Izuku. It was interesting to think about. Just a couple of days ago, they were training side by side. They'd only been classmates, friends at best. And after that afternoon they'd gotten closer. Mina had seen Izuku's training up close and personal. She now got to see it again. And better results as her now boyfriend had the equipment that he needed. His shots were much more focused and precise as a result of the gloves. She noticed that was always a thing with Izuku's powers. They possessed enough force to shatter steel, but control was always an issue, even looking as far back as their first days at UA. He'd gotten better in intervals, sometimes including the use of support equipment. She'd witnessed that again with these supposed Air Force gloves. They were a fitting name as that's what their function was, helping concentrate the air pressure he was firing off. The more Mina watched, the more she thought of her recently developed acid pistol. After the festival, she wanted to work on it as well as a couple of other moves. Her heart fluttered with excitement at the thought of Izuku helping her along the way. Something else she took note of was the retired hero who watched over them. Izuku was mimicking all of his old moves, and All Might himself gave in-depth pointers on each of them. One for all, the name of Izuku's quirk. It was a fitting name for a guy who aspired to be a hero for all to marvel at and depend on. Not to mention it was just downright cool looking. When activated, his body glowed with arcs of emerald electricity dancing across his body. Up so close in the early morning, it was ... awe-inducing. His frequent blasts of air rung in her ears, further helping wake her up. Mina knew that there was no way that she would be able to go back to sleep after the first 10 minutes of watching him. Those 10 minutes turned into a near full hour before either of them knew it. Crap. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mina. Their feet pounded against the pavement as they ran back in the direction of UA. It was funny and irritating how a simple plan could go sideways. Some days, though, that made the difference between life and death. On a day like today, it could mean the difference between Class 1A rocking the school festival and failing so hard they'd never be able to live it down. Luckily, they were on the path to ensuring that didn't happen. Hey, don't sweet it. I should have said something sooner. And don't you dare blame yourself for us having to go to another store. The hardware store that Izuku had been banking on turned out not to have any rope in stock, which had forced them to search elsewhere. Lady Luck again smiled on them as a convenience store a few blocks down had exactly what they needed. Besides, this is definitely getting us in shape for the festival, don't you think? Looking beside her, he smiled. You know, that optimism of yours really is infectious. I could say the same about your work ethic. She laughed back. The couple gradually slowed themselves down to a jog as they came within the last stretch of their supply run. They still had time, plenty of time to get around, and maybe nab another bit of breakfast on the way. Even though it was still rather chilly, the sun was out with only a handful of clouds in the sky. They had a clear way back to UA. As they jogged, the couple stole occasional glances at each other, smiling as they did so. Dear me. Oh, both teenagers temporarily stopped to look at the coat-wearing duo that they'd almost ran into. They stood to their left, dressed up rather thickly even if it was fall, masks covering their faces, hats, and sporting shades. If they were trying to blend in, they were doing a poor job at it. We're sorry, we were in a little bit of a hurry. Izuku apologized. Do be careful. You almost ruined the aftertaste of the 𝗏𝗃 a travesty I will not be able to ignore. There was a brief pause from the man while the two teens stared at them. Come, let us go. I mean honey. Honey? Oh yeah. Yes, that's me. The second individual, and far shorter one, said. Mina cocked an eyebrow as they walked away. Okay, that's a little weird. Izuku was looking elsewhere, namely at the small house nestled beside the hardware store. Oh, interesting. I guess if he had tea, that house must be some kind of cafe. Following his gaze, Mina looked the place over. Well, it's certainly not winning any appearance awards. Looks more like a straight house to me. 𝗏𝗃. Can't imagine a rundown place like that serving yo-ho-ho-ho. You must be familiar with 𝗏𝗃 for you to have this realization. Turning back to the front, they saw the larger of the pair approaching them, looking quite happy at that. His companion, on the other hand, seemed to be shaking in nervousness. You're obviously a pair of refined taste. It's always a pleasure to meet fellow connoisseurs, even if you two are rather young. Actually, we don't know that much. Our friend just made it for us recently. Izuku clarified. She's really into that high society stuff, which is normal since her family's kind of rich. Mina added. Okay, this is getting even weirder. We really need to be on our way back to UA. It's practically just a block or two away. While she was thinking about that, the super strength user was thinking about something else. His memory had been jogged with all the things that the masked stranger was saying. I feel like I've heard all of this before. A friend, you say? Rich, then she undoubtedly runs in high-class circles, and she knows the pleasures of. His body tensed again like he realized he was saying too much. Why you have wise friends. Yeah, she's wise all right, Mina concluded. Shooting a side glance at her boyfriend, she noticed how he'd gone still too. He was thinking about something, the gears in his head turning fast. Sorry for almost running into you, and, thanks for the tea compliments. I personally thought it tasted pretty no way. Izuku whispered. The mood transformed in an instant. Beside him, the pink-haired girl looked at him, eyes wide and her mouth agape. She recognized that voice. It was Izuku's serious voice. Looking back at the pair, she saw they'd gone deathly still too. Tell me something. That tea was a part of your ritual, right? With every passing second, Mina felt herself slipping further into a combat-ready stance. Ritual? For what? Their crimes, her boyfriend clarified, still not looking at her. That further solidified Mina's cautionary stance. She now looked back at the pair with unease and alarm. Izuku, are these two villains? The older of the two removed his mask and glasses. 𝗏𝗏, it's time to bring out the camera. Please, Izuku pleaded, still not looking at either of them. I saw your video. Please, you can't do this. Not today. I don't care what you have planned. We won't let you near our school. Not today. Mina shouted, her black and yellow eyes suddenly blazing with determination. Her face was entirely serious now. Even if she didn't know who these two were, her boyfriend did, and his reaction was proof enough. Whatever it is you're planning, drop it now. Far from intimidated, the criminal pair seemed to be bracing for a confrontation. There was no way they planned on abandoning their plans, which involved UA. If those plans proceeded, then the festival would be imperiled at best and cancelled at worst. Mina, take the rope and go. The inheritor of One for All declared. The acidic heroine did a double take. Take the bags and get back to UA. I'll stay here and deal with them. Everything about Izuku's posture reminded her of a predator getting ready to strike, namely a tiger assuming a pouncing position against an adversary. I'll deal with these two while you head back to UA. I'll be right behind you. Beckoning this young maiden to go on ahead while you attempt to thwart me. How chivalrous, young lad. The taller man commented with a glint of amusement. I'm afraid, though, that now that she knows of my plans, I cannot allow her to walk. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏. The patch of pavement in front of the man sizzled and dissolved from the acid bullet. Lifting her finger up, Mina fixed him with hard eyes. That was your warning shot. Mina's voice was as hard and tight. While she didn't have her boyfriend's glowing electric aura, she could definitely be intimidating when she wanted to be. The next shot won't be just like that patch of pavement. Any hopes of a peaceful ending to their early morning supply run dissolved. Izuku really wanted to tell Mina to take the bag and go. Another part of him felt so incredibly excited that she was choosing to stay by his side. The two feelings briefly battled within him, with the latter coming out victorious, given he knew there was no way he was going to be able to talk Mina out of leaving him behind. She was too stubborn for that, and she'd be way too worried about his safety. She had no idea who these two were and what they were capable of. Frankly, neither did 𝗧𝗑𝗲. That's what made this situation exactly the sort that they'd been training for. This was real life, and they had so much to lose. 𝗧𝗑𝗲, who are these two? He heard Mina whisper to him while keeping her finger and eyes focused on the pair in front of them. Well, I only know a little. Basically small-time villains, especially the guy, gentle criminal. He's there, 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐫, he explained as best he could. As per usual, his mind was already working at the speed of lightning, calculating and formulating plans even though there was still little he had to go on. The most pressing issue was the lack of knowledge of what either of their quirks were. Knowing that would have been real useful. 𝗬𝗎𝗲, Mina repeated. For a brief moment, her serious demeanor eased up. It was no doubt due to watching his words be proven right in front of her. The two now identified criminals were making a rather big show of introducing themselves. If it weren't for the timing, Mina might have actually laughed as she found the whole thing pretty funny. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong day to appear in front of her. Hey, last chance to walk away. Walk away. My dear young miss, I have come too far to simply retreat back into the shadows. Oh no, on this day, I have quite the caper planned and it shall be carried out, shouted the gray-haired and bearded criminal. Striking a pose in front of his associate's camera, he proclaimed, I will infiltrate your academy. Like hell you will, Mina shouted. She let loose several shots of acid. Even in her impulse-driven anger, she aimed for his arm and legs. Sure, they'd hurt, probably even lose function, but the man known as Gentle Criminal would be alive, and most definitely not on his way to infiltrating their school and ruining the festival. A shame that none of her shots got through. Huh, 𝗧𝗑𝗲 exclaimed. What the hell? His girlfriend shouted. What is that? Some kind of plastic wall. Her acid was eating at it, but not nearly at a fast enough rate. Oh, I get it. Another shot should do it. Behind his elastic barrier, Gentle Criminal's eyes widened, something that 𝗧𝗑𝗲 took note of. The green-haired boy's mind flashed with memories of the man's videos revealing the nature of his quirk elasticity. Ah, the power of acid is quite a dangerous ability, fitting for such an exotic maiden such as yourself, but I shall not be deterred. With a wave of his hand, the criminal forced the elastic barrier to rebound, thus hurling back the shots of acid, albeit only at half strength. Acting on impulse himself, 𝗧𝗑𝗲 grabbed Mina, threw her into his arms and jumped upward. Given he'd already activated his quirk, said jump launched them a good 15 feet into the air. Mina was shocked, and based on the blush on her cheeks, more than a little smitten with the move. As for 𝗧𝗑𝗲, instead of being consumed with loving embarrassment, his face was a stone carving of determination and analytical thought. Even if only for a second, Mina was utterly captivated by the expression. I think your acid can eat through his barrier. He can fuse elasticity into anything he touches, making it like rubber. But not exactly, 𝗧𝗑𝗲 stated. His voice brought her back to reality. 𝗧𝗧𝗧, I can eat through rubber, just got to build up the right amount of acid. Still, that's good to know. From up ahead, with the sun more directly at her back, she could see the reflective shine of the air barrier Gentle Criminal had created. Mina was confident she could break through it. While it may have looked and acted like rubber, it wasn't, and she'd managed to burn through rubber before. Launch me, launch me, 𝗧𝗑𝗲. I've got a move that I think can tear through that barrier, literally. The pink-haired girl shouted. Look, they're getting away. Looking back, he saw that the duo were indeed making a run for it, and looking like total idiots in doing so. 𝗧𝗑𝗲 immediately came to a decision. Just don't hurt yourself. Hey, I'm going to hurt them and save the festival, she said with a grin. Mina braced herself as 𝗧𝗑𝗲 reeled her back, then launched her at the fleeing pair. It was one hell of a feeling being launched from a human catapult. Mina found a bit of excitement in it, though that feeling went hand in hand with her determination to stop the criminal pair aiming to ruin their festival. She wasn't going to let it happen. He wasn't going to let it happen. You two chose the wrong day to pull this crap. Now, you've got to face the wrath of Deku and Pinky. Spreading her arms out, she summoned a surge of acid that swirled around outstretched limbs. Mina paired up 4 out of her 5 fingers and bent them. Xeno swipe. Another elastic barrier went up. This one she could see clearly. Mina reeled her right arm back, then swung it forward, letting out a passionate roar. She felt the resistance, but refused to let it stop her. In seconds, she pushed on, feeling the rubbery wall rip and tear. The surge of almost made her shout out in triumph. Gah, what is this? The swipe of a ferocious monster, shouted the gray-haired villain. You're damn right. And you pissed this monster off. With her left arm, she swiped at the man, intent on crippling him with this next blow. Based on the fearful look in his eyes, he knew exactly what would happen if he was hit. That was why he threw his palm out, creating another elastic air barrier. Mina tore through it the same way she had the first one. Just give it up. "There's no way in hell we're letting you near our school, you knock-off butler." "Knock-off butler? Young lady, I'll have you know I am no such thing. I am the pinnacle of the refined criminal underworld." Maybe she could give him some credit for being able to talk while evading her claw swipes. Barely. Splashes of acid got on his clothes, eating away at them. Any more and they'd reach his many body. The pain would build up and eventually bring him down, provided neither of the two students got a solid hit in. Speaking of which, the gentlemanly criminal was reminded of the fact he was fighting not one opponent but two. Hearing the heart-stopping sound, gentle criminal used his quirk to transmute the ground. He leaped backward a dozen feet, avoiding the barrage of air bullets that pelt the ground. Looking up, he saw that the pink-haired girl had switched from claws back to acidic bullets. Holding her hands out as finger guns, she let loose a volley of shots that him dancing and twirling his way down the street. Several shots grazed his body, causing him to hiss in pain. "Damn it, this isn't working. I have to get some distance between these two, or at the very least separate them," he thought. Were it just one of them, especially the green-haired boy, Gentle knew he'd be able to take them. Together though, he was reluctant to admit it, but the pair were showing themselves to be quite a team. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 𝗵𝗲𝗆 hurrying up to catch up to him, still filming of course. Looking back, he saw both teens were on the ground, and coming straight at him. He grinned, perfect. Turning to his longtime companion, he shouted, "𝗵𝗲𝗆, get ready to jump, my dear." As he spoke, he slammed his palm down, infusing his quirk with the ground. The effects were immediate. What had once been flat street became a sea of ripples and bumps that caught the two students off guard. For the criminal pair, it was the opportunity they needed to make a desperate escape. Sharing a look between each other, Izuku and Mina acted. Once again, the latter found herself held in her boyfriend's arms. His empowered legs took off, carrying them into the air. Izuku continuously kicked off against the air, propelling the two of them after the feeling duo. Stretching her arm out, Mina took aim and fired. She was aware that her missed shots might cascade down onto the town, but it was a risk that she was willing to take. Besides, at this height and at this rate she was betting on a few ruined rooftops. Worth an earful, but nothing she'd lose sleep over. Sweat was pouring down the scalp of the finely dressed man. Needless to say, this wasn't what he'd planned. In fact, thanks to the pair of UA students, his plans were on the verge of falling apart. On the verge ... but not yet. He still had a few tricks up his sleeves that he was sure would throw the pair of teens off of him and 𝗵𝗲𝗆. "Gentle, I know him, that green-haired kid. I saw him at the UA Sports Festival, Izuku Midoriya," his red-haired companion and accomplice shouted. He intentionally broke his fingers during his final match with Shoto Todoroki. "He's crazy." "Ah, crazy is merely another word for driven. That simply makes him a worthy adversary. A perfect final obstacle before descending upon UA. Hold on tight, 𝗵𝗲𝗆," he shouted in triumphant confidence. Looking at his face, Gentle could feel the memories quietly coming back to him. The boy had given a rather spectacular showing in the sports festival, even if it came at great personal injury. He could only take it as a certainty he'd give that same maniac effort to stopping him. As he said, that made him a worthy challenge, but a challenge he would rise to meet just as he had all others. While chasing after them, Izuku felt his mind drifting back to the past couple of days, to the promises he'd made and the convictions he'd witnessed. All of them pooled together to create a white-hot fire that burned in his gut. It raced through him, empowering him. "Mina," he called, "I need you to switch over to my back. There's something I want to try myself." She knew that voice, that serious voice that perfectly matched the determined glare on his face. "Gotcha." She nodded while doing her best to crawl onto his back. It wasn't easy, but she was able to do so when he briefly touched down on a rooftop. Mina knew she had to move fast and make every second count, so much was riding on them. Once she was firmly on his back, she wrapped her arms around his waist and held on as he took off. Mina watched Izuku hold out his right arm, his fingers bent back in the position for the Delaware smash. The outer rim of the gloves shot forward. "Nail him, Izuku," she impulsively shouted in encouragement. Izuku felt the fire within him burn brighter at the voice of his girlfriend. He was already motivated, but having her literally right behind him, supporting him ... was there any way to be more fired up? Either way, he was able to focus, and with that focus, he let loose his first shot. Delaware smash. Thump. Duh. All right. Dead center. Mina would have kissed him or hugged him harder, but remembered the fact that they were still several feet up. Even when they landed on a power line, she remained mostly stationary. Their target was stunned and Izuku wasn't going to waste the opportunity. "Mina, hold on tight," he shouted before kicking off of it. Yet again, she felt the harsh pressure of the air around her, whipping at her as they moved so fast. "We're not going to let you get to UA, Gentle. We're not going to let you ruin this for our entire school. Children, that is not your decision," he shouted back while taking the brunt of Izuku's tackle. "Like hell it isn't," Mina roared. She'd have punched him in the face if she wasn't worried about some residual acid getting on Izuku. The downside to being so close together was she couldn't use her quirk without worry of hitting her boyfriend too. Granted, that would change once they separated and she could get a clear bead on Gentle. Looking up, she saw that moment about to come as they crashed into something. It seemed like something out of a movie, battling a criminal in a building still under construction. Still, they'd been taught if such a space was available then to go for it. Without the workers around, that meant they had less to worry about in terms of civilians getting caught in the crossover. That said, they'd been reminded such a scenario wasn't an immediate pass for them to go buck wild in terms of collateral damage. Mina in particular took that lesson to heart since her quirk was the type that could cause quite a bit of destruction if she went wild with it. As he hung from atop a steel beam by his overcoat, Mina debated doing that. The man was still carrying on with this upper-class gentleman act, even after the short thrashing Izuku had handed him. "Oh, geez, will you just give it up already? Look, we're going to stop you," the yellow-horned girl shouted. "You're not getting past either of us." "Oh ho ho ho. Absolutely not, young lady. My plan will be a smashing success. This is but a temporary delay," the mustached man shouted, still wearing that confident grin. Mina made a finger gun pointed at his legs. "Yeah, about that. I don't think so." Having seen him using his quirk to create springboards, Mina knew if she took out his legs then that'd stop him for certain. Sure, he could probably still use his hands, but crawl all the way to UA. Not happening, especially under her and Izuku's watch. "What the hell are you planning anyway? A guy like you trying to sneak into UA? Like hell that'll happen." "But it will, young miss," he fired back with cool confidence. "Ruffian I may be, I implore you not to confuse me with those foul wretches from the League of Villains. You see, I have no palate for kidnapping, murder, or any such rubbish. I simply wish to sneak into your school festival so the world knows I am indeed a master criminal. Now kindly let me go." Mina felt a sudden surge of revulsion. "That's it. Seriously, you have to know the campus is on an emergency alert," Izuku declared. Unlike her, he was remaining most impartial to the motive reveal. Well, he was still plenty angry on the surface, but the criminal's motivation didn't seem to make him any angrier than he'd already been. "Someone's bound to catch you before you sneak in. Someone's bound to catch you. And when they do, it'll set off all kinds of alarms. We'll have to notify the police. The school festival will be cancelled and you'll thrown in jail. Just give up." Their response seemed to further amuse the man, who maintained his confidence. "Oh, my dear young adversaries, such a thing will not come to pass. I don't fear being detected. My partner has devised an ingenious way to disable every security sensor. Nothing will be cancelled and my dastardly plan will be a success. It's a win-win situation, young ones. Maybe for you, but a disaster for us," Izuku retorted. "I've already called the police and the pro heroes, so please, just stop." "Yeah, you're out of your mind if you think we're going to let that happen," Mina added. "Izuku, you're lying, aren't you? Man, I hope this guy falls for it." "Ah, fair enough," he admitted, seemingly able to see the pair's reasoning. "So, now you two are aware of my nefarious scheme, and you've made it clear you plan on stopping me from carrying it out. It's been lovely chatting with you too, but I must bid you both goodbye and I'd best be on my way." Again, not happening, pal. She'd listened to the man talk, and now that she knew his motives, she felt no need to continue hesitating. Mina fired at his left leg, still straight as an arrow. That same leg kicked up, creating a vertical wall of elastic air. The second it took for her acid to drill through it was all the man needed to make his escape. Mina morphed her left hand into a gun and began firing. Likewise, Izuku did the same with his Delaware smash. Both of their shouts bounced off of the continuous elastic barriers Gentle placed to protect himself. Loath as both teens were to admit it, the man was good. Good enough to actually back up some of his theatrics. Speaking of theatrics, he continued to speak, further explaining his quirk while demonstrating it. Izuku's shots bounced back at him and Mina when they came into contact with the elasticity-infused steel beams around them. It looked like something out of a cartoon, watching them bend and flap like rubber bands. But they were still metal, and Mina had eaten through that before. "Izuku, keep your head down," called out the mutant-type girl. He shot her a look, but nodded in firm confidence of her next move. Mina took quiet solace in that. "All right, I told you before you weren't getting past us. I meant it." Throwing her arms out, she fired off a concentrated burst of acid from each palm. Acid torrent. She knew she was going to get an earful about the property damage, but Mina would take that, after the school festival had gone off without a hitch. Gentle's once confidence expression crumbled for two reasons. One, the multiple steel beams he'd been bouncing around were rapidly disappearing before the might of the pink-haired girl. It didn't matter that they'd been made elastic. They still disintegrated all the same. 2. The torrents were strong enough that even some of his barriers were eaten away. More splotches of acid got on his coat, and even his pants. "Damn it, I have to do something about her. That girl's acid quirk is more troublesome than I expected." Acting quickly, he threw up a personal barrier to deflect the oncoming air bullet. He had to strengthen it as the green-haired boy launched himself at Gentle with the intent of physically harming him. Luckily for him, his barrier sent the boy backward, but it wasn't going to stop him for long. Looking down, he saw many of the steel beams he'd turned to his advantage were now gone. He needed a new tactic. Upon spotting an old man down on the ground, one came to him. A devilish smile formed on the 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏's lips. "You younglings are students at 𝐒𝐻. Ain't correct? Then prove it. Show the worth of the heroism that you've diligently practiced." Launching himself at a severed beam, he quickly began to unscrew it while deflecting shots from the two teens. He could practically feel their determination bearing down on him like a wildfire. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a massive blast of acid heading straight for him. It motivated him to work faster. And that he did. A barrier went up and the last screw was uncorked. With his free hand, he applied his quirk to the half-melted beam from the bottom. It rose upward, flapping like a fish. He further applied his quirk, making it rise. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that the criminal was up to something positively villainous. Swerving to his left, he saw just over a wall on the ground an old man. Izuku looked back at the man. No, Mina looked between her boyfriend and Gentle Criminal. In a heartbeat, she realized what he was planning. As the beam was launched, Mina launched one of her own. Not happening. Bizarre as it was, she thought of the times she'd spent playing games with her little brother, specifically first-person shooters. Times like that were when those supposedly innocent experiences came in handy, really handy. Her aim was as spot-on as it could be, hitting the steel beam and dissolving it before it could go far. "Mina," came the whisper of her boyfriend. Looking back at him, she saw awe. Mina admittedly felt her heart flutter seeing the way Izuku looked at her, just like it always did. The glimmer in his eyes made her feel so incredible, practically like she was a goddess or angel. At the same time, she found herself enamored with the way his face simply glowed. "Your hands, are they okay after all of that?" he asked, breaking her out of her short trance. Remembering the situation they were in, she quickly nodded. Why, yeah, I'm good for more. Good, because we've still got to catch him. Hop on my back." Without a second thought, she did exactly that, feeling the oven-like warmth his body emitted from activating his quirk. Though she'd seen it up close before, this felt so different. Mina could literally feel the power humming through his body like a river in motion. It was simultaneously relaxing and energizing. Yet again, Mina found herself wondering about her boyfriend's quirk. One could say it was inevitable since she was engulfed in its warm glow. It's kind of like I'm I in the center of a lightning storm, but it's still so warm and empowering. Kind of like you, Izuku. The brief moments of thought took her mind off of the pressure they were under. By now she'd like to have thought they'd have taken down Gentle Criminal and his sidekick. But here they were chasing after him. Still on the way to you, Mina was an optimism. But even she knew you could cut it close to the wire. That's exactly what they were at the risk of doing. They'd made it into the forests outside of the school anymore, and they'd run into the first of the school's security measures, which Gentle had claimed he'd be able to get past. Holding her arm out, Mina created a spinning ball of acid and hurled down at the pair. She was expecting it to be deflected by a barrier, which was exactly what Gentle threw up. Closing her fist, she caused the acid ball to detonate in stinging bursts that splashed across the air. The elastic barrier cooked and dissolved right before Gentle's eyes, which saw the slew of air bullets shot by Izuku coming in wide-eyed. He broke into a run to evade the pair of descending students. "Not happening. You've gone far enough, pal," shouted the pink-haired and skinned girl. Jumping from her boyfriend's back, she landed on the ground, her hands slamming down. Her quirk activated and began to spread out, racing along the grassy ground. Looking back, the gray-haired man saw the coming wave and decided to take to the air, which was exactly what Izuku had been waiting for. As he used a makeshift trampoline, Izuku fired off several air shots. Frantic, the criminal threw up another wall, several in fact, to protect himself and his accomplice while staying on the move. This again was what Izuku had been expecting, running to keep pace with them. Mina grinned as she watched her boyfriend calculate the position of every barrier and bounce his shots off of them, scoring direct hits. "That's my Izuku," she whispered underneath her breath. Izuku had them both down, telling them to surrender. This time, Mina wasn't going to waste the opportunity. "Stand back a little. I'm going to make sure he can't run away again," she declared, holding up an acid-laced pair of fingers. Izuku looked to her with a grimace yet still resolute face. He knew that she wouldn't go too far, but he was fully aware that she'd gotten tired of this. This morning chase had to come to an end. And he nodded, giving Mina the permission to do that. To the red-haired woman who was Gentle's accomplice, it might as well have been the signing of a death sentence. "No, please. You can't. Please don't cripple him. Only temporarily. Besides, what were you guys expecting trying to pull a stunt like this?" Mina shouted back with irritation. Behind that irritation, she could see real panic in the short woman's eyes. She was genuinely scared for her accomplice, maybe beyond what a pair of criminals would normally feel for each other. Pushing those thoughts to the side, she curved her fingers and swiped at Gentle Criminal's right leg. He bucked and howled in pain as the acid quickly ate through his skin straight into his muscles. As she moved on to the next leg, she heard something that made her stop dead in her tracks. "I love you, gentle. Hello, love. She loves him," Mina thought to herself in wide-eyed shock. She had no idea why that heartfelt declaration left her temporarily stunned. She'd kick herself later for it since it gave the pair the chance they needed to make their comeback. "Huh," Izuku exclaimed, noticing the pink trails of mist rising from Gentle's body. "Apologies, lad and young miss. WHOSH. Mina fell backward while Izuku literally spun in the air for a few seconds. Her black and yellow eyes moved between the ground, her boyfriend, and the now glowing criminal. He was holding the redhead and covered in a swirling pink aura. "Oh, you've got to be shitting me," Mina groaned. She knew things were about to get tougher. "Quite a foul mouth you have on you, young miss. I abhor using brute force." He began with his normally combed back hair now spiking up, no doubt due to the power now coursing through him. "So I usually edit out scenes of such violence." Helping Izuku to his feet, she took a fighting stance. "Hate to break it to you, but that won't be happening this time." He moved fast ... but not too fast that Mina and Izuku couldn't track him. This time, it was the invading criminal who ran into a barrier, an acid barrier. He whipped his hand back, winching in pain as acid burns ate away at his glove and sleeve. The criminal glared at the protective sphere of acid that covered the two teens. Waving her arms, Mina condensed the acid into a stream that she launched at the adult man. As usual, he responded with an elastic barrier, one that held strong against the barrier. "Why?" called out the green and black-haired teenager. "Why won't you give up?" Mina's shoulders tightened as she poured more power into the acid stream. The elastic barrier wasn't going to stop her. "If you won't give up, then neither are we. We've got a lot riding on this, including a little girl's hopes. A chance to show her there's more to the world than just sadness. Do you think you can stop us from doing that?" Realizing his barrier wasn't going to hold up, Gentle made a break for it. Izuku used his own impressive speed to counter him. As Mina wrung her hands to take some of the pain off, she watched the two of them engage in high-speed collisions. They were two dueling blurs, green and pink, battling it out in the forest and above it. She was grateful they were still on the outer rim, otherwise they'd have drawn attention to themselves. "You asked me if I'm willing to do such a thing. I am because I have a dream that I shall see fulfilled. Not just for myself, but for someone else. For another who I deeply cherish," thundered the criminal, doing his best to hold back Izuku. In spite of the elastic barriers and springs he used to deflect the empowered teen, he kept on getting back up. "As students, you too must understand that." "Damn right we understand it. But as students, we're not going to let you trample on the dreams of other people. That's what makes you a villain," shouted back the pink-haired girl. Her arms stretched out, she amassed bubbling acid along it. She'd only sparingly practiced this move, but it was now or never in terms of stopping the gentleman crook. Acid dragon grasping strike. Throwing her right arm out, she launched the acid that had accumulated along it. Guided by her will, it shaped itself into the limb of the beast she'd called out, a dragon. Gentle saw the makeshift limb coming at him fast, potentially too fast for him to stop. He threw his arm up to create an elastic barrier. It was his only hope. Thunk, gah. Even with the power boast from his partner, he could still feel the raw pain paralyzing him. It felt like taking a direct hit from an iron ball. Gentle cried out in pain because of the air bullet. Then he screamed in agony as the acidic claw slammed into his left side. "Arg, Gentle," screamed the redhead. "La brava. Now, come on down and stay down," Mina shouted, whipping her arm back. The sleeve of her jacket had been completely burned off as a consequence of her attack. She'd take that loss and keep on going. Her black and yellow eyes watched in satisfaction as he hit the ground, flopping like a fish. Even with the power boast he had surging through him, Mina doubted he'd have much more fight left in him. "Mina, behind you," shouted her boyfriend. Now, his criminal accomplice was another story. Except Mina heard her coming a mile away and responded accordingly. The laptop that she'd been carrying was used as a weapon. It was a desperation move that spoke volumes of what was running through the redhead's mind, as did the tears streaming from her eyes. "Please, stop. Don't hurt him anymore," she shouted, swinging the laptop at Mina. Even if she were still a fresh-faced student, Mina could have intercepted the attack. That meant she had absolutely no problem countering this. Remembering the words Gentle had spoke earlier, she coated her left hand in acid and batted the computer away. The metal covering began to dissolve in seconds, with the circuitry going next. In one foul swoop, the pair's attempted infiltration had been foiled. Raising her right foot, Mina delivered a swift kick to the small woman's chest, sending her rolling backward. "La brava," screamed the adult criminal. Mina felt him coming up behind her. Sucking in a breath, she whipped her hands back, reading another blast of acid, but saw there was no need. He wasn't coming at her for revenge. No, he went straight to his partner. Instead, Mina saw Izuku coming up behind her, a bit of blood running down his lip. She did a quick look over him, taking solace in his lack of serious injuries. He did the same, smiling at her in visible relief. Together, they turned back to the criminal pair. Both teens wouldn't say it, but they felt their hearts give just in a little sympathy. "Gg gentle, are you okay?" asked the redhead, now held in her partner's arm. Said partner seemed close to tears as he cradled her. "Am I okay? La Brava, why you ... you shouldn't have done that. I had to, otherwise you could have gotten seriously hurt. I couldn't let that happen, no matter what, even if ... it meant sacrificing the plan," she answered. Tears began to fall from her eyes as she looked up to the much larger man. "I'm so sorry. I know it meant a lot to you, but ... I in that same way, you mean so much to me. That girl's acid quirk, it could seriously hurt you, so I knew I had to do something. Again, I'm so sorry." Neither Izuku or Mina moved, even though every logical side of them was screaming for them to do so. They were on the clock, yet the dramatic scene unfolding before them had hooked their emotions and their hearts. Ole Brava, if anyone had been expecting a violent rant, they were sorely disappointed. Just as the little woman had looked up with tears, gentle criminal looked down with eyes overflowing with them. There was no mistaking the emotional turmoil within him. That turmoil seemed to be causing him more pain than the acid burns wrought by Mina's attack. Blood dripped down his lips from a couple of his wounds. A good chunk of the left side of his outfit had been ruined by Mina's attacks. "You gave it up to save me ... me. Because ... you saved me once before. And so don't apologize. Without you, I wouldn't have come this far, and without you I can go no further. What's the point of achieving my dream if you aren't there beside me?" passionately shouted back the gray-haired man. Tears dripped from his eyes as he cradled the woman in a tender hold. Sensing something amiss, Mina looked to her right side. She saw the shocked yet deeply sympathetic look on Izuku's face. It got the gears in her head turning. "Izuku, you get it, don't you? Everything this guy said about dreams and pursing them, they resonate with you. Why though? What did you go through that lets you understand what this guy's saying?" Looking back at the pair, Mina's yellow irises focused on the redhead. She remembered the quiet yet passionate declarations of love she'd made, and how her quirk in a way was a manifestation of that love. Thinking about it made Mina's heart throb in her chest. Even villains can love ... and be loved. The realization rung through her. "Izuku Midoriya," gentle called out, looking up from his partner back at the pair. His eyes were calm yet resolute. He knew without a doubt that their plan was foiled. Retreat was their only option, and if they wanted to stay free, they'd better beat it now. "Why do you want to be a hero?" And with that statement, he squandered the opportunity for that. Likewise, rather than quickly move to apprehend him, Izuku stood straight and answered him. "I'm the same as you, gentle. My dream isn't just my own anymore. I have a goal my body wasn't made for, and there was a point I'd completely given up on it. But for everyone who's cheered me on, for everyone who's acknowledged me, I'll become a hero. Plenty of people in this world who are hurting, so I want to become someone who can show them a bright future." Silence filled the space between the two sides. An autumn wind blew across the forest, making the trees sing in praise and preparation. The attempted school invader smiled at the young man across from him. "I see." Thump. The ladies on both sides realized what had happened as the two forces, green and pink, closed in on each other. "Gentle." Izuku, concentrating the last of his strength into a fist. Gentle criminal reared his right arm back, then launched it forward, intent on pummeling the teenage boy. "Do you find me an unworthy foe?" he shouted seconds before making contact with the US student. Mina could feel her heart pounding like a drum. Two sides were at war within her interference and continued observation. She wanted to help Izuku, help her boyfriend. The thought of him taking that blow to the face filled her with a bone-chilling fear. However, some unknown, eerily calm part of her asked that she continue to watch in silence. "This is his battle," it said. WHOSH. At the last second, Izuku Midoriya spun to the side, hovering several feet off of the ground. He had his right leg reared back, just as his opponent had done with his feet. Mina recognized the move from practicing and talking with him. "No, I don't," he whispered before letting his leg fly. St. Louis smash. Green lightning and burst of air exploded from the point of contact. Mina winced watching the coat-wearing villain go rolling across the ground after hitting it with a loud thump. He wasn't dead, but it was overwhelmingly clear that he wasn't going to be getting back up, especially with Izuku atop of him restraining his hands. "You were my toughest opponent, because you were someone I could understand." Had Izuku realized he was talking? Had he forgotten that Mina was there, watching him? "Izuku," she whispered in awe. The glow around both fighters died down, signaling the true end of the fight. Mina felt like she'd just witnessed something spectacular, something beyond just a simple hero versus villain fight. Were these fights supposed to involve the two sides acknowledging each other in such a way? Stop. Get your hands off of him. Let my gentle go, shouted the redhead, intruding upon the scene. Or at least she tried to. This time, Mina kept her wits about her. With a grimace, she restrained the little redhead, holding her arms and thus the rest of her. She barely had any strength, making it child's play for Mina to restrain her. As she wailed and cried for the man lying on the ground, Mina found it hard to cheer in victory. They'd won and prevented the duo from sneaking into UA and ruining the festival. But apparently, they'd ruined the dreams of this criminal duo. Crushing the dreams of criminals. Was a person supposed to feel bad about that? Please. Let 𝗵𝗃 go. If you do, I shall bear all the blame for this, spoke the now defeated criminal. It caught both students off guard, as well as his associate. What? And no, gentle, you can't. I won't let you, she wailed while continuing to struggle against Mina. Please, don't do this. I can't. I can't bear to be separated from you. You gave me so much. You filled up my work with light and joy and ... You can't just leave me alone in the darkness. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that decision has already been made. A sad but stern voice sounded, catching everyone's attention. The sight of teachers, both ectoplasm and hound dog, was both a welcome and surreal sight for Izuku and Mina. It felt like the authorities, be they police or pros, would never arrive. They had, right at the end after the couple had subdued the criminal duo. Had the mood been different or someone else present, there was probably a joke that could have been made about that. As for the two teens, all they did was stare at the two adults in slight slack-jawed awe. In stark contrast, Gentle wore an expression of calm resignation. He knew the jig was up and there was no use in fighting it. "UA, I'm turning myself in," came his solemn voice. "For what? Have you been assaulting these two?" Hound Dog questioned. "I've seen him before," one of Ectoplasm's clones clarified. "He's the villain who's always posting those foolish videos online. And apparently this time you involved two of our students," came the growl of the ferocious canine hero. Eyes locking on Gentle, he began to walk over to him. To the onlookers, especially 𝗵𝗃, he looked more like a wolf about to visit its wrath upon a trespasser in its territory. That made the redhead struggle all the harder to free herself. As for Izuku, he wasn't the target of the pro's aggression, but he felt his hair stand up on end. Getting off of him, he watched as Hound Dog took Gentle by the scuff of his undershirt and lifted him up. In spite of the situation, the beaten man calmly raised both hands up in a clear sign of surrender. He remained eerily calm as he began to speak. "In my many years as a scoundrel, I have committed many crimes, but my greatest sin was to kidnap and brainwash the innocent girl held in that young maiden's arms. She has only restrained her to keep her from continuously carrying out the vile will I forced upon her." Mina's eyes widened in shock at the words, just as 𝗵𝗃's did. When the former didn't respond, Gentle kept on going. "My actions were self-serving, though I claim to be a gentleman. For I am one who has lived his entire adult life thinking solely of himself." His blue eyes briefly swerved over to the glove-wearing teen who'd previously restrained him. There was no hatred in his glance, only genuine respect. "All the blame lies upon my head, so I implore you, pardon 𝗵𝗃. So, that's her real name," Mina quietly thought, looking down at the woman in her arms. She'd stopped struggling, and with pros here, she felt it safe enough to release her. Just as Gentle had seemingly lost all the will to fight, so too had she. Everything she was fighting for was about to crumble away right in front of her. One of Ectoplasm's clones came and took custody of her, or tried to. Seeing the opportunity, she flung herself onto Gentle's, practically gluing herself to him. Mina was quietly surprised she wasn't thrown aside by Hound Dog. She was actually a little grateful he wasn't and could cling to him as much as she could. Looking away from them to her boyfriend, she saw Izuku had a rather calm look on his face as well. Mina wasn't surprised to see it, and she found solace in it just like she always did. She wondered exactly what was going through his mind right about now. The all-pink girl quietly moved to Izuku's side. He took notice of her and smiled. Things hadn't exactly turned out ideally, but they'd made it work. "You too, did you fight this man?" barked the muzzled hero, drawing the couple's attention. They shared a brief look between each other. There wasn't much time to talk or formulate a shared story, not like there was a story to be thought up. Izuku looked back at the defeated man. "I realized he was going to play a joke on you. We sparred, but everything's fine now." "Why yeah, things got a little intense, but that was it," Mina added. She knew their words were the final nail in the coffin. 𝗵𝗃 knew that, as evident by her sinking to her knees in despair. Neither of the two heroes immediately reacted, but their faces showed a change in emotions. Hound Dog's formerly fierce growl had quieted, and his eyes quietly analyzed the pair of criminals. He looked to Ectoplasm, who was holding up a phone. "Hound Dog, 𝗵𝗃, come in," came the voice on the other end. "It's 𝗧𝗵𝗃. What's the situation over there?" Some wannabe streaming villain turned himself in. Hound Dog answered, taking the phone. "Sorry, what?" I know, doesn't make any sense either, he gruffly clarified before tossing the phone back to ectoplasm while beginning to move with gentle and restraint. Relax. This is not an emergency, you can continue to do your rounds, ectoplasm stated. One of his clones took custody of 𝗵𝗲𝗺 and began to follow after Hound Dog. As for you can tell us more at the police station, Hound Dog said to Gentle. Young miss, I never learned your name. Gentle's voice stopped everything, including the pros. Neither of them moved, seemingly allowing the man to have his final words. Perhaps it was a curtsy given how easily he'd surrendered and tried to cover for his partner. It's Mina Ashido, replied the pink-haired and yellow-horned girl. I'm Izuku's boyfriend ... and future partner. She sensed the look of surprise on her boyfriend's face, and out of the corner of her eye saw how his freckled cheeks flared up. Lovers, it is good that you have such a woman to support you, Izuku Midoriya. I too once trained to be a hero. This identity, gentle criminal, is a result of my failures. The sorrow in his voice was real, and hit Izuku square in the heart. I'm in no position to say this, but I hope through your actions, you reach those you are hoping to reach. I wish you, and Mina Ashido, a bright future. Izuku held his head up high as he watched the defeated villain. In his eyes, though, he wasn't just a mere villain, he was someone he could empathize with. He was a living monument to what he could have become if not for one incredibly lucky break. Another lucky break stood beside him. Likewise, in her eyes, Mina couldn't see the man known as Gentle Criminal as just another run-of-the-mill villain. That went for his accomplice as well. They were villains, yes, but in her eyes ... they became, no, they were people. People that she felt a certain deal of pity for. In her heart, she knew they would face consequences, but she hoped they wouldn't be too severe. They weren't like the League of Villains or some of the other vile villains running wild. Gentle Criminal in particular was ... he was someone who definitely left a mark on her boyfriend. A bright future, Mina mentally repeated, looking to the green-haired boy. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. We'll make one, even if we fall and stumble a little. He looked back at her and smiled. Mina, thank you for sticking with me. Of course I stuck with you, you're my boyfriend. We can be facing down the whole League of Villains and I'd stay beside you. She jubilantly responded. Just as he looked ready to respond, one of the remaining ectoplasm clones spoke up. All Might was worried about you too, you know. What? They both exclaimed. Hey, how long were we fighting those two? Oh man, please tell me we didn't miss the performance, Mina shouted, clenching at her head as panic began to rise up and strangle her. Oh no, Class A's performance starts at 10, correct? You two still have time as that's still more than half an hour away. Ectoplasm calmly explained while looking at his watch. His words nearly caused the pair to fall to their knees in exhausted relief. You two can get to school in about 5 minutes. Why yeah, but we dropped something on our way back, Izuku said while slowly beginning to move away. A light bulb went off above Mina's head. The rope. I dropped it by the store. It's fine. I'll go pick it up and be right back, Izuku shouted, having already broken into a run. Hey, wait up. I told you, we're in this together, Mina called, taking off after him. I'll assist you too, the ectoplasm clone called as he began to run alongside them. Izuku and Mina looked to each other as they ran, smiles growing along their faces. They were scratched and beaten up, especially in Izuku's case, but they were happy. They were proud. They were excited. It had been one hell of an unexpected but incredible morning, a potential prelude to what could be an incredible day. Scratch that, would be an incredible day. They were absolutely sure of that. UA, 9:47 a.m. All right, you two are all good to go, and put on one heck of a show. Thanks, recovery girl. We promise we will. We're really doing this. We're really doing this. Grinning, Mina lightly tapped her boyfriend on the shoulder. Yeah, we are. Don't go stumbling on me or else we might be late. It was amazing to think that they weren't late in spite of everything that they'd been through. Ever since the arrest of Gentle Criminal and 𝗵𝗲𝗺, things had gone at a whirlwind speed for the two of them. They'd gotten their store-bought items, doubled back to the academy, recently gotten their checkup, and were now on their way to the gymnasium-turned-theater. And they still had time, albeit they weren't willing to waste it. Izuku was tempted to say that they were lucky. Mina might have agreed, but she'd throw in a little self-elevation for the two of them. Gentle had been tough, but as far as she was concerned, far from the worst that either of them had faced. Then again, based on the way she occasionally glanced at Izuku, that statement might have only been true from a certain point of view. Her glances didn't go unnoticed by her boyfriend. Mina, you ... have some things you want to talk me about, don't you? His nervous voice sounded over their pounding footsteps. Yeah, I do. Gentle ... you really felt for the guy, I could see that, she said. What she didn't say was that just as he'd felt a connection to Gentle, Mina had felt something for 𝗵𝗲𝗺. It was pity for another woman who was watching the downfall of the person she loved. Did she love Izuku? Well ... she wasn't sure about that, but she really liked him. If she'd been in her situation, Mina knew she'd probably have had the same reaction. At some point, you could have been him, but you didn't go down that path. Everyone's happy you didn't, especially me, 𝗧𝗂𝐿. While Hei ran, she interlocked her hand with his. Luckily, they kept their pace, even though 𝗧𝗂𝐿 looked utterly shocked by the motion. A tiny voice in his head reminded him he shouldn't have been. The girl holding his hand wasn't just a classmate or a friend, she was his girlfriend. Whatever it is, it can wait until after the performance, and when we put a smile on Uri's face, she declared with a wink that had his freckled cheeks turning flame red. 𝗵𝗵 TT thank you. Just, thank you so much, he whispered. Luckily, they were already dressed. Both of them took a couple of minutes to look over each other, quietly admired how the other looked. Why you look great, 𝗵𝗵, he said. So do you, 𝗧𝗂𝐿. Seizing him by the cheeks, she pressed her lips against his. At first, he was stunned, but within seconds he leaned into it. 𝗵𝗵 affectionately moaned into his mouth. She could feel the warmth of his feelings flowing into her. Hey, you two, backstage isn't meant for that. Not now at least. I knew they were a cute couple. Come on guys, hurry up and give over here. The curtain's about to go up. Separating the couple shared a mutual smile, one tinged with blushing cheeks. They were definitely going to be continuing this afterward, no doubt away from the looking eyes of their classmates. Turning back to them, they sheepishly blushed while hurrying over to join them. They'd made it with time to spare, taking up their positions. They patiently waited out the last couple of minutes before the curtain rose. Everyone could hear the hum of the crowd behind it. Not just 𝗧𝗂𝐿 and 𝗵𝗵, but the whole of Class 1A was filled with excitement and nervousness at the unseen rumble. And one felt like just a few short heartbeats. The curtain began to rise, granting them the sight of the crowd. Just as everyone had hoped, and slightly feared, it was a packed house. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 and 𝗵𝗵 leaned over and looked at each other, shooting one another smiles of encouragement. Like the rest of their classmates, they raised their hands up to the excited roar of the crowd. Jiryu was nervous, but as the seconds rolled on, the unease faded. Determination hardened her face, and the fire within her burned as bright as the lights above. She put that fire into her fingers as she began to play the first notes of the song she'd written for the festival. Right after, Bakugo kicked things off with a literal bang, as was typical of him. After all the hours of practice they put in, everything just fell into place. As Bakugo hit the drums, the music began to play and the students of 1A began to move their bodies in rhythm. Not one of them was off as they swayed to the music, and the crowd before them went silent in awe. They'd gotten off to a good start and simply took off from there. What am I to be? What is my calling? I gave up giving up. I'm ready to go. The future's left unseen. It all depends on me. Put it on the line to follow my dreams. Yeah, tried all my life. I've tried to find something that makes me hold and never let go. Oh, here too, I'm a hero too. My heart is set and I won't back down. Hero 2 strength doesn't make a hero, so wait and see, As long as she could, 𝗵𝗵 looked straight up at her boyfriend and 𝗂𝗵𝗲, the former spinning the later as he activated his quirk. Brilliant blue sparks shot out across the gym, further dazzling the crowd. As he descended, 𝗵𝗵's yellow eyes locked with his green. A quick wink and his cheeks were blushing and his smile seemed so much brighter than before. Even as he disappeared behind backstage for the next act, 𝗵𝗵 could still feel him on stage performing with them. What do you think of me? Who do you think I'll be? I could not care less. I don't want to know, am I doing right? Am I satisfied? I want to live my life as it's meant to be. Yeah, tried all my life. I've tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. Oh, hero 2, I'm a hero too. My heart is set and I won't back down. Hero 2 strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe, so wait and see. Icy platforms made and put to immediate use. Hiroshima ran, showering the crowds along with ice flakes, while 𝗂𝗵𝗲 rained down sparkling blue lasers. Thanks to 𝗧𝗂𝐿, of course. Via him, 𝗂𝗵𝗲 was lifted up further into the air, twirled and spun around like a yo-yo. The wild motions sent his azure lasers soaring all over the gym. People judge for no reason at all. Yeah, they might try to say your dream's dumb, don't listen. They might look down on me and count me out on going my way. They may look down on me and count me out. I'm a hero. I've got music. Hero 2, I am a hero too. My heart is set and I won't back down. Hero 2 strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe. Yeah, I'll be hero 2. I am a hero too. My heart is set and I won't back down. Hero 2 strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe, so wait and see. I have met so many heroes in my life. Gave me the strength and courage to survive. Gave me the strength to smile every day. Now it's my turn to be the one to make you smile. That was it. That was Class 1A's performance. Long hours of practice and, unknown to all but two of them, a heartfelt encounter with a villainous duo. The latter hadn't impeded the performance or the overall festival in the slightest. Thunderous applause went up as the show came to an end. Several were calling for an encore performance. 𝗵𝗵 would have loved to give it, but a tiny voice in her head reminded her that they still had a whole festival to enjoy. Amidst the laughter and tears, 𝗵𝗵 sought out one person in particular. He'd been searching for her too. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 was the one to hug her first, sweeping her up into his arms. 𝗵𝗵 welcomed the change-up, squealing in joy and hugging him back. You were awesome, 𝗧𝗂𝐿. she whispered as she began to sprinkle his face with kisses. Thankfully, she stopped enough for him to get a word or two in. So were you, Mina. You were incredible, just like always. An amazing girl for an amazing guy, came her affectionate giggle before kissing him in the midst of the class-wide celebration. They didn't dwell on their classmates. 𝗏 pointed, awed, laughed, and cheered them. All they had was each other, and they were happy enough for that. So extremely happy. Several minutes later, sorry, the acidic girl mustered while her boyfriend quietly bowed his head in acceptance their reprimand. Mina doubted she'd ever be able to do that, at least not as she was now. Maybe their relationship would help her out. Hound Dog got in their faces, visibly growling through his muzzle. Listen up, you two, this could have been real bad. You two are students with provisional hero licenses. You two should have relied on us, your teachers. We want to protect the school too. The two students were respectfully quiet, absorbing his words. Though they were a growl, they were filled with emotion. To the side, All Might and ectoplasm quietly showed their support of Hound Dog's words. By the end, they both nodded. Yes sir, we understand, Izuku and Mina said in unison. Snapping back with a hint of professionalism, the main hero said, now go get going. Enjoy the festival. You two had better enjoy it. Her face splitting into a grin, Mina grabbed Izuku's hand. Oh, we will, we promise. Izuku was somewhat prepared for her to pull him along. It wasn't like he tried to fight it. Looking back at his mentor, he caught the way he shot him a small yet encouraging smile. Even as he turned back to Mina, he heard the conversation continuing after their leaving. It sounded like his mentor was still going to have some explaining to do to Hound Dog. Izuku felt sorry for him, but he felt like focusing on the fact that he was going to be spending the rest of the day with his friends and his girlfriend. This has been one incredible day, he quietly mused. Crazy thing is technically, it's still morning. Mina replied. Their pace slowed to a leisure stroll as they made their way back to their classmates. I can't remember the last time I had a morning like this. Does this sort of thing happen to you often, Izuku? Not that often. What happened out of the ordinary? It was. His gaze drifted down to their interlocked hands. Thanks again for sticking with me. I told you to go on ahead, but I think things went a lot better because you were there. Your acid quirk really came in handy, Mina. Oh, thank you. She giggled, planting a kiss on his cheek. It was a pretty awesome experience for me too. That guy, gentle ... he was a villain, but I don't think he was such a bad guy. Neither was his partner. Yeah, I feel the same way. You won't lose your way like he did, she suddenly said. Izuku looked at her, wide-eyed like she'd just had a divine revelation. Izuku, there was a time when you almost gave up on your dream, didn't you? He was understandably silent for a minute. Yeah, there was, came the quiet admission. His green eyes glistened with past sorrow that left Mina deeply curious. If I had then I think I'd have become like gentle. Mina squeezed his hand. I'm glad that you didn't ... and so is everyone else. In a matter of pure coincidence, they made it back just as she spoke those words. Their classmates called out to them to help with the cleanup. While they intended on doing that, Izuku's attention was drawn by another pair, one fast approaching them. Hey, good work, buddy. Izuku's face lit up as he recognized the two. Hey, you guys made it. That was crazy. At first there was a loud noise. It was scary, but then everyone was jumping with the dance. And then there was a flash. And then Deku, you went away for a bit. And then the guy started flying in the air. That's when it started to get cold. And I saw birds, there was a spinning light, and a bunch of people said wow. And you know what I said ... wow. At every word, Izuku seemed to be tearing up more and more. Mina wasn't sure which was more heartwarming, the absolute positivity surging from the little girl or the effect she had on her boyfriend. Finally, he wiped them away with his sleeve. Even that looked cute to Mina. I'm so glad you had such a good time, Eri, he said in a quiet but heartfelt voice. Yeah, we all are. After all, putting smiles on faces is part of what heroes do. Mina chipped in. Her doing so got Eri to look at her with wonder. Who are you? You've got a horn on your head ... like mine. Yep, two of them. She laughed while reaching out. This was her first time meeting Eri and she wanted to make a good impression on her. My name is Mina Ashido, and it's nice to meet you, Eri. Slowly, she reached forward, almost nervously. As their fingers touched, Mina gently moved her hand into the child's. Her face lit up with a smile as she realized that she too was a person to be trusted, someone she could call a friend. Ah, Midoriya, you didn't tell me that you had a girlfriend, Mirio said with a proud smile. And a super cute one at that. His face ablaze, Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Why yeah. Why you see, we got together after the raid. Things just sorta happened. I sense a story behind this. The blonde jokingly pressed. What's a girlfriend? Came the childlike voice of the formerly captive girl. She noticed how her green-haired savior froze. Her blonde-haired savior wore a cheeky grin. And the pink-haired girl known as Mina couldn't help but giggle. Deku, what's a girlfriend? He looked between his senpai, his friend, And his classmate, his girlfriend, the person who'd proclaimed herself to be his future partner. They'd support him through the tough times. But this time, their smiles said one thing: he was going to be on his own in explaining this one. Or he wouldn't. You see, Eri, a girlfriend is. Mina began in a sing-song voice. Izuku Midoriya had dreams. When he was diagnosed as being quirkless, he felt like all of those dreams had dissolved right in front of him. They might as well have, since his biggest dream was to be a hero, just like his idol. Someone who was quirkless could never achieve such a dream. It was impossible, coincidentally. His dreams had been revived by an equally impossible event: meeting his idol in the flesh and receiving his quirk. His life had seemingly turned into one long string of impossibilities that became possible. One would have said that was part of being a hero in this day and age, part of the very essence of Plus Ultra. Amongst Izuku's dreams, romance hadn't been one of them. He could literally count on one hand the number of times he'd ever thought of romance. His quirkless diagnosis had further diminished his thoughts of it. What girl would want to be with a quirkless kid like him? Not only was he not quirkless, he also wasn't signal. The former he'd taken some time to truly accept, and the latter a part of him was still trying to accept. Even as he watched his girlfriend interact with a little girl he'd gone through absolute hell to save, Mina and Eri had hit it off. First, he'd watched her explain what a girlfriend was, using herself as a prime example. Izuku stood in quite shock at what he was seeing. A beautiful girl like her was explaining what a girlfriend was. His girlfriend. That single thought sent his body backward a good 3 days. When his bond with Mina had gotten from friendly to romantic, had it been that short a time? Could a relationship change from friendly to romantic in that short of time? Outside of comic books and movies, considering where he was and what he was experiencing, Izuku was amazed that the answer to that question was yes. It really could, just like how a single decision could radically change a person's entire life. Sometimes he thought of what would have happened if he and Mirio had acted to save Eri the first time they'd met her. It was a thought that gnawed at him sometimes, going hand in hand with the pain he felt for Mirio losing his quirk. Would that have happened if they'd acted sooner? Would they have made things worse? Would they have gotten themselves killed by overhaul? The odds of that one happening were higher than he'd say aloud. But the adults around him were more than willing to say it to his face. They made it sound like a good thing because it was. They would have gotten themselves killed, but in the end they succeeded in saving the white-haired girl. A new thought sprouted in his head amidst his contemplation. If he'd made a different choice back then, would he and Mina still have ended up in a relationship? I gotta say, Izuku, I'm happy for you. I never knew you had such a cute and bubbly girlfriend. He might as well have had one for all active. Izuku practically felt his feet leave the ground and his head touch the clouds. When he came back down, he saw his blonde senior smiling at him as if nothing was wrong, which was just like him. Mina and we just got together recently. Like, a couple of days ago. It felt odd explaining their relationship to Mirio. Yet as he watched him absorb the information, the unease dissipated. Only a few days ago? Huh. But you've known her for far longer, right? She's a classmate of yours if I remember right. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's just over the last couple of days we got closer. One thing led to another and then here we are. His senior laughed, albeit he kept his laughter quiet enough as not to disturb the two horned girls. I've heard that story so many times, including from my own parents. Izuku's cheeks burned as the older boy shot him a wink and a smile. It wasn't hard to pick up on the implications he was sending. I remember her from the little mock battle we fought. For a girl who can throw acid, she really knows how to be nice and comforting. The autumn wind seemingly blew his embarrassment away. Yeah, she does. She's she lights up my whole world. A tiny voice of reason admonished him about what he'd just said or tried to. Izuku didn't feel anything like shame or regret saying that. In fact, reinforcing his words was a sudden and powerful warmth that blossomed within his chest. Perhaps sensing it, Mirio reached forward and patted him on the shoulder. Then hold on to her. Hold on to who? Both boys nearly jumped hearing the familiar childish voice. In unison they whipped their heads about to find Eri and Mina staring at them, or grinning in Mina's case. She was grinning at Izuku. His cheeks turned bright red as he recognized that glint in his girlfriend's eyes. Their conversation hadn't been as private as he'd like to have thought. He realized what was said was going to come up later, probably when the two of them were alone. Amazingly, Izuku realized a tiny part of him was somewhat looking forward to that moment. He didn't regret describing Mina in such a way to Mirio. They were referring to us, Eri. The pink-skinned and pink-haired girl playfully explained. They're going to be holding on to us throughout the rest of the festival. After all, that's what dashing, heroic guys like Izuku and Mirio do for the people they care about, right? The blonde affectionately jabbed Izuku in the side while the green-haired teen nervously laughed. Just as he began to speak, another voice cut him off. Hey, you two should be working. Slacking off after being late because you two were making out. The freckle-faced teen whipped around to see a rather peeved-looking Minda carrying a pot filled with ice. Quickly looking around, he saw he wasn't the only one. All their classmates were doing their part to clean up the aftermath of their performance. Yes, they'd put on one hell of an awesome show, but they certainly left a lot to clean up in their wake. Before you two go back to your smooching, help us pick up this ice. Izuku leaned down and picked up the pot. Looking back, he saw his girlfriend had a slightly annoyed look on her face. He wasn't sure if it was because of the fact they had to work or Minda's attitude. Regardless, Izuku still found something cute about it. Smiling at her, he eased her displeasure without saying a word. "Hey, what's smooching?" Eri innocently asked. Mina and Mirio laughed while Izuku blushed and nearly dropped his cargo. SSSS smooching. Eri, TT that's not ... that's something why you're not ready to learn about. Not yet, he managed to say, without dropping the ice he'd been assigned. Giggling nonstop, his girlfriend leaned down and beckoned Eri closer. Smooching is a very special thing that two people do when they really like each other. He was both relieved and amazed at how easily Mina explained things to the younger girl. Was it a gift? Did she have some prior experience with this sort of thing? Izuku would have liked to know, yet he also felt perfectly happy not knowing. You're learning more about it one day when you're older, and likely when you've met that special someone. She finished with a beaming grin. Thankfully, Eri innocently ate up the description. Izuku couldn't help but sigh in relief. Mirio kept his chuckling restrained. I'll look after Eri and wait for you guys to finish. He spoke. Thanks, we appreciate it. Izuku responded, then looked to his girlfriend. She shot him a wink that had his cheeks feeling just a little heated. The message was clear. Cleanup was to be done as quickly and thoroughly as possible. They had things to do, fun things to do, memories to make. Oh, it came as no surprise that the reason why Minda was so eager to get cleanup done so fast was because of the beauty pageant. He was actually not the only one. Izuku had heard several of his classmates rather openly proclaiming how they wanted to see who would win this year. Personally, Izuku didn't care too much, albeit his girlfriend somewhat did. Mina had told him that she wasn't normally interested in beauty contests, but that didn't mean that she wholeheartedly ignored them or abstained from voting in them. She of course asked him if he'd ever voted in such contests. Izuku was glad that he didn't bother to keep track of how often Mina made him blush. She seemed able to do it anywhere from 5 to 10 times a day. And they hadn't even been dating for so much as 2 weeks at that. I've never really paid attention to physical traits in that way, Mina. He was glad that they were almost done with cleanup, but as they neared its end, he realized he was about to fall headlong into another awkward situation with his girlfriend, or what he considered awkward. For Mina it was no doubt a different story, and it was as her eyes had a familiar glint in her eyes. Has dating me changed that, Izuku? He'd nearly dropped the bucket of ice he'd been carrying while Mina laughed. She thankfully dropped the issue for the moment, but Izuku knew in his bones it was going to come back, preferably soon. As he watched the festival's beauty pageant unfold, he definitely knew it was going to come back. He just hoped it wouldn't be in Eri's presence, or Mirio's, as he knew he'd relish the opportunity to see him flustered at his girlfriend's hands or words. He really was the big brother that he never had. That left Eri as the little sister he never had either. The little sister who he endeavored to put a smile on. She hadn't quite been smiling, but she was in awe as the pageant went on. This was undoubtedly the first exposure to fashion she was experiencing, albeit this was still a unique circumstance. Not just fashion, but also creative talent, as the competitors were showing what their quirks could do as well. Being called beautiful meant more than just physical looks, especially in today's quirk-based society. Of course, there were always exceptions and bizarre applications of the rules. Quirks could be any number of things. Abilities as extravagant as manipulating matter and energy to something as mundane as being able to stretch your arm or finger, and simply having a physical oddity. That was undoubtedly the case for 𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝗃, the two-time beauty pageant winner, and perhaps one of the extravagant people that Izuku Midoriya had ever seen. What kind of dance is she doing? Eri questioned while held in Izuku's arms. The awe was still there, but even she could tell there was something ... not quite normal about the eyelash-heavy girl and her gigantic golden tank. Mirio chose to be brave enough to respond. Sorta. Maybe I'm not the type of person to ask about these things. Mina, the pink-skinned and haired girl, didn't seem to mind the ball being punted to her. Freestyle, Iria. Freestyle. No rules, no telegraphed moves, just a person doing their own thing. Izuku leaned his head over and grinned at his girlfriend. He had to admit she might have had a point. 𝗵𝗃's dancing probably did count as some bizarre form of freestyling it. Bonus points for including her gigantic, face-imprinted tank into the mix. She'd certainly left the audience dazzled for better or for worse. As 𝗵𝗃 retreated backstage after finishing her performance, the next contestant stepped forth. It was a face that both Izuku and Mina recognized, as did Mirio, who definitely cheered for her. When Izuku had met 𝗓𝗓𝗏, he immediately thought she was a pretty girl. Those thoughts were amplified as he saw her in a feathery-themed turquoise dress that matched perfectly suited her. Her ever-present smile was the crowning touch. She was not just confident but happy to be there. It was no wonder the audience went wild for her. 𝐻𝐸 was on full display, and his girlfriend took notice of it. "She sure is beautiful, isn't she, 𝗧𝗂𝐿?" "Yeah, she is," he absent-mindedly said. A minute later and he realized who'd asked him that. He swerved his head to his right to see Mina just barely holding back her giggles. Mina, I mean she's pretty, but not as beautiful as you." "Ah, thank you, 𝗧𝗂𝐿." The acid-spewing girl cooed. Twirling around in front of him, she leaned forward and pecked him on the cheek, right in clear view of 𝐸𝐸. Her eyes widened at the spectacle in front of them. "Oh, look, up she goes," Mina called, diverting 𝐸𝐸 and 𝗧𝗂𝐿's attention away from the little kiss. True to her words, 𝗵𝗃 had risen into the sky via her quirk. Streaks of golden light were left in her wake, leaving the crowd speechless. They were like ribbons in the sky. Golden ribbons at that. When she came down onto the stage, the crowd promptly exploded into applause and cheers. 8 contestants, 8 choices. All of them had fans, some of whom were rather vocal. "Suo, 𝗧𝗂𝐿, who did you vote for?" Mina innocently asked as they walked away from the stage. They'd be back in little more than an hour to see the results. It was a certainty whoever won there was going to be an uproar, of both the good and bad kind. Well. Even 𝗸𝐸 was looking at him, curious as to who his pick was. His green eyes drifted toward Mina. He saw nothing but eagerness and amusement in her yellow-colored eyes. It felt so awkward talking about this. Was this normal for a relationship? Shaking his head and inhaling, he looked his friends in the eye and answered them. "I voted for 𝗵𝗃. She was vibrant, amazing. I guess those are the types of girls I think are the best. The way they're able to just be themselves, and who they are is incredible. It leaves people speechless and in awe of them." His nervousness diminished with every word. Not even looking at Mina was enough to bring it back. Her black and yellow eyes were twinkling with joy as she knew he was talking about her as much as he was 𝗵𝗃. "In my eyes, girls like those are the best." Giggling, Mina stepped up and kissed him again. Not on the cheek as she had before, but on the lips. It was brief, but the sense of euphoria that came with her touch was there, in droves. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 was left standing there looking stunned, steam coming out of his ears. He completely forgot about Mirio and 𝗍𝗑 watching him. He only stared at Mina. "Come on," she said, grabbing his hand. "I heard something about an obstacle course, so I want to see it." "Obstacle course? What's that?" the single-horned girl asked. "It's a road you run through filled with all sorts of obstacles and challenges. They can be a ton of fun. Come on, we'll show you," Mirio answered. Somehow, 𝗧𝗂𝐿 found himself able to move, albeit he needed Mina's help. She looked back at him and smiled, completely snapping him out of his stupor. The thought of an obstacle course did somewhat excite him, adding an extra pep in his step. Even as he regained the ability to walk on his own, he continued to hold Mina's hand, not that she minded. Technically speaking, this was another date of theirs, one that'd been going incredibly well. True to form, there was an obstacle course, several in fact, all of varying difficult and design. They came just in time to catch Kirishima and Bakugo competing in one, the latter having a lead on the former and using it to seize victory. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 couldn't help but cheer for his old childhood friend. Seeing him got 𝗧𝗂𝐿 motivated to try one of the courses himself. He ultimately ended up doing exactly that. Handing his jacket to Mina, he got into position at the starting line for one of the courses and waited for the buzzer. The second it sounded, he found himself taking off, jumping and climbing over anything and everything in his way. Even as he ran, he could hear the voices of Mina, Mirio, and occasionally 𝗍𝗑 cheering for him. There was a chance he really wasn't, but he was sure they were cheering for him. Their voices filled him with a type of energy different one for all. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 didn't know what it was, but it made him feel like he had full 𝗂𝐿 activated. He was surging across the obstacle course, moving over or through anything that got in his way. Before he knew it, he was reaching his hand out and slamming it on the buzzer. A gong sounded and his name was called as the victor. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 wasn't out of breath, but he did feel wired. Slowly that feeling receded as he looked around him. He'd ran a good 10 meters in what seemed to be a blink of an eye. Ran and climbed and jumped. Looking over to the stands, he saw his girlfriend and friends waving and cheering for him. Of course, Mina was the loudest. Spotting 𝗍𝗑𝐿's wave, he reached deep and gave both girls a shy V sign with both hands. Minutes later and they were away, Mina gushing and 𝗍𝗑𝐿 gushing over him, the latter wearing a gleaming bronze medal around her neck. Mirio reminisced on the obstacles he'd ran. Even with his phase-shifting quirk, he had to be able to move across debris-laden terrain when the situation called for it. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 knew the feeling as well. In his case, learning how to do so had been another step in learning to control his quirk's power. A growl from his stomach reminded him that he hadn't done it all on an empty stomach. His growling stomach caused a chain reaction in his girlfriend's. Sorry, the freckle-faced boy murmured. "Hey, don't worry about it. We had a pretty long morning, so it's okay," she happily responded. "Long morning?" Mirio questioned. Mina nearly jumped. She threw her hands up and tried to play it cool, an act that the older blonde teen might have easily seen through. Oh, you know, we just had to run out and get a couple of things for the show. Long lines, like super long lines. Why yeah, plus a couple of register problems. It turned into a little bit of a hassle, but it wasn't anything we couldn't handle together. As he finished speaking, he looked over at Mina. Her eyes were practically glowing while she nodded in agreement with him. Indeed, it had been a hassle, but nothing something the two of them couldn't overcome together. Their first battle as a couple. Maybe one day they'd tell Mirio and Eri the truth about it, along with the rest of their friends. Odds were, their teachers already knew, but for the sake of the festival they were keeping quiet about it. Izuku thought of such when he found Aizawa-sensei by the food stands. His ever-tired eyes briefly locked with Izuku and Mina. A silent and short nod was something of a confirmation of what they thought, and it told them that they were free to keep on enjoying the festival. Izuku was more than happy to pay for their food, including those of Uraraka and Asui, the latter of whom Izuku actually succeeded at remembering to call her Tsu as she'd want it. It was a delicious break and snack. In fact, it was all so good Izuku chose not to ruin it by going into the haunted house exhibit. You know, I think I'm going to pass this one up too, Mirio declared. Izuku searched his face for any sign of fear. He couldn't find any. He didn't know if Mirio was that good at hiding it or if he genuinely wasn't afraid of anything in there. If it was the latter, then Izuku already high respect for his senpai grew. Eri, you don't have to go in if you don't want to. It was clear she wasn't thrilled at the notion. She looked at the decently decorated haunted house with naked apprehension. Truth be told, it probably wasn't for the best she went in. Then I guess I'll be going in alone. Pinky the acid heroine braves the dangerous haunted house, Mina declared. Spinning around, she shot each of the three a confident grin. Don't worry, guys, I'll be back in no time. I've been to dozens of haunted houses before, so no biggie. True, but have you ever been to a haunted house, Ashido? Mirio kind-heartedly jabbed. This'll be my first. The acidic girl replied with her voice and face still brimming with confidence. She turned to Izuku. In a breath she walked over and gave him a short hug. Sure you don't want me to go with you? He whispered to her. Hey, I know you're not a fan of scary stuff, so I won't force you to go. Besides, places like this are more my thing. Mina responded. Just be here when I get back. Always. Izuku laughed. He got another peck on the cheek, then watched as his girlfriend became one of the many entering the haunted house. She's an incredible girl, Midoriya, Mirio said. I'd say she's a good match for you. She's nice, really nice, Eri added. She was watching the entrance with a tiny smile like she was expecting Mina to come back any second. She would, eventually. I've never met someone with bent horns like her, or pink skin, or black and yellow eyes. Yeah, she's one of a kind. I think that's a reason why I like her so much, Izuku confessed. So, how'd you two really get together? Mirio asked with a grin. Izuku was flabbergasted. Was he really going to start up this conversation while Eri was here? She was too young for relationship talk. WWL, YUC ... There was a ... mix-up. My notebooks ended up getting mixed up with her, since she ... she ... read some of the notes I took about my classmates, including her. Mirio nodded, indicating he was eagerly eating up the story. He wasn't alone as Eri was leaning in close to hear the details as well. They were really doing this. Well, I've always thought she was a pretty girl. I wrote down in my entries about her, including how I thought her quirk was cool and where it could be improved on. You know, you're one of those people who could probably do well in the support class. They're good with finer details like that, Mirio noted. So, she basically found out how you liked her from reading your notes, and you didn't notice the mix-up for a little while. The thing is, I kind of did once I got back to my dorm room. It's just by then it seemed a little late to go and get them back. He thought about telling them how scared he was once he realized what had happened, but Izuku decided against it. Maybe that sort of info was best saved for another time, or best left revealed to someone else. When we met back up the next day, she returned them and apologized for reading them. Well, one thing led to another and 𝐒𝐻𝐿. The chorus of screams blended together into one bone-chilling howl of terror that grabbed everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the haunted house where the voices had came from. Several shook their head, having seen this coming. It was a haunted house, so what was there to be surprised about? Maybe it was the volume of the shout. It was said one could tell how scared a person was based on how loudly they screamed. If so, then the occupants of the haunted house were undoubtedly scared witless based on their scream. An analysis reinforced as the current group practically sprinted out the doors, each of them looking terrified. Izuku only focused on one person. Minazuka, wailed the future heroine as she threw herself into her boyfriend's arms. Caught utterly off guard, he fell onto his backside, holding and comforting her. I was so freaking scared in there. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, you were right. UAS haunted houses are different. They're way worse. The third year laughed as his Kohai attempted to comfort his girlfriend. Guess it's a good thing we don't go in, huh, Eri? She nodded, yet she looked back at the moderately decorated house. Yeah, I'm glad. Eri's grip on 𝗵𝗃𝗀's shoulder tightened. It was minor, but he felt it. But one day, maybe I can try to go into one myself. When you do, make sure you go with a buddy. It's dangerous, so don't go alone like Mina tried to, he advised. His blue eyes drifted back to his green-haired friend, who was still comforting his all-pink girlfriend. It could have been his imagination, but 𝗵𝗃𝗀 could have sworn 𝗧𝗂 actually looked to be enjoying the moment. He didn't blame him. This was definitely the kind of thing that helped build relationships. 𝗧𝗂 was more than happy to hold Eri when the results of the beauty pageant came and 𝗂𝗧r was revealed to be the winner. He was happy that she won herself. After all, he'd voted for her. As it happened, his girlfriend had too, so they were all left pretty happy with the results. That went for a majority of the crowd as well. Given how big 𝗂𝗧r's victory was, it was safe to say a majority of people had voted for her. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 had told them that 𝗂𝗧r hadn't been able to win the last 2 years, but fortune finally smiled upon her. She was just herself this time. He whispered to them while his closest female friend was giving her acceptance speech. Last year, she tried, but she wasn't quite being herself. I think that's why she won this year. I wonder why she didn't do that before. Mina wondered alone. Who she is at her core, she's a wonderful person. Their conversation sent 𝗧𝗂 down a short tunnel into his own thoughts. Just herself ... just ... being who you are. He quietly wondered. Sometimes it was easy to be yourself, and sometimes it wasn't. For him, life had been the latter up until ... it wasn't. Aside from his quirkless past, 𝗧𝗂 hadn't exactly tried to hide everything about him. Really, it was almost impossible given the kind of person he was. Still, people had accepted him. Casting a quick glance at Mina, he felt his cheeks burn at the thought of acceptance leading outright into romance. It was a crazy thought, one that he'd never had until a few days ago. Deku, whispered the white-haired girl in his arms. Are you thinking about yourself? He was genuinely taken back by how perspective Eri was. Either that or he was just being that obvious about his emotions. Let's just say that I know what it feels like trying to be someone else instead of being yourself. It can be tough, he answered her. I like you better as you are. You're one of the people who saved me, so I think you're a great person. I don't know who else you could be, but part of me doesn't want you to be anyone else. So, could you just ... stay Deku? Stay the person I know now. After hearing that, he was definitely leaning more toward the latter option. Eri reminded her a little of him. Looking into her light red eyes, he found himself filled with that same sense of joyful pride as he had when Eri told him she loved Class 1A's performance. The person I am now, 𝗧𝗂 found himself repeating. I'll do that, Eri. The person I am now. I'm pretty happy with it too, he affirmed. Eri smiled, then went back to watching the rest of 𝗂𝗧r's speech. All the contestants were on stage, bowing and basking in the collective applause the audience had to give them. Each of them had earned, not just 𝗂𝗧r, though, once light blue turned to bright orange that grew darker with each passing second. As the day did, the festival began to wind down with visitors departing one by one. Cleanup quietly began in their absence. 𝗧𝗂's group passed some of it on their way to the front gate, where separation awaited. Temporary separation though. Mina hung a step back, watching the emotional scene between her boyfriend and the little girl who he'd gone to hell and back to rescue. It was clear that she didn't want to leave one of her saviors, but Eri knew that she had to. Again, the separation would hopefully only be temporary. Mina was honestly hoping that as well, since she'd grown to like the little, white-horned girl too and would have loved to see more of her. She knew that the same likely went for most of Class 1A too, not just her and her boyfriend. Thanks for coming today, I loved it, and I'm sure everyone else did too, 𝗧𝗂 declared, being the first one to break the ice between the two of them. Eri only made a small sound, her gaze slated toward the ground. Thankfully, it wasn't completely marred in despair, but it was clear the little girl was being weighed down by her thoughts. She was trying to find the strength to voice them. One more thing, the superpowered teenager called as he leaned down and held something up. Mina and 𝗵𝗃𝗀's eyes widened as they gazed upon the scarlet-red apple held up on a stick. They immediately knew what it was, and in Mina's case it made her stomach growl just a little. Her heart meanwhile was squealing in joy. Got a surprise for you. A candy apple? From where? I couldn't find any, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 yelled. Neither could I. And I actually went looking for one, Mina added. Now that I think about it, kind of surprising that we didn't have a candy apple stand. When I looked around and saw no one was selling them, I wondered what if I made my own. I bought some ingredients when I went out this morning, 𝗧𝗂 explained. So that's what else were in the bags, his girlfriend whispered. She was happy and impressed. That's 𝗧𝗂, always thinking ahead and of other people. It was actually easier to make than I thought it would be. The only thing I couldn't find was food coloring, but 𝗧𝗨 had plenty. So you're a pastry chef in the making. 𝗧𝗂, I'm so proud of you. Mina shouted while throwing her arms around him. She didn't mind if he neglected to fix any tasty treat for her. Just learning that he might have had a budding talent for cooking was enough. Not to mention she couldn't help but be proud of him. When it came to the people he cared about, he really did go above and beyond. This explains what you were doing when you slipped away for a little bit. Sorry that I didn't tell you. I wanted to surprise Eri, he explained. I'd say you succeeded at that one, buddy, Mirio remarked. Like Mina said, you might be a pastry chef in the making. I don't know if I'd go that far. He nervously laughed. Aizawa-sensei spoke up. He'd let them have their moment, but it seemed it was time to step back in. It's getting late, but you all should be able to see her again. It's the best thing ever. Thank you, Deku, Eri proclaimed. Izuku's felt that joyous pride again. Mina again hugged him, giggling alongside Mirio. Hahaha, I'll make them again, so you'll have something to look forward to. And Mirio, I promise I'll make one for you too. Great, I'm pretty hyped to see what they taste like myself. In a bold move, the older boy stepped forward and brought his younger counterpart into a light hug. Izuku immediately returned it. Make sure to take care of yourself and keep up with your studies. Mina, it was great meeting you. Same, I'm looking forward to seeing you again. And you too, Eri, Mina responded, her gaze falling upon the single-horned girl. Yeah, I want to see you again too, Mina. Your horns. Could my horn ever be like yours? Giggling, she leaned down and reached out her right pinky. We'll find out in the future. We'll definitely meet again and have tons of fun like we did today. Pinky promise. Smiling, the younger girl reached out and laced her right pinky around Mina's. It was a promise made and sealed. The couple watched the four depart, each of them silhouetted by the sunset. Side by side, they turned and looked back at Ua. Once a beehive of activity, it was now much quieter. Cleanup was still going on, but it too would begin to wind down as students and faculty alike began to turn in for the night. It had undoubtedly been a fun and exciting day. That was especially true for the awkward but loving couple. Izuku felt his cheeks burning. Yet he remained perfectly calm at Mina leaning against his shoulder. She had her right arm wrapped around his waist while he had his left wrapped around hers. The tranquil euphoria that surged about within him was almost too much to be described in words. It was a good thing he wasn't trying to talk then. All he did and wanted to do was just enjoy the moment. While he knew there was still much evil out there in the world and the future was still uncertain, he felt happy. He felt like the world was, if only for a few hours, a day even, at peace. Hey, Izuku, came his girlfriend's voice. The constant burning turned into a massive blaze. Mina's kiss had turned the bonfire into a city-spanning blaze. It swept through Izuku, temporarily paralyzing him, but quickly spurring him into action, bold action. He kissed her back. His arms slowly slid up and circled around her backside. He held her just as she held him by the waist. Izuku felt her tongue softly pressing against his. With growing boldness, he pushed back against her. She took that as an opportunity to deepen the kiss. Her sweet moans filled his ears. Feeling further encouragement, Izuku pressed his tongue, even pushing it into her mouth. Mina's moans grew louder, and he felt her whole body practically shivering against him. The shivering continued when they broke their kiss. They were out of breath, yet they still held each other in their arms. Looking into Mina's oddly gorgeous eyes filled Izuku with a desire to kiss her again. The short breaths he'd taken were enough for him to dive back in. By the time he realized he'd actually done that, it was too late to stop. Mina clearly didn't mind the second kiss, quite the opposite. He felt her soft hand gently gliding up his cheek to his green and black hair. She pressed him against her. Their second kiss quickly reached the same level as their previous one, and they were left just as breathless when it ended. Ua completely faded from them, albeit its existence quietly edged its way back with the sounds of cleanup and the rustle of the evening wind. Izuku's focus was on Mina, and hers was on him. Thank you for today, Izuku. I had an awesome time. She giggled. He found his voice. Why, you're welcome, Mina. Wait, why you mean you enjoyed everything, including this morning. Let's see, I got to fight my first supervillain alongside my boyfriend. Then I had an absolutely awesome time at a school festival. All thanks to you. He was somewhat ready for when she kissed him. Izuku returned the kiss, savoring it. Unfortunately, it wasn't as long as their previous two, but he enjoyed it, and so did Mina. I'm so happy that you're my boyfriend, Izuku. You're a great guy. And as I've seen in Eri, a real hero. Izuku's eyes bulged. What? A real hero. Mina nodded. Kirishima told me she was a nervous wreck after everything she'd been through, but you and Mirio went through hell to save her. I didn't see a scared little girl today. I hung out with a girl, was finally able to enjoy life, and I know it was thanks to you. Her words petrified the freckle-faced teen. Izuku could only stare at Mina in slack-jawed awe at her words. While it hadn't been the first time he'd been called a true hero for what he'd done for Eri, it hit differently coming from Mina. A lot of things he was semi-used to hearing seemed different when spoken by her. It was because she'd become someone special to him. Someone very special. She had more power than almost anyone else to either crush his spirit or uplift it. As atypical of Mina, she went for the latter. Izuku could count on both his hands the number of people who'd done that. With her, though, there was something else he could do that he couldn't do with other people. It could be argued Mina wasn't too surprised at the kiss. The only thing she was surprised at was how short it was. Once it ended, she felt Izuku bury his face in the crux of her neck. She heard a silent but heartfelt whispering of thank you coming from her boyfriend. Mina hugged him even harder. Izuku, she found herself thinking. Her dream of being a hero. Someone shot it down, didn't they? An image of Bakugo appeared in her mind. The unease and even anger she felt toward the explosive blonde was brief. She didn't want to dwell on it too long. She didn't want it to taint this obvious heartfelt moment she was sharing with her boyfriend. Like she said, it had been a great day, and she had him to thank for it. Mina knew that more awaited them, and she was eagerly looking forward to them with all of her heart. Ring, 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 ring. Putting the book down, she reached for her phone and checked the caller ID. A heavy-hearted sigh escaped Mina's lips before they curved into a smile. Hey, Mitsuomi, little sis, how is the school festival? Did you have fun with your boyfriend? Whatever joy Mina had felt build up within her evaporated. Sitting bolt up, she felt 100 things running through her mind, struggling to force their way out of her mouth. Inevitably, it made her brother burst into laughter. He hadn't held back on his little secret, the undoubtable real reason for calling her. 𝐻𝐻𝐻. So it's true, that dorky-looking guy really was your boyfriend. Gotta say, Mina, you sure do know how to pick him. Seriously, it's hard to believe he's the same guy who made such a splash at the sports festival, spoke her older brother through his resounding laughter. At the mention of Izuku, Mina found her bearings again. Shaking her head in annoyance even though her brother couldn't see it, she put up her usual defiant front. Izuku's a multifaceted guy, and that's part of his charm, right? Mitsuomi coyly retorted. Well, yeah, it is. There's nothing wrong with that. A person doesn't have to be a monolith, that's being boring. Mina explained. What she didn't say was that she found Izuku's dorkiness part of his charm. It didn't take away from the type of person he was, kind, selfless, and reliable. So, I'm guessing you were there at the festival. Gee, why didn't you show your face? There was a short laugh from his end. Because you were having fun with your boyfriend and those other two. Mina's eyes widened. She recognized that tone of her brother's. It was his honesty voice. Mina's normally pink cheeks darkened. Yeah, I was. It was a date of ours, featuring 2 other people, including a little kid. He questioned. She could almost see him raising an eyebrow. Yeah, even so, we counted as a date. We had a lot of fun. And I'm hoping you and Chia had fun on your date. She knew that her brother had brought his girlfriend to the school festival. He told her that he'd be coming with his girlfriend. Honestly, Mina was actually looking forward to seeing his brother's girlfriend again. 𝗬𝗓 Barrett was a cool and strong girl. She had to be to put up with her brother. She'd done it for going on 2 years now. We did, he happily replied. She recorded the whole show. Definitely one of the best concerts that she'd ever been to. And me too. Your boyfriend's got some strength to have been able to do all that jumping and swinging. Then again, I remember seeing him at the sports festival. Guy's got one hell of a strength-boosting quirk. As far as physical strength goes, he's the best in the whole class, Mina proudly proclaimed. She had every intention of gloating about her boyfriend to her family when the opportunity presented itself. That seemed to be happening now, the night of the school festival. Not quite what she'd expected, but Mina knew how to roll with the unexpected. So, he's strong and dorky. Can't wait to meet the squirt. Mitsuomi laughed. When are you bringing him home to meet the rest of the family? I was hoping to have about a month to myself, Mitsuomi. Mina groaned. A month? How long have you two been dating? None of your business. Nope. As your big brother, I demand to know how long you and that talking seaweed-headed kid have been dating. Screw you. I'm not telling you that. You can wait until I bring him home. See, it wasn't that Mina hated her family. Far from it. She loved them from the depths of her heart. Her parents, and, including her brothers. It wasn't easy being the middle child. Or the only girl between 2 boys. Her older brother could be a condescending jerk, and her little brother could be a little gremlin. He was the direct opposite of Eri. Maybe one reason why she liked the girl was because she'd been a breath of fresh air from her little brother. Her older brother was quiet, something that slightly unnerved her. As much as a pain as her brother was, he wasn't stupid. Oh no, he took after their mom in being the smart one. It was all but certain that he was going to be going to college on a chem scholarship. Needless to say, this had made him something of the pride of the family, alongside Mina that was. He had no desire to be a hero. That wish had been fostered in Mina and she'd chosen to pursue it. That wasn't to say that her older brother didn't have it in him to don the same. He had a sharp eye, which he often used for chemical formulas and equations. Mitsuomi could use it to analyze people too. Look, can we just wait a little bit for that? I gotta prepare him for the Ashido family. You know, you're better off bringing him to us early. After all, what if you two get knee-deep in the relationship? then it all goes bust because he can't handle our quirky little family," her brother playfully retorted. Mina hated to admit it, but he had a bit of a point. That type of scenario would be a bummer. What the ... Wait a minute. This is Izuku. He can so handle my family. Mom and Dad will love him. 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲 seems to be on the road to accepting him. And Mikairu. I'm sure Izuku can handle him. By him, you mean Mikairu. Oh, I'm sure he'll love the dork. I mean, I've heard some stories about him. Deku, right? Guy's got guts. Hell yeah, he does. He's got it all. Guts, heart, strength, and a kind heart. Mina triumphantly affirmed. So do I get a same in naming my first nephew or niece? Gao. Hey, that was uncalled for. Besides, I'm the one who should be asking that with how touchy-feely you and Chia can get. Feel like asking us for pointers. I can start here. Make sure to use prot we know. Mina shouted. Normally, she was a tease, but she had to admit some of what she knew she'd learned from her brother and her mom and dad. How, apparently she came from a family of teases. It certainly explained a bit about her own behavior. Look, we aren't anywhere near at that level yet. So far we're only at kissing ... Lots of kissing. Makes sense. That kid seems like the type who might faint after a kiss or two. Her brother chuckled. Well, you're not too far off. Izuku certainly seems like that type of person who'd do that, but he didn't. Details, little sister? Nope. I've got studying to do. There was a short pause from the other end. Mina knew she had to speak before the laughter came. Seriously, I am studying. Izuku's been helping me. Yep, he's a nerd. Yes, he is, but he's my cute, lovable, and dependable nerd, Mina proudly affirmed. There was a pause on the other end that left her wondering what her brother was thinking. She knew quite a picture of Izuku had been painted in 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲's mind, but the finer details were missing. 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲 knew that and wanted those finer details so the picture could be completed. He was going to complete that picture, no matter what. Mina knew she couldn't stop that. When she got in touch with her parents and told them about Izuku, they'd certainly want a whole picture too. The same thing went for Mikairu. He'd keep on bugging her until she got to meet Izuku in person. She was confident that Izuku would be able to handle him. After all, he was a little bit of a hero nerd like him. They might even end up hitting it off. Mina didn't quite know how to feel about that. Was she happy? Worried? Some mixture of both. Wow, you're thinking, aren't you? You and this guy must be serious, sounded her brother's voice. Mina puffed out her cheeks. Like I said, I've got some studying to do. Good night, bro. Contrary to her words, she didn't immediately hang up. For whatever reason, she subjected herself to hearing his booming laughter. It wasn't like she hadn't heard it 1,000 times before. She waited for it to recede before speaking. Hey, 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲, I'm ... glad you had fun. We put a lot of work into this year's festival. It showed, and I'm happy you guys pulled it off. Just like before when he praised how happy she and Izuku looked. His voice was sincere. This was the 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲 who dropped the sibling-warranted mocking and humor in favor of honesty and love. Mina, I'm sure you heard some of the rumors floating around about you guys. Class 1A, you guys have had a pretty rough year. We've definitely had our ups and downs. She'd always known that becoming a hero wouldn't be easy. Nothing worth doing was ever easy, but Mina was ready for adversary. Her readiness had been put to the test as well as her classmates. That was infinitely true for Izuku. It's not like we went out looking for trouble, it just found us. Still, we always made it through, none the worse for wear. Granted, we always tended to make a scene. That's what happens when the universe seems intent on throwing curveball after curveball at you. You guys have hit it out of the park, but it's only normal that took attention away from others. For as much as 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲 loved teasing her, and Mikairu, he never liked hearing or seeing anyone put them down. It was a sign that he genuinely loved them. After the show though, their opinions turned around. It was kind of incredible to see. This is the last time I'm going to say it tonight, Mina, but you guys did a great job today. Those earnest words of praise made Mina's heart flutter in joy. I'm happy to hear that, 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲. Seriously ... that means a lot. You're welcome ... Now, about that Deku kid, or shall I say, Izuku Midori. The familiar tone crept back into his voice. Mina found herself laughing at it. They'd officially had their heartfelt moment, so it was now back to bickering business as usual. When are you going to bring him over to meet the rest of the family? Don't know. Hey, here's something to consider. We may end up going to go meet his mom first. Let her know, Mina said. Truth be told, she was actually curious to meet Izuku's mom. She'd primarily raised him while his dad had been working overseas. What would she think of her? What was she like? How'd you feel about that? Hey, it's cool, just as long as we get to meet him before Christmas. Christmas? That'd be a good time. I mean, we'd have been dating for a few. Nope. As your big brother, I demand to see your current boyfriend before you two pass the 1-month mark. My life, 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲. The pink-skinned Ashido playfully shouted back. Look, I'll talk to him about it, but we're going to have another week to ourselves. Just us. Here's hoping nothing crazy happens to you guys. Seriously, as your brother I take your word for it. But from the stories I hear, you guys sound like you're fighting villains every other day or week, responded her normal-skinned brother. Oh, that's just people talking. Granted, we really do seem to attract villain attention or end up fighting villains even when we're not supposed to be. The incident on I-Island came to mind. She'd been so bummed she hadn't been able to go, and now that she was dating Izuku, she was even more sad about it. As per usual, her classmates had gotten swept up in some villain-based mayhem. As per usual, Izuku had seemingly been at the heart of it. Pulling out of her inner thoughts, she decided that now was the best time to end the conversation and get back to study. All right, feel like we can call it a night. Yeah, I'm a little drained too. Still, can't believe you're studying on a night like tonight. That guy must really be something. Mitsuomi chuckled. All right, signing off. Night, little sis. Night, Mitsuomi. The call ended, and like that, Mina was alone in the quiet solidity of her dorm room. Looking down, Mina found herself staring at her legs, her still legs. Normally, she'd have been moving, walking down the hallway or back to her own room. Instead, she was already in her room, except it wasn't her home. Holding her phone over her chest, Mina laid back and stared at the ceiling. The aftermath of the festival had been something of a rush of its own. A quiet rush, to be precise. Cleanup continued, albeit there was significantly less to do since it had already started early and picked up once the festival began to die down. Everyone was talking about how well it had gone, what they'd done and seen. Overall, the school festival had been a smashing success, and none of the students knew how close it all came to being cancelled. For Mina, it was crazy to think that the day had started off with her and Izuku encountering a supervillain duo who planned on staging a filmed break-in at US. Seriously, they chose today of all days. Either they'd known about the school festival or coincidence was a hell of a funny thing. Luckily, they'd been there to stop them, and Izuku had recognized the man, gentle criminal. She supposed it was also a good thing that he wasn't a super strong villain. But his quirk was annoying as hell. Luckily, her acid quirk was able to overcome it, and Izuku's super strength and speed were enough to bring him down. The two of them made for a good team. And Mina had to admit the red-headed girl Gentle had with him had been a good teammate to him. No, she hadn't just been a partner to him, she'd been in love with him. Mina recognized that towards the end as she watched her do everything in her power to save the gentleman crook. It had actually hurt her a little having to restrain her, but Mina knew if she didn't, something could go wrong. The festival could end up being cancelled. Her anger at the two intermixed with pity, the former fading as the day wore on. Most of it had evaporated when they were led away by the teaching staff after she and Izuku finally subdued them. She remembered the look in his eyes, how his demeanor had subtly changed as Gentle all but aired out his passion. It was weird, but then again Mina knew Izuku was a weird guy. He was also a guy who seemed quietly hellbent on pursuing his dreams, noble as they were. Lying back in her bed, she found herself wondering what had led Izuku to becoming like that. Where had his determination came from? Was it innate? Had someone inspired it in him? All Might immediately came to mind. He was at the heart of a lot of Izuku's motivation, and his well, a lot of things about him, including his moves. For the umpteenth time, she found herself wondering exactly what was the relationship between the two of them. How had it started? He'd definitely taken him on as a persona apprentice. She could see a little bit of it considering their quirks were so alike. Ooh, maybe one day he'll tell me. Maybe if I just come out and ask him, he'd definitely tell me. The pink-haired girl squealed. Sitting up, she looked all around her, at the notes that her boyfriend had provided for her. One innocent comment and her Izuku was racing around, giving her his written notes for her to use. My Izuku, she verbally repeated. As she'd told her brother, they'd only been together for a few days, but those few days she'd been happy. She'd also had a shot of excitement the likes of which she craved. Our first fight is a battle couple. Here's hoping we have more in the future. Her giggle turned into a yawn. Bit by bit, exhaustion from the day's festivities was catching up with her. Mina was sure it was the same for her classmates and her boyfriend. She was willing to bet some of them were already asleep. It wouldn't be a bad idea to join them. After all, they did have classes tomorrow. Hope you have a good sleep, Izuku. You've definitely earned it. In a continuation of the last few days, the last person she thought of her green-haired classmate, now her boyfriend. So, what do you think? Smirking, the spiky-haired man leaned forward and took another look at the multitude of files that lay atop the table. It was the third time that he'd looked them over. His prior experience in the U.S. Special Forces showed in the analytical way he looked over the file again. One benefit of going freelancer was being able to pick and choose your own jobs. It was a freedom that 𝗵𝗃 quite enjoyed. Still, he was happy for his 12 years in the service. They'd taught him all he needed to know to be a professional mercenary, not to mention Darren had to admit that they were pretty funny. He was sure that his former comrades would be appealed with him now, fighting and safeguarding for freedom and justice, such as the poetic and often expressed mission of the United States military. Darren had met several who genuinely believed that, others, not so much. As for him, well, he'd never been a believer himself, but he liked to serve, and he liked the action. He'd always been something of a doer, always looking for something that would put his physical abilities to the test. The greater the challenge, the more excited he was. Again, going freelance had allowed for him to challenge himself without limitation. Across from his partner took a sip of his beer and leaned back. The Japanese man was supremely confident that his partner was going to say yes. After all, this was way too good an opportunity to pass up. It's been a while since you've been back home, 𝐭𝐻𝑒𝐽. Feeling a little nostalgic in going back, the American asked with a slight grin. It revealed one of his foresharpened canines. The blue-haired psychic shrugged his shoulders. Maybe a little. I'll admit, quite a lot has happened back home. Maybe some of it is calling me back. Sadly, I won't be able to see Chisaki. It's a little heartbreaking to hear what happened to him. Then again, I can't help but find it ironic. Damn right it's ironic. Some would say it's fitting. The red-headed American affirmed while taking a swing of his drink. Thanks to 𝐭𝐻𝑒𝐽, he'd gotten pretty well acquainted with the Japanese criminal underworld, including what remained of the organized crime wing. That wing was all but dead now that 𝗵𝗃 was armless and in prison. Darren couldn't say he was too broken up about it, not like his compatriot. He did agree with him that what befell 𝗵𝗃 was nothing short of irony. 𝐭𝐻𝑒𝐽, if we do this, there's a chance that we might run into Shigaraki. A nonchalant shrug came from the former Japanese gangster. If we do, we do. I don't particularly relish the idea of fighting him, but given his mental instability, my quirk should be enough to take him out, or keep him immobilized long enough for me to bite his head off. Even before going into the military, he knew that taking a shot at the head was the fastest way to bring someone down, either lethally or non-lethally. Speed was always key, and sometimes so too was the element of surprise. The latter had been what did an 𝗵𝗃. All right, I say we do it. How hard could it be to wrangle the kid in? Sure, he's strong, but he's still got a ways to go before he's potentially on All Might's level. The general goal is he's taken out before he gets there. The last thing the villainous world needs is another All Might, albeit the kid's on the road to being that. Which is exactly why our client has asked us to take him out before he reaches the halfway point. Kid's moving there fast, the American admitted. He may have cast aside almost all of his morals, but he could still give respect where it was due. Darren hadn't met Izuku Midoriya, but from what was in his file, the kid was worthy of respect. So, 𝐭𝐻𝑒𝐽, what's the plan? Based on this, he's one of those selfless do-gooder types. We start a fire and he'll come running with a water hose. That he will, but subduing him won't be easy, even if you use a set of poisonous jaws. He's a smart kid, so the second he catches a whiff of your venom or sees your transformation, he'll put two and two together. Darren quietly nodded in agreement. He was rightfully proud of his skills, but all it took was one slip-up for a trained professional to find their career abruptly ended, sometimes their life too. He'd seen that happen to more than a few of his peers and had no intention of allowing the same to happen to him. Izuku Midoriya may have only been a kid, a freshman at UA, but he'd been through his trial by fire several times. The boy had earned the right to be called a threat. The very fact that they were having a discussion about him was proof that the boy was dangerous and useful. After all, he was carrying a power that had been accumulating for little over 200 years. The kid had just scratched the surface of what he could do, or what anyone could do with the power of one for all. The prospect of stealing it brought a grin to the former soldier's face. Get on the phone to Kanishi. Chuckling, the Japanese mercenary held up a phone, the ring already going off. It ended as the call was picked up on the other end. Within seconds the conversation had begun. Darren stood up and walked over to the window. 𝐭𝐻𝑒𝐽 was the one with the Far Eastern connections. Thus, when it came to setting up jobs in that area, he handled the finer details. Of course, Darren was capable of doing so too, but his blue-haired partner was better at business than him. Suppose that came from his background in the criminal underworld, whereas he'd always been a soldier. A well-accomplished soldier at that, with a box full of medals. Oh, how the people who'd given him those medals would weep at seeing him now, and what he was about to do. His reflection intermixed with the view of the city streets below. Seemed like another quiet night in the Big Apple. He had to admit, he liked New York City. Maybe it appealed to his quirk-influenced nature. He was a beast, and a beast was at home in the wild where it was free to hunt. New York City was a wonderful hunting ground, one that he'd be happy to come back to after this latest trip was wrapped up. Izuku Midoriya, that prior costume of yours made you look like a rabbit. You sure as hell jump around like one. The question is, will you be fast enough to outrun me? The ex-soldier thought with another swig of his beer. It's all set, shouted his partner. We've got a flight to Japan tomorrow at 2. Someone's not wasting any time. Well, the quicker we touch down, the sooner we can start the hunt. He heard 𝐭𝐻𝑒𝐽 laughing. Just make sure not to forget anything important. Depending on how this goes, we may be in Japan for a while, especially if we manage to pull this off. Darren knew if their job went ludicrously well, they'd definitely be staying in Japan for a while. After all, from what he heard, all for one was hellbent on ruling the world from his native homeland. Not that he had a problem with that. So long as he had a lively hunting ground, he could make do with any circumstances. Hey, Izuku. Why yeah, 𝗵𝗲. Don't ever stop blushing after I kiss you. Think you can do that? That was a request that Izuku was pretty sure he'd be able to follow through on. It was just a hunch, but he had a feeling that even if he and Mina stayed together, he'd still blush a little whenever she kissed him. He really liked it when she kissed him. Izuku didn't want to say that he was addicted. He at least hoped he wasn't getting addicted to her kisses. Well, Izuku, he heard her say again. Based on the look on her face, Mina was in absolutely no rush for him to answer. Izuku still felt an obligation to, which resulted in his starstruck blabbing. His girlfriend responded with thinly veiled snickers that just barely rose above a whisper. At least she was keeping with the library's rule about keeping the noise down. At first glance, Mina would seem like the kind of girl that would violate that rule within minutes. In fact, Mina seemed like the kind of girl you'd be unlikely to find at a library at all. Well, even party girls like her needed to study. And they certainly could do that with the right people at their side. It just so happened the right person for her also happened to be her boyfriend, who was still caught in something of a 𝗧𝗪𝗧 of her teasing. That was something else that Izuku felt that he wasn't ever going to get tired of, or stop being embarrassed by. All right, sorry about that. I just couldn't help it, the pink-haired girl said once she got her giggles under control. Don't worry, you don't have to promise me anything like that. Actually, Izuku stammered. I feel like I might be able to promise you that, Mina. This is ... Well, when I think of the future, I think if you keep on doing this, I'll keep on getting flustered. To be honest, I really don't mind it, he explained. Izuku knew for a fact his cheeks were bright red. At least he wasn't looking away from Mina as he told her that. Looking back at the old him, he was pretty sure that he'd have looked away from her. It'd have been the only way for him to speak to her, but look at where he was now. He had a quirk. He was attending UA, he had friends, and sitting right beside him, smiling at him was a girl who was proud to call herself his girlfriend. His words got a hearty laugh out of her, leading her to kiss him on the lips. Contrary to his acceptance of his continued embarrassment, Izuku kissed her back. It was the first thing that came to his mind the second he felt her lips on his. Her cherry-flavored lips, the smell of her lingering shampoo, just ... So many things about her Izuku was able to recognize and accept, especially her lips. Izuku was left wanting when she pulled away, something that kept his cheeks ablaze. Mina's own cheeks had turned iliac, the color burned from her pink cheeks experiencing a blush. Even with his near-encyclopedic knowledge of quirks, he found himself looking up skin pigmentations online. Though some of that was the overly cautious part of him. If Mina's skin ever turned an odd color, he wanted to know why. He wanted to know that the girl he'd been crushing on was alright. After their little kiss, they got back to study, an area that he excelled in far more so than her. He excelled in many academic fields in contrast to her. Izuku would never call Mina dumb though. She was just one of those sorts of people who excelled in the field rather than the classroom. It was another way in which they differed, but here they were, complementing each other, learning from each other. Albeit Mina would say at the moment she was currently learning more than him. How you do those calculations, I'll never know, Izuku. But hey, I'm super glad you can do them, she'd once said after one of their study sessions. Mathematics certainly wasn't something that came easy to her. It hadn't came easy to Izuku either, but he worked at it, and he was more than happy to lend a hand to his now girlfriend. Looking over her work, he could see his efforts were paying off. When he first began tutoring Mina, her schoolwork was far from the best. Looking over it now, he saw visible improvement. So too had their teacher, who'd pulled him aside to quietly thank him for helping the acid-shooting girl raise her grades. And then, in true Aizawa fashion, told him not to slack off on his own studies. Behind his half-scared facade, Izuku found himself laughing. On some level, he'd gotten used to his teacher's bizarre and at times frightening mannerisms. There were a lot of things at UA he'd grown used to, and a lot of things he was thankfully for. In hindsight, his internal musing on that perhaps prompted fate to remind him of how he'd gotten to this point. Alright, history. Can't exactly say it's my favorite subject, at least not most of the time. I can't quite say that this is going to be one of those times. I really hate learning about the Dark Ages. Why yeah, me too, Izuku affirmed. Despite his quirkless nature, Izuku always considered himself lucky. The same went for his classmates and friends, and that especially went for his girlfriend. If either of them had been born a century earlier, Izuku knew that their lives would have been extremely different. We'd probably have never met each other. Or worse, we'd have met ... and probably hated each other. Maybe even been enemies. Trying to Izuku stopped himself, like slamming the brakes on a car. The straw thought had totally came from out of nowhere. Or at least that's what it seemed like to him. He had a nagging feeling that wasn't entirely true. It came from somewhere. It just wasn't a place he wanted to think about. Hey, Izuku, called twin-horned girl. You don't have to answer me about this, but do you know where your family was during all this? Mutation quirks have always ran in my family, so we were hit by this. Her finger jabbed at the picture of the quirk riots going on. It wasn't a drawing or painting, but an actual live photo. It had captured the anger, the heartache, and the general chaos was the emergence of quirks into general society. It had been, without a doubt, one of the most violent times in human history. A solemn look overcame his face. On my mom's side of the family, well, she tells me that they stayed underneath the radar. They could sense most of their quirks were telekinetic in nature. Really, just like my family, she exclaimed in excitement before getting control of herself. Izuku didn't mind it though. Telekinetic quirks, huh? Didn't you say that your mom has minor telekinesis? Yep, not anything fancy. And apparently that's how it was for her parents and her grandparents. My mom told me that my grandpa talked to her about how lucky the family was. Izuku had faint memories of his grandparents, fond memories. Before illness had taken both of them, they'd loved him as dearly as his mother and father. Like them, he wanted to think that he'd made them proud. The same went for his parental grandparents. They had quirks that weren't visible, not to mention they didn't have any physical oddities that gave them away. He swiftly turned to Mina, preparing to tell her he didn't mean any disrespect to her. His girlfriend had beaten him to the punch though, giving him an understanding smile as she shook her head. Thanks. No need to thank me. I mean, Izuku, you'd never put me down or hurt me, she affectionately stated. Thanks, Mina. Thanks for trusting me that much, he said, his cheeks once more taking on the pigment of her hair and eyes. You've earned as my tutor and my boyfriend, Izuku. She cooed. Anyways, you talked about your mom's side of the family. What about your dad's? Isn't his quirk breathing fire? Could everyone in his family do that? No, his dad could actually make duplicates of whatever he touched. My parental grandfather loved doing it with cards and other kinds of trinkets. It was a great quirk for entertaining a little kid, like my dad when he was younger, and me too when he came to visit. The green-haired teen explained with a heartfelt smile. It caused a similar one to blossom on Mina's face, either from the story, his own expression, or a combination of both. My parental grandma, though, she could see in different spectrums of light. When she used her quirk, it caused her eyes to glow different colors. Pretty cool to think about how my dad came out with fire breathing and all that. He finished with a humorous chuckle. Mina mirrored it. Yeah, and here you are with super strength and super speed. It's cool to think about how quirks work. Some are inherited, some kind of create a trend, and some are totally random, like yours. Oh man, I gotta tell her one day. One day, Izuku thought to himself. The thought was like a sleeping bear. When it was asleep, there was peace in his mind, but when it wasn't, it lumbered about. Sometimes it lumbered straight to the forefront of his mind and took a bite out of his psyche. This was one of those times. Yeah, it is crazy to think about. Obviously, he hoped he'd one day be able to tell her the truth so he wouldn't need to keep lying to her. Especially since in times like this, he found he could do it just a tad easier than he could before. So that's your grandparents. Any further? She asked, utterly blind and deaf to his inner turmoil, which he supposed was good. What kind of quirks did they have, or did they ever tell you? Going back further than them. My great-grandma I think could harden her skin into metal. I was showed a picture once and I gotta say, she looked pretty cool. She'd have made for a pretty cool hero. With my great-grandfather, I think his quirk was size manipulation. Just like Mount Lady, he finished with a smile. That smile dropped as he remembered a piece of history that his father had passed on to him in a seemingly nostalgic haze of his own. My dad told me that he turned down a quirk marriage to be with my great-grandma. Mina went quiet, a contemplative look becoming her face. A quirk marriage, huh? She laced both her hands behind her head. Well, he totally did the right thing. If he hadn't, I don't think you'd be here. The smile returned to Izuku's face. Yeah, me too. He saw the brief return of his smile to her face as well. Mina, you don't like quirk marriages, do you? Her hands fell onto the table as she hunched over. She didn't seem surprised at his deduction. No doubt because she'd gotten used to how perspective he could be. Nope, I really don't. Arranged marriages of any kind just suck to me. Unless the people getting married like each other, what's the point? To make their folks happy. To produce a kid with a super strong quirk. To me, that's just wrong. What about you, Izuku? What do you think about them? Rather than immediately answer, Izuku looked up to the ceiling. He had a contemplative look of his own on his face. Given the subject matter, the face of his classmate, opponent, and friend, Todoroki, surfaced. He'd been the product of a quirk marriage, one that had definitely left its mark on all parties involved. I can definitely understand where you're coming from, Mina. Unless the two people involved actually love each other, I don't think there should be a marriage. Getting married just to create a baby with strong quirks, likely some combination of both parents. Slowly but surely, the image of Todoroki changed into an image of himself. With it came that ugly sense of self-loathing that he'd moved on from. Or at least, that's what he thought, what he might have told himself. Izuku, we can shelve this talk for some other time if you want. He paused and looked at her. I'm getting better at reading people, especially you, Izuku, she sheepishly explained. On some level, that worried him. Mina's words meant there might come a time when he might not be able to hide things from her. Then again, there was also a part of him that was genuinely happy. Not only was she learning how to read people, but he actually liked the idea of her being able to read him. She cared for him enough that she'd speak up if she saw something wrong with him. Thankfully, for someone at least, she couldn't see all the way into the depths of his mind. Not yet anyway. I'm fine. It's just ... You know how I am with quirks. Yeah, but you're also one of the kindest people that I know. She spoke. He blushed at the compliment. Something like a quirk marriage. Forcing someone into something like this against their will, it just doesn't seem like something you'd be into. You're right, he admitted. On those grounds, I can't really say that I agree with quirk marriages. If anyone ever came to me with one, for myself or my children, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't agree to it. Not unless there were actual feelings involved. As soon as he said the words, he stood up straighter, a slightly aghast look on his face. It didn't go unnoticed by his girlfriend. Love's awesome, isn't it? Mina questioned with a grin. Why, yeah, it is, he shyly admitted. It wasn't like he hadn't known that before beginning a relationship with Mina, but now it was truly hitting him how awesome it was. Aware of his crimson-colored cheeks, he looked back down at the history books before them. So, let's finish this lesson up. If we do, we might still have some free time left over for ... just hanging out. Sounds like a plan. All right, where were? She yelled with vigor. Luckily, it didn't draw any negative attention. A quick look around and Izuku could actually see some fellow library goers smirking. Either they knew Mina wasn't the reading type, she was here on a study date with him, or both. Izuku found himself chuckling as well. In the back of his mind, rather than a potentially dreadful future, he thought of a rather dreary alternative one. If it weren't for one out-of-the-blue mix-up, he and Mina wouldn't be here. He'd likely be one of the onlookers, potentially watching someone else trying to do what he was doing now. While he didn't break down in fear over the thought, he wasn't happy about it. He was perfectly happy where he was, and he was happy that Mina was as well. Since the dawn of housing, it was said that one's room was their sanctuary. That had certainly been the case for Izuku. He also lived by the mantra that one's room was their personal shrine. For many, many years, his room had likewise been a shrine, but to himself. It had been a shrine to his idol, his predecessor, his teacher. His mother knew that well, and for years had allowed it to go on despite knowing he was honoring a dream that would never come true. And then his dream literally dropped into his lap, and suddenly the shrine was no longer self-mocking. Izuku, just remember that you're you, dear. That's perfectly fine. That's all you have to be to the people who care about you, including Mr. All Might. Those words had rested in the depths of his memory, like a half-buried but cherished treasure box. Izuku had been quietly shocked hearing those words. That shock slowly but surely gave way to warmth and acceptance. He'd admittedly teared up, which in turn got his mother to tear up as well. Being emotional was a trait that simply ran in the family. He supposed the same went for posters in the Ashido family. It wasn't uncommon or a fan to have posters of multiple heroes, or only one. He'd been in the latter camp for many years. But thanks to his pink-haired girlfriend, he was making the jump to the former camp. Dark Fire hero, 𝗵𝗲. When quirks first appeared, some scholars suspected it wasn't so much an emergence so much as a reemergence. Stories of fantastical beings and monsters, including Japan's own Oni, were suddenly suspected of being quirk users, millennia before the first generation's discovery. It was a theory that was still hotly debated to this day. Regardless, when searching for an identity, the first generation of heroes looked to myth and legend for inspiration. In the case of some, their search was quite meaningful since they had an appearance to match. That had been the case for one of Japan's first heroes, or heroines to be specific. 𝗵𝗲, aka Keiko Kawada, had manifested horns and red skin that made her stand out amongst her peers. To go along with that were mysterious purple-colored flames that she could manipulate for a multitude of things. Her powers had came to her in an explosive burst that leveled a field. While there were thankfully no injuries, her abilities and appearance stacked the deck against her. She didn't let it stop her though. Izuku stood in awe of the hand-drawn poster featuring the long-dead heroine. While she may have died over a century ago, her legacy lived on, that included in his girlfriend. She's one of the heroes I really idolized growing up. She had a super cool quirk, and a super cool appearance. Kind of like me, don't you think? I can actually see the resemblance, on multiple levels. Mina. Alright then, I'll buy it for you. Great. Mina. Izuku, I'd actually like to buy this picture for you. I mean, I'd like it if you ... hung it up in your room. If you want to or if you have any room for it. I've got room for it. Mina, she inspired you a whole lot, didn't she? Given her usual optimism. One wouldn't think that Mina had ever been put down or harassed because of her appearance. Izuku was able to tell she had been. Part of that was no doubt due to him having seen it happen before. While he may have been quirkless, he still had a normal appearance. Some people preferred that over any physical abnormality. Such things had been another part of quirk marriages, and why some of them were so reviled. Yeah, she did. I've had a lot of inspirations, but sometimes when I think about how people might put me down because of how I look, I think of her. She even died rescuing a whole bunch of people from the first villains out there. If I ever had to choose a way to go out, that'd be how I'd like to go. Izuku didn't say it, but Mina's words had been the genuine words of a future hero. As a fellow future hero, it was heartening to hear. As Mina's lover though, it made his heart shudder in fear. Sitting down atop the bed, he thought of Kota and how the death of his parents had affected him. While they'd undoubtedly done their duties as heroes, they'd still left behind a young child who dearly missed them. He was just one of the many orphan kids that the call of heroism had stranded. That was children, but what about spouses? Lovers? What if Mina actually did die like that and left him behind? What if he was the one that died and ended up leaving her alone? Arg, I really shouldn't be thinking about all this stuff, Izuku muttered to himself. He knew his own mind well enough, and he knew that he could be a tad pessimistic. It was definitely pessimism because his mind wandered off to potentially the worst possibility. When that happened, he preferred letting his mind wander to the other extreme, if only to make himself feel better. No, she won't die, and I won't either, the green-haired teen quietly affirmed. He held out his right hand and looked into it, picturing the spark of power that was always there when he called upon one for all. It was such an incredible power, but it came with dangers. Compared to the greatest of those dangers, the physical harm he'd endeavored was minimal. If Mina were here, Izuku was pretty sure that she'd disagree with him on the physical trauma. Her and everyone else he knew, the people that cared about him. Ring, 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 ring. Talk about a coincidence, he murmured, looking at the caller ID on his phone. Upon answering it, a warm smile grew over his face. Hey, Dad. Heh, someone sounds excited. Any chance it has something to do with this girl that your mother's told me about? His blushing silence made his father chuckle. I can't help but wonder if you thought you'd be able to keep it a secret from me. Not that I would have held it against you. I fully knew why you'd find out. Especially once I told Mom. It was a day before the festival when he'd called his mother and told her that he was in a relationship with a classmate. The next half hour was spent trying to get her to calm down after nearly flash flooding the apartment with tears of joy. As he was experiencing now, his dad's reaction was far more subdued. Even though you're on the other side of the world, you're still my dad. Izuku, her name's Mina Ashido. I can send you a picture if you want to know what she looks like. Mom hasn't sent you one yet, has she? No, I've actually been holding off because I want you to be the one to send the picture. That is if you're comfortable with it. Of course I'd be. I want you to see Mina. She's she's an incredible girl. He finished, his voice dying down. Izuku could practically see the smile spreading across his father's face. He honestly wished he could see him in the flesh. It had been almost 2 years since he'd been able to do that, and it gnawed at him from time to time. I'm sure Mom told you about her. She's got pink hair and pink skin, and black and yellow eyes. A mutation-type quirk, his dad summarized. You know, I'm actually a little glad that you found someone like that. You were always such a shy boy, but from what 𝐭𝐸𝐲 told me, this girl's a good fit for you. My opposite in so many ways, Izuku affirmed. Despite that we work well together, literally. There was a laundry list of reasons he could have given for spilling the story of his encounter with gentle criminal to his dad. A big one was it was a major event in his life and his dad deserved to know about it, just as much as his mom did. Unlike her though, he took it with less. Waterworks. That's quite a tale, Izuku. I honestly can't tell if you were lucky or unlucky having all that happen the morning of the festival, he declared. If things had been a little different, the festival could have been cancelled or you could have gotten injured. The touch of sorrow in his dad's voice didn't go unnoticed. Just like how Mina was the opposite of him, his dad was in many ways the opposite of his mom. Though both could be emotional, his dad was often far more subdued. I'm glad that you're all right, and I'm proud of you, Izuku. The fact that this Mina Ashido stuck with you also makes me more comfortable with her being your girlfriend. Not quite a conventional date, but hey, that's what you kids seem to be into. Dad, I wouldn't call it a date, he stammered. Did you have fun with her, despite the situation? The company worker plainly asked. Yes, the son immediately replied. Did you think to yourself, I wouldn't mind doing this again? Again, he could practically picture the smile on his dad's face. Honestly, yes. I mean, I'd prefer it if we didn't have something as major as the school festival hanging over our heads. But otherwise, yeah. Fighting alongside her against villains, doing what we can to protect the hopes and dreams of so many people. I'd like to do that with her again. Haha, Izuku, that's a date, his father plainly and rather heartedly confirmed. I'll admit, I do agree about the stakes. I'd rather neither you nor her were ever in that kind of situation again. But you're both US students, so I've accepted it'll likely come with the territory. There was a short pause from the other end. It practically gave away his father's next words, especially if you two stay together. Going into the future, coincidence was definitely a funny thing. Izuku preferred to think of it as coincidence rather than fate. Yeah, you've got a point there, Dad. I hear you two have only been together for a few weeks. Izuku, you've been thinking about the future, haven't you? A potential future between both of you. It's crossed my mind. I mean, it's not like I'm overwhelmingly thinking about it, but it's what you do, especially when it comes to things you feel passionate about. His dad quietly finished. While he may not have been there for most of his childhood, he'd been there enough to know his habits. He'd been there enough to show Izuku that he cared. I'd like to meet her at some point. It won't be easy, but I'd like to try to come back home to see you and your mom in the next few months. I can try to make Christmas. Again, coincidence was a funny thing. Dad, I was actually thinking of introducing Mina to Mom. It's something I'd like to try to do before Christmas. Plus, I'd like for her to at least hear from you. Well, sounds like we've been on the same page. His dad affirmed. What about her family? If she meets us, it's only fair you meet her family. Why yeah, I have also thought about that. You're scared. She's pretty outgoing. And you don't know what to do if the rest of her family is the same way. Well, kinda. And not that I'd have a problem with that. I mean I like Mina for who she is. If the rest of her family is that way, then I'll be perfectly fine with it. Have you told her that yet? No. To be honest, neither of us have talked about it. I was actually planning on bringing it up myself this week. Things are finally quieting down for me. Izuku said, I never would have pictured you'd have such a chaotic school life. Then again, I'd honestly never thought you'd be attending UA after we thought that you were born quirkless. His father's words caused yet another ping of guilt to go off within him. It hurt lying to his parents as much as it did his girlfriend. But Izuku buried the guilt it brought him. Again, he knew it could only stay buried for so long. Izuku, how are you handling things? What do you mean, Dad? The green-haired boy asked in confusion. I know that you were watching the JP Hero billboard announcement. I watched it myself. What? Really? Izuku practically felt himself jumping to his feet. His father had never been interested in the work of heroes, but that had subtly changed over the last couple of months. Because of him. That said, he also suspected that All Might's retirement had played a factor. He checked the viewership. The latest Japanese hero billboard chart announcement had the highest viewership in decades. Not only had most of Japan viewed it, but so too had at least 40% of every developed country. Everyone, even those normally disinterested like his father, were curious to what the post-All Might era would look like. And thinking about that, the realization struck him. Dad, I'm fine, really. I mean, I got to see him up close and personal. I was. He trailed off. Memories of the catastrophic battle between his mentor and his archenemy returned to his mind. Their return was brief as he took a relaxing breath. I want to be the one whose name is mentioned in that lineup. One day. I know it won't be easy, but I'm still aiming for that. Like your mother, a part of me wishes you wouldn't. The confession didn't come as a surprise to him. While his father may have had several differences from his mother, they still had a couple of things in common. Tim for one big one. A part of me wishes that, but I know that you're happy where you are, especially now that you've got someone to wake up to and see every day before, during, and after class. Just make sure that you two aren't getting too touchy-feely. You both still have your whole lives ahead of you. Not to mention I don't think Sakamoto-san will appreciate your mom causing a flash flood of Dad, shouted the quirk inheritor. His face was red enough it could have put Kirishima's own red hair to shame. It was only fueled by the light-hearted chuckling on the other end. Though of smaller volume and deeper pitch than his girlfriend's, it had the same effect of fueling his embarrassment. It took several minutes for things to calm down. And even then, he could still hear his father's faint chuckles on the other end. Don't worry about anything like that. Why, you don't have to worry, and neither does Mom. Just making sure, son, responded his father in a joking tone. So, any solid date in mind for that instance of meeting the folks? I'm still somewhat trying to work out some of the timing myself, but as soon as I do, we'll be looking forward to seeing you, Dad. Izuku quietly finished for him. He could practically hear the nod on the other end. What he definitely heard were a few yells, specifically mentioning how break time was over with. Thanks for calling, Dad. I really appreciate it. You're my son, and I like to keep up with what's happening with you, came his rather affectionate reply. Izuku, just give what we talked about some thought. And talk it out with Mina too. Oh, and give her some prior warning regarding your mother. Both men chuckled at that last one. They had a pretty vivid picture of what their mutual lady's reaction would be when she met the ball of pink sunshine that was Mina Ashido. Like I said, I'd like to bring her to meet Mom before Christmas, and I'd like to meet her family before then. It's the start of December, so I'd advise you to do it either this week or next week. After that, it's the start of the holiday rush, his dad advised. It was sound advice that he immediately took to heart. As I'm sure you heard, my break's almost over with. I heard. Thank you for talking to me. Oh, and thanks for the album you sent me. All the songs on it are great. Especially Ain't No Mountain High Enough. It's probably my favorite. Can't say I'm surprised hearing that. When I first heard it, I couldn't help but think of the type of man that you've been becoming. The type that I'm proud to call my son. Izuku picked up on what else his father planned to say based on the hearty chuckle that followed that statement. It gave him some time to brace himself. And it made me wonder if you'd ever become that special someone to a certain lady. Glad to see that you have. I've thought about showing the music player and the records to Mina. She's always liked music, and I'm curious if she'll like any of them. He shyly admitted. Even though he knew his father was running short on time, he couldn't help but want to keep on talking to him some more. It was a touch of selfish that he couldn't stop himself from indulging in. Luckily, his father was also willing to indulge him. It could also be said that he was doing his job as a parent. Go for it. It's something you like, and if this is really all that, she'll accept it. Besides, from what I hear, she likes music and dancing, so I'm sure she won't mind going a little retro. You certainly didn't. Father and son shared a laugh. It was broken up by the call of the former across the line. I'll talk to you later. Until then. Izuku, I know this is futile, but try to stand out of trouble, and if it finds you ... just keep doing what you've been doing. Oh, and be careful doing it. That last bit definitely sounded like his mom. He felt a little happy that he'd been able to coax that similarity to her out of his dad. While he was a touch more accepting of his choices, he still worried about him, just like she did. Izuku moved over to the record player and put the United album on. Rather than any schoolwork, he plopped down on the bed and simply stared up at the ceiling, letting the music carry him off. This sort of relaxing wasn't something he did as often as he'd liked, but it had been something he'd progressively been doing more. As with many recent things, he had his girlfriend to thank for it. Mina, shouldn't we know? No. We're just going to lie here and relax. It's actually pretty nice. We've got time, and I want some cuddling. 1 year ago, he absolutely would not have pictured himself being able to cuddle with a cute girl in a public park. Hell, by Japan's cultural norms, that sort of thing took daring, which is a word that he would use to describe Mina in a heartbeat. It was also one of the traits about her that he loved. She said the same about him. He looked up at the record player. For the third time, coincidence was a funny thing. If I Could Build the Whole World Around You was probably one of the best duets he'd ever heard. It got the message of pure love and devotion across. As he listened to it, he found himself wondering what Mina would think about it. Being the romantic she was, she might take a liking to it. He also had to admit that it was also a song that one could have a short dance to. Normally, Izuku didn't dance, whereas Mina loved to do it. Sitting upright, he heaved out a sigh. He considered calling her, or maybe even going to see her so they could talk about this. They still had another 2 hours before curfew set in. Izuku swung his legs across the bed, a look of steady determination slowly becoming his face. All right then, I'll do it. Asking her when he could meet her parents. How dangerous could that be? He'd fought supervillains out to kill him and his friends. A psychotic Yakuza gangster. How bad could meeting his girlfriend's parents be? What the? Huh? Hello? Hey, is there anyone out there? Anyone? His voice echoed through the darkened abyss that he found himself in. In all directions lay darkness littered with fading trails of smoke. Izuku took several steps forward and found his bare feet touching solid ground. Curious, Izuku crouched down and felt it with his hand. It felt cold, not as cold as ice, but simply lacking some sense of warmth. If anything, it reminded him of pavement, albeit incredibly smooth pavement. Rising back up, he continued to call out, hoping he'd get some sort of reply. Izuku could just tell that this dream ... wasn't quite a dream. Something in his gut told him that it wasn't. That, though, opened the box of speculation. What was it then? Second by second, minute by minute, he was finding out. Or that's what he would have said if he found anything meaningful. Hello, he called, angling his head upward to the abyssal sky. 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Despite hoping for a reply, he was still startled by the voice. Hello. Are you out there? He ... re. Right ... he re. Here. The disembodied voice sounded off. It was coming from all around Izuku. We ... are here. We ... or ... we ... The emphasis on the word we caught his attention. He definitely wasn't alone, but who else was with him, he didn't know. Izuku was beginning to feel nervous, but he wouldn't say scared. For whatever reason, he didn't think that his life was in danger. It was just a feeling that Izuku couldn't put into words. You're right. We're not here to kill you, we're not villains, but we are here to warn you. It's something we feel like you have to be told. His heartbeat racing, Izuku spun around. Brief as it was, he knew what he'd saw. The smoke had came together to form an image of a person. Coupled with the voice, he deduced it to be a man. Whatever it was, whoever he was, Izuku sensed no lies in his words, but they did concern him. A warning. A warning for who? For what? Slowly, a dark thought began to take bloom within him. Is this about all for one? He called into the darkness. The name caused the entire realm to shudder in either fear or anger. Izuku felt a jolt racing up his spine. It led him to lean toward the latter. He watched tight-jawed as the smoke around him swirled, no doubt in response to his question. Just like before, it took humanoid shape. Izuku quickly looked around him in a full spin rotation. The smoke was taking the shape of 8 silhouettes. 8 silhouettes. You all are ... you're all. All Might, Mrs. 𝗵𝗲, the green-haired teen impulsively called. One of the figures surged forth. The finer details of it began to take shape, becoming that of a woman. He immediately recognized her, his mentor's mentor, the woman who preceded his idol, Nana 𝗵𝗲. She hugged him. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Don't let my story become your own. Don't let it bind you. The teary, heartfelt whisper hit him like a trunk. Mrs. 𝗵𝗲, he responded. It isn't easy ... but it's worth it. Friends, family, lovers ... it isn't easy, but please, believe me when I say that they're worth it. She whispered to him again in the same tone. He could practically feel the sobs that she was fighting to hold back. What? What are you? The words died in his mouth as his confused mind suddenly began putting the pieces together. Why you? All for one. He ... he killed them, didn't he? The figure pulled away from him. The silhouette had gone from solid smoke to more like a colored hologram. The color was purple. In a sense, the phantasmal representation whispered, don't let him do the same. Don't ... don't let the fear of him ... don't let it stop you. He must be stopped at all costs. He is pure evil. They were like yin and yang, one voice soft yet pleading, the other cold and affirmative. They were even of different genders. The first was feminine, the voice of Nana 𝗵𝗲, and the second was male ... and deeply cold. Everything around Izuku warped. The formerly solid ground gave way and he felt like he was free falling. Even the fearful yet comforting embrace of his mentor's teacher was lost. It vanished, just like the smoke her vestige had came from. Izuku called out for it, called out for an explanation, but he got nothing but the howl of the non-existent wind. Amidst it, though, came a voice, a collective voice. One was Nana's, while the others weren't hers. Still, they spoke in unison with her. Don't let his fear block out the light. With those words, Izuku Midoriya bolted upward, his heart pounding at 1,000 miles a second. He raised both his hands, staring at the fading cracks of energy that marked his quirk's activation. Active, he whispered. Subconscious quirk activation was a thing. It had been recorded over 1,000 times, dating all the way back to the first emergence of quirks. On one hand, this was nothing new. But on the other hand, most people didn't have quirks like his quirks that had literally been passed down. Quirks that apparently possessed some piece of sentience. Mrs. 𝗵𝗲, Izuku whispered into the night. He hit the pillows with a soft thud. The world around him was serene, undisturbed by the events of his dream. Not surprising considering it was all in his head, literally. That said, what happened in his head could have dire effects on the future of the world. Based on the words that had been spoken, the same went for his heart. Staring up at the darkness of the ceiling, Izuku began piecing together all the information he had on One for All's 7th user. That wasn't a whole lot. And what he did have ... wasn't exactly going to help him get to sleep anytime soon. Ultimately, his focus went on the words she'd spoken to him and what they could have meant. She had a family, and apparently, All for One destroyed it. In the end, he'd ultimately succeeded in destroying her as well. Was that to be his fate? Thump! He raised his right hand, the glow of the energized cracks illuminating the darkness of his room. No, Izuku whispered. Closing his eyes, he ceased the flow of power and let his right arm fall to the side. I won't let him. No way. It took him another half hour to fall back asleep. And even then Izuku would say that it was more like a nap than anything. When dawn broke and the next day officially began, there was someone he was going to have to go see. At least it wouldn't be the first time that he showed up at his mentor's door for an early morning talk, especially one regarding the quirk he'd passed on to Izuku. As far as winter mornings went, this one wasn't the worst. That said, Mina really did miss spring and summer. She missed the morning sunshine that made her more motivated to live the day to its fullest. That drive was a touch harder to get up looking at a gray sky that looked like any second it'd start raining. It was especially hard to do when she didn't have any idea where her boyfriend was. With a sigh, Mina laid back in her seat, legs stretched out and a rather noticeable frown on her face. Ashido. Intrigued by the voice, she sat up and looked straight at the voice. She was a tad surprised to see Todoroki staring at her. Morning, Todoroki. How's it going? Well enough, though sadly I wasn't able to find Midoriya. Mina's eyes widened. I heard that you've been looking for him all morning. Likewise, no one else has seen him, or almost no one. I think he might have gone to talk to All Might. All Might. He went to talk to him. It wasn't too surprising. She knew that her boyfriend and the now retired #1 had a close relationship. That said, sometimes it still surprised her. Izuku just getting up and going straight to his office. Something about this was strange. How do you know that, Todoroki? I heard some students talking about seeing him earlier this morning. Extremely early, he answered. As for where he went, I suspect he went to see All Might. He is Midoriya's mentor after all. There was a short pause as the two brightly-haired teens stared at one another. Their quirks are quite similar to each other. Yeah, I've noticed, she affirmed. When in activation, both of them seemed to glow with those particular cracks. Toto, wait, what? Cracks? How do you know that? The horned girl asked while leaning forward. This time, the pause was more on Todoroki's end. He seemed nervous in a certain way that got Mina thinking. Last night, Yaoyorozu and you two spent last night together. Ooh, I knew you two had a thing for each other, she excitedly yelled. Her voice went loud enough for a certain someone to hear her, and that she got an immediate response. WWW, we are not. I mean not in that way. With a grin, the acidic girl looked to her right where the girl in question was standing. Her cheeks were as red as her hero costume. Peering back to her left, she saw Todoroki sporting a similar, albeit slightly smaller blush on his face. It further confirmed what she thought. Man, I'd love to tease them over this, but my boyfriend takes priority. Sitting up, she turned her full attention back to the fire and ice user in front of her. Thanks, Todoroki, I owe you one. Despite her own determination, she couldn't help but look back at the table. She did it quickly, making sure that neither of its two occupants noticed. Her place had been taken by Yaoyorozu, and quickly chatting it up with him. They both still had the residual red hue on their cheeks. It was more than enough to make Mina chuckle as she left the student dorms. The school building was already buzzing. There was still at almost 15 minutes before homeroom started. Mina never thought that she'd be looking for someone in the school in that short window of time. Sometimes she was still asleep by now. She was awake though, wide awake. She also had a clear destination in mind, so she wasn't aimlessly stumbling around. Practically everyone knew All Might's office. It was honestly hard to miss it, but actually getting in was a bit of a different story. Mina had heard that some students were still too awed by All Might to visit his office to talk to him. She couldn't blame them. Then there was the other crowd. Those who chose not to visit All Might, especially since his retirement. She'd heard the whispers of disappointment leveled at the now retired hero. While some weren't too bad, there were a handful that crossed a line with her. So what if he was now skinny and retired? He was still the man that had held the title of Symbol of Peace for years. But that mantle had been passed on. It was cool to say that it had been passed on to her generation. But officially, it now rested in the hands of Endeavor, Todoroki's father. Like the rest of her classmates, she'd eagerly listened as he made his simple declaration as to what sort of hero he'd be. She wasn't here about all that though. Mina was here for her boyfriend, who she was 99% certain was behind the door. Her hand was mere inches away from knocking on the door when she heard the sound of another pro-hero teacher. Ashido, I never thought you'd be up this early. And knocking on All Might's door. She turned to catch the amused glance of Midnight, one of the heroes and teachers that she admired the most. It was quite a coincidence that Izuku was no doubt in there talking about something with his idol while she was running into hers to meet him. Let me guess, you heard Midoriya stopped by All Might's office and you came to talk to him, the seductive heroine deduced. Pretty much, Mina immediately admitted. I know Izuku can get up pretty early, but coming here ... some part of me can't help but think that something's up. She watched the older woman's reaction. The way she looked at the door, the slight look of concern on her face, it told Mina that she knew something. All right, how can I get it out of her? Almost immediately, she bemoaned how doing that was close to impossible. Midnight had several years of experience on her in multiple categories. She realized that all in the span of seconds and decided to get it out into the open. I can tell you right now, if he's in there, it's probably about something important. Mina couldn't help but heave out a sigh. And it's not something you can tell me, right? Seriously. This feels like something out of an anime. Big secret that all the adults know but us kids can't know because it's too dangerous. Izuku's carrying it though. And you want to help him since you're now his girlfriend, right? Yep, totally. Her eyebrows rose, though her lips curved into a smile. Smiling herself, Mina leaned against the door, temporarily shelving her desire to knock. Izuku's the type of guy that'll go above and beyond, which can be a good and a bad thing. With a warm smile, the black-haired pro-hero stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. Tell you what, feel like talking about it in my office. I promise, I'll give you a note if we go over a time limit. Frankly, Mina didn't think this was that serious, but she wasn't about to turn down spending some time with one of her idols. Not to mention ... just maybe she could use some advice from Midnight on a few things, just to be on the safe side. She'd been in Midnight's office once before, way back at the start of the school year with a couple of other students. It was a lecture for some light-hearted mischief they'd been let off with via a slap on the wrist. There hadn't been too many of those since. Looking back on it, she couldn't help but feel like so much had happened since then. As she took her seat, she realized so much had. It had been nothing short of an absolutely incredible school year. Granted, not all parts of it had been fun, but she couldn't help but note how it had been wilder than she'd expected. When she thought about it, Izuku was also a much more interesting guy than she'd expected he could be. Not to mention he seemed to be at the heart of several strange incidents. In particular, the rescue of Bakugo that nearly tore Class 1 apart. It also preceded what would be All Might's last battle. All Might, she thought to herself. Ashido, still with me, called the bespectacled teacher. Huh, why yeah, sure, definitely. She half lied. It was a lie that was easily seen through. Midnight looked at her with a half-sly smile that silently broken down Mina's walls. All right. I was thinking about All Might, how close he and Izuku are. We've talked about it a couple of times, but sometimes I just can't help but wonder about it. Especially since his quirk seems to work like his. Deciding to be direct, she looked straight at her teacher. Midnight, there's some kind of connection between the two of them, isn't there? She didn't outwardly react. If she was hiding something, Mina couldn't tell. All she could do was hope she'd get a smidgen of the truth out. You're ... not off base. They're of an extremely similar type, and that makes them, shall we say, rather unique. The aroma-using woman admitted. Mina could see some apprehension on her face. It told her this was some kind of secret that wasn't supposed to be public knowledge. As I'm sure you've seen, it's also a quirk that comes with certain drawbacks. All too quickly, Mina was sitting up, her black eyes wide. Drawbacks ... You don't mean like ... what happened with All Might during his final battle? Her teacher's eyes darkened. That's ... one potential outcome. Ashido, I'm sure you know it can be possible to overexert one's quirk. Yours is like that as well, right? She nodded in silent confirmation. While normally she had resistance against her body's acid, that resistance could be worn down. Not to mention Mina knew if she was hit by a stronger dose of acid, she'd feel the pain. Applying that logic to Izuku reminded her of the lingering fear she had that one day he'd break every bone in his body overusing his quirk. Did All Might go through something similar before his final battle? Yes, a few times. Super strength like theirs can come with some downsides. He probably went to All Might to talk about it. With as often as he used to break himself to pieces, it wouldn't surprise me if it crept up in his dreams. Cross her arms. The pro hero leaned forward with a wide grin. It also sounds like the perfect opportunity for a certain someone to be there to give him a certain kind of comfort. Her pink cheeks turned lilac. Why, yeah, I get the picture. If Izuku could see her now, she'd have sworn he was looking into a mirror. At least she knew a little of how she felt. Ashido, does it worry you that he'll go that far one day? She asked in a completely different tone, one tinged with worry. Mina leaned forward, dropping her chin into her hands. Sometimes it nags at me. I mean, I'm glad he's not breaking himself now. Pal, I'm super glad that he found a better and safer way to use his quirk. That said, I still can't help but think that Izuku will overdo it sometimes. The smile that formed on her face was both warm and sad. One of the things I love about him, but sometimes it does worry me. Do you think if he were to ever do that, you'd be able to stop him? Mina looked up at the alluring teacher, her eyes slightly wide at the suggestion. Midnight leaned back in her seat, a slightly amused smile on her face. I won't say that I've known All Might for years and years, but I have known him for a while. I've definitely kept track of his personal life. He never had anyone like you, Ashido. In that way, I'd eye that Midori has done better than his mentor. Then again, I'm sure there's a girl out there who wouldn't mind Midnight Sensei. Mina shouted. We're talking about my love life here, not my boyfriend's teacher. Oh, right, sorry about that. Got lost in my own thoughts there. She apologized. Anyways, back to my question. Would you be able to? Sometimes in a relationship, you've got to put your foot down for the sake of your significant other, even if it makes them angry or sad. Her brow furrowed. Mina couldn't exactly see Izuku being mad at her. Granted, she could hardly remember a time when she'd ever seen him mad. While she wasn't hot on the idea of making him angry herself, Mina realized she'd take that if it meant he wouldn't hurt himself. The thought of anyone hurting Izuku invoked a strong reaction within her. Now, that person being himself ... it left her at a bit of a crossroad. But when she looked inside, he found that she'd be willing to do it. For his sake, and maybe a bit selfishly for her own. I would. That's my job as his friend and girlfriend, she declared. Midnight nodded, but her grin deepened. What about as his partner? Her eyebrows rose. Really shipping me and Izuku that much? Huh? Hey, we teachers talk about you kids, especially you rascals of Class 1A. We try to do it in private though, since not everyone are fans of you guys. Yeah, I know. We know. It's not like we try to attract trouble every month. Despite her apology, Mina crossed her arms in a show of seeming defiant pride. But we always manage to get out of it, one way or another. That's true, and it's a reason why we keep an eye on all of you. The black-haired heroine further affirmed. We're sure that some of you will surpass us, especially as we've seen you all come along. Personally, I'm interested in seeing if any of you become hero couples. So far, you and Izuku are amongst my favorites." Hearing that caused Mina's cheeks to blush. It really was a reversal. She was certain that if her boyfriend were present, he'd have fainted from embarrassment. While she would tease him, she had nothing on the R-rated hero. Knowing a bit about her reputation, and being a flirt herself, Mina was ready for her more so than her boyfriend could be. Thinking about her relationship led Mina to quietly looking around the office, especially at the photos. Midnight made no secret how flirtatious she could be, but as far as serious relationships went, she knew little. At the end of her little search, she found herself looking into the older woman's calm blue eyes. She'd watched her, and she was ready for whatever persona question she might have popped. As curious as Mina was, she didn't want to be too intrusive, especially since she was giving her a pep talk. With all that in mind, she decided to ask a different, but still somewhat pressing question. Being a hero couple ... it can be hard, right? Yep, relationships on their own can be tough, but throwing this job into the mix and things can get really hectic. That's not to say they're not possible or worth it. That last part was added with such a beaming smile. Mina had a feeling she was speaking from personal experience. One thing that both a hero relationship and a normal relationship will need is trust. You've got to trust Izuku, and he's got to trust you. You both have to be willing to listen to each other too, especially when times get tough and you feel like you don't want to hear another word from one another. "Geez, that sounds nasty," she remarked. "Sometimes things can get like that. But hey, just like a hero, it's during the darkest hour you find out what you're made of. Or in this case, if you two can make it work." At the end of her statement, the bell rung, signaling the start of homeroom. Midnight chuckled while Mina let out a sigh. "Guess we couldn't quite beat the clock, could we? No worries though." As she wrote up her slip, Mina found her mind heavy with all that the art teacher had talked to her about. She was surely talking to her from a place of experience. What was important was that she took it to heart. She wanted to, because when she thought about her relationship with Izuku, she realized she wanted to make it work for as long as possible. Maybe even into their adult lives. They're going pro, and whatever else came afterward. Thinking about it all caused her cheeks to turn lilac again. "Thanks, Kamiya-sensei, I appreciate it, and your advice," she said as she took the tardy slip. "Don't mention it. Just try to make sure it gets point to good use." She waved off. Just as she was about to leave her office, the pro hero called out to her again. "Oh, and Ashido, in case you ever need certain pointers, I'm always available." The acidic hero matched the R-rated hero's grin with one of her own. "Got it." She got no more than several steps when her eyes fell on a certain someone who made her heart thump in her chest. "Izuku, you owe me a good morning kiss." In 2 short bounds, she wrapped her arms around him and planted a quick kiss on his lips. His freckled cheeks turned bright red as their eyes locked with one another. "Morning," she whispered. Morning," he replied. We should, get to class. And later on can we have lunch together? There's something I want to ask you. Izuku, we're a couple, of course we can have lunch together. Plus, there's a few things I want to talk about with you too." Her right hand drifted down and intertangled with his. He immediately gave it a loving squeeze. "All right, to homeroom we go," she bombastically shouted. Minor the little detour they both seemed to have taken, they were back on track. In the back of their minds, they both knew clouds of uncertainty still lingered in their future, but it wasn't something that impeded them. They kept on walking forward, hand in hand, confident that they'd be ready to face it, just as they were certain they could face another day of schoolwork, including a pop quiz that their fuzz-chin teacher saw fit to drop on them to keep them on their toes. Supposedly, "What do you dream about, Izuku?" Izuku paused at the question. A somewhat warm feeling took root within him, though it was counterbalanced by a dull pain. The two collided and fused, the former thankfully coming out as the dominant half. He could feel himself smiling in preparation to answer his girlfriend's question. I still dream about being a hero." Looking to her, he caught the way she playfully rolled her eyes, yet still smiled at him. She knew what his answer was going to be. What she didn't know was how deep his dreams ran. They'd been all that he'd had, alongside his imagination. "Well, I dreamed of having a quirk like All Might's." "Haha, lucky for you, that's one dream that came true." She giggled. "Did you dream about wearing his costume too?" His cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. "Well, yeah. I mean, I was a kid, can you blame me, Mina?" She leaned over and pecked him on the cheek. "Nope, I'll admit, I'm looking forward to seeing you in those costumes when you were a kid." What? Mina, he yelled, nearly jumping out of his seat. Again, by this point, he'd honestly lost count of how many times she'd done that to him. At the rate they were going, Izuku was beginning to realize it was futile to try to keep track. Mina was just going to keep on doing it, and he was going to keep on enjoying it. Just promise me that you won't laugh too much," Izuku begged in a meager voice. The 𝗵𝗃𝗄's affectionate giggles were the first part of her answer. "I'll try not to, but that'll depend on how cute you'll be. I'm pretty sure that I'll fail considering how cute you are now." Mina, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 groaned despite his cheeks still sporting a bright red tint. We're supposed to be studying. Hey, it's not like we're getting too off track. We're keeping our talk focused on dreams, aren't we? She wasn't exactly wrong. Matter of fact, in the corners of his mind he had a feeling that this kind of talk was coming. In some ways he'd been looking forward to it. He enjoyed talking with Mina. It's part of why he enjoyed dating her, and the feeling was mutual. Quirks were incredible things. They came in all shapes and sizes. Categorizing and studying them had become professional occupations. That especially went for more esoteric quirks, the likes of which that truly pushed the boundaries of what was believable. Thousands of years ago, in the age of myths and legends, people believed dreams could be prophetic. Cultures likewise believed that dreams allowed for communication with the unseen spirits, the dead, gods, and numerous other mythical forces that were believed to fill the world. As time steadily moved forward, such notions were growing dismissed. With the dawn of reason came the near-complete dismissal of such fantastical notions, even with people claiming to still experience such things. Those were scattered incidents and often dismissed as nothing concrete. And then came quirks, which rewrote all the rules. Rules that had once been ironclad in governing the world were questioned. It had been quite a time of discovery. Some would say that it was one of the few glimmers of light in what had been a dark era. Likewise, a handful of individuals had stepped forward to further illuminate the darkness. Some people had did it in what could be called the direct way, while others did it the indirect way, the way that the age of reason had dispelled. Amongst the numerous quirks that came into existence as quirk-bearers appeared one after another, there were those who were strange, arcane almost. There came to exist quirks that allowed people to interact with intangible forces, as well as channel those forces themselves. One such quirk was Dream Walker, befitting its name. It allowed users to enter the dreams of others. Such a power was surreal to say the least, but it was very real. 𝗧𝗵𝗵 had been an unconventional hero, but a hero nonetheless. His quirk allowed him to enter the dreams of others and explore their subconscious. It was a quirk that defined what had been known logic and opened the door to a new field of quirk study. 𝗧𝗵𝗵 himself did pioneering work in heroes being detectives as he used his quirk to solve numerous crimes. What people might not have consciously remembered, their subconscious might have. Likewise, those that wished to hide certain things had those secrets exposed via 𝗧𝗵𝗵's quirk. He'd saved many lives and brought several supervillains to justice. He'd lived a good life, and some would say that he met an end befitting of a hero. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 gulped, remembering how they'd learned of Morpheus' death. Despite the incredible power of his quirk, he'd still had the durability of an ordinary person. Still, his heroic spirit had allowed him to endure 4 gunshots far longer than any other person, long enough to save several hostages before dying. His death had been a crippling blow to the then young superhero community and the populace. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was able to tell that Mina didn't like writing about that, but it was part of their assignment. For 𝗧𝗵𝗃 ... it was another slap of reality, a reality that he knew he had to face. Dream walking, his eyes stared back into Mina's yellow irises. He realized that he'd just spoken out loud. The realization was cause for a sheepish smile which Mina giggled at. She fixed him with an acute stare symbolizing her interest in what was on his mind. There was no use in trying to hide it or play it off, especially since she had that twinkle in her eyes. I was thinking of how useful dream walking would be. I mean, I personally don't think I'd be able to master it, but it could still be useful. Again, another truth mixed in with a white light. What he was curious as if he'd be able to use the quirk on himself. Lately, his own dreams had been what he'd been wanting to decipher. You've got a point there, though I don't think I'd be able to make it as useful as you would. You're the kind of person who I could definitely see becoming a hero detective. She hadn't been the first one to tell him that. As his intelligence and analytical abilities became well known, several of his classmates and even some of his teachers mused to him that he'd make a good detective. Of course, heroes were sometimes required to be such, though there were those who specialized in detective work over directly fighting villains like many big-name heroes. Did you ever think of going down that road, even with your quirk? He shook his head as he turned the page of the history book in front of them. No, I was pretty dead set on being more direct. Plus, I personally never thought that I'd have what it'd take for that kind of work. Even now, I still don't think I'd make for a good detective. Feeling the tug on his shoulder, he looked back to his girlfriend and was greeted with a short kiss to the lips. I think you would. Truth be told, it's one of the reasons why I think you'd make for a pretty good hero. I read that All Might did a bit of detective work himself. Endeavor does too, though I'll say he kind of has more of the look for it. Same thing with Todoroki. She paused to let out one of those cute giggles that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 loved so much. They both have that hard-boiled look to them. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 joined her in laughter. You know, I can kind of see that. Both of them have a sort of intensity about them that goes with being a hard-boiled detective. I don't. No, you're more of the bubbling detective, but the sort that'll still crack the case, instead of a kiss. He got a little poke to his freckled cheeks. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 still liked it, Mina's black clear eyes moved back to the history book that they'd been using for their schoolwork. While he'd received praise for his academic drive, he'd gotten some of that in regards to seemingly being able to lift Mina's own academic abilities up. He was happy for that, but he was grateful to her that she'd managed to bring a bit of unusual excitement to their study sessions. Alright, the next case is ... Oh, this one. Looking down, he saw the reason for the evaporation of Mina's good mood. He could hardly blame her for it. Though Morpheus had been an excellent hero who solved numerous cases and saved many lives, there had been some he failed to save. Sometimes even a successfully solved case wasn't solved in time enough to save a victim's life. That had been the story of the North End Ripper. His name had once been Eugene Collins, a seemingly ordinary Boston native until he awakened to his quirk. Said quirk happened to be the manipulation of glass. In the midst of the chaos that came with Quirk's awakening, some had been forced to kill in self-defense. Unfortunately, those actions had awakened some to the joy of murder. Eugene Collins had been one such individual, and he'd gone on to become one of the most notorious serial killers in Boston's history. He made quite a name for himself in the criminal underworld as well. Quite ironic considering that according to records, he'd had some nasty run-ins with them. It had part of the growing trend of organized crime taking advantage of quirk users. Mere years later, though, the tables would turn and many of those organizations would find themselves either wiped or severely overshadowed by emerging supervillains. Eugene Collins, aka Glass Cutter, had finally been caught, and it was believed that his latest set of victims could still be rescued. Morpheus had believed so and done his best, navigating the twisted maze that had been Collins' mind. Despite succeeding in finding their location, it was too late to save the 4 hostages. Only one had survived while the other 3 had bled out from their wounds. At times Izuku couldn't help but wonder what would drive people to do such horrid things. In Collins' case, what would have happened if he hadn't killed someone, even in self-defense? Had he just gained a taste for murder? Maybe he did. The environment didn't help at all. People did things, horrible, wretched things back then. What? He stammered. I didn't say anything. Mina replied, quickly looking around. Izuku saw that no one else had spoken to him. He and Mina were still at their table in the library, doing their schoolwork. None of the other occupants met his eye as they were busy with their own interests, including studying like he and Mina. Sorry about that. I just thought I heard something. You're not trying to be dramatic on me, are you? Mina asked in a half-joking manner. Despite her attempts to play it off, Izuku could feel she was worried about him. He could chalk that up to where their studies had taken them. And no, I guess my overactive mind was going at it again. It was another lie that he hoped would pass. After a second of thinking, Mina seemed to accept it. Still, the forlorn look on her face remained. Izuku saw that her gaze was back on the page that was the source of her sorrow. Izuku didn't at all blame her. It was never fun to read about heroes failing, about the death of innocent people. I was ... also wondering how someone could do something as horrible as Glass Ripper. Some people are just twisted like that. The normally upbeat girl sounded quite saddened. It wasn't a voice or look that Izuku liked seeing on Mina. I always thought that's part of what made villains, well, villains. The enjoyment of seeing people suffer and apparently gloating about it to people. He saw the brief flicker of anger in her eyes. While all the details of the North End Ripper case hadn't been made public, a handful had. Amongst them had been Glass Rippers gloating to law enforcement and heroes who tried interrogating him. I can't help but think that the guy that All Might fought was like that. It was brief, but Izuku's eyes widened in terror. All for one, his mentor's archenemy. From what he'd been told, the mastermind had been exactly like that. Thankfully for the world, he was locked up in one of the most secure prisons on the earth. He was, wasn't he? Blinking, he looked back to his girlfriend. Her saddened expression morphed into a cool smile. Hey, I may not be a detective in the making, but you know I can pick up on little things from time to time. He immediately shut his mouth remembering that, including the fact that he liked that aspect of Mina. That guy, I think his name was All for One. He's locked up though, so that means he can't hurt anyone else. I hope that stays the case. Even so ... his followers are still out there, especially Shiragaki. So, sorry, stop ... him. No ... te or ... wh ... him. He kept his surprise suppressed, as well as the nervousness. The first voice was feminine, remorseful, and finally familiar. As for the second, it was masculine and harsher. Despite it's the static that kept words from fully forming, Izuku had been able to decipher the statement. Ultimately, he had a feeling that Shiragaki was going to need to be stopped. There was no way there'd be peace while him and his fellow villains were still out there. Looking back at Mina, he felt that fire cool though. For now, he just wanted to enjoy this moment of peace with his girlfriend. Nothing more. If anyone even remotely scary like him comes your way, you'll tell me if I don't see it, right? Her question caught him by surprise. I am your girlfriend, and given what we're doing, I guess. Partner, recovering quickly. He let his honest feelings influence his next words. "You make for a good partner, Mina. Better than any partner I could have ever hoped for." The truth was he never really thought of anyone wanting him for a partner. Not useless, pathetic little Deku. He'd like to think that he'd grown from that person. And the people around him seemed to confirm he had. Especially his pink-colored girlfriend. Though his words brought a beaming smile to her face, his next put a damper on it. I just would rather not put you in danger, especially for my sake. Why wouldn't I do that? Izuku, you're a classmate and my boyfriend, so damn well I'm going to put myself in danger for yourself. Though her voice remained calm, it had a slight edge to it. Izuku knew if he pressed the issue that edge would grow. He didn't fancy the idea of angering his girlfriend, especially when she was showing how concerned she was for him, how far she'd go for him. If our roles were reversed, would you stop because I told you to? No, he immediately answered. A second later and he realized what Mina was really saying. A short sigh passed his lips before he smiled back at her. The hardness on her face dissipated as she smiled back. Good point. Exactly. Mina was rather justified in her proud look. Plus, as always, she just looked cute. You know, this is ... kind of what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. Just the two of us. Izuku had a feeling that this talk was the one that had been delayed. He knew that something had been on her mind since he caught her by Midnight's classroom earlier this morning. That talk had been postponed as their private lunch became a group affair. Neither of them minded, but Izuku always had the feeling that Mina still wanted to talk to him alone. Their study date after school had proved to be the perfect opportunity. Well, it's not like all our talks could be romantic, especially given we're both training to be heroes. He consciously realized. Interesting, he didn't mind it at all. In fact, it actually felt nice to have someone to talk to. While there surely was his mentor, Mina was different. She's my girlfriend and partner. Of course, I need to talk to her about things, especially in the event of. It was like walking until a massive pothole lay before him. Despite its massive side, Izuku had been blind to it, temporarily at the least. That unfortunate needle of anxiety was stabbed straight into his spine, and from there it spread through the rest of him. The faces of his mentor and the principal appeared in his mind, their warnings about his quirk ringing in his skull. Despite its loudness, Izuku quickly absorbed it, accepted it. He'd been down this road before, and nothing had changed. With any luck, nothing would change for a while. At least not until he ... came up with something himself. Or he got permission from the two to reveal the truth to Mina. Maybe after the League of Villains had been defeated, I can tell her, he whimsically thought. It was optimistic, yet a potentially long way off. Ring, ring, ring. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, Mina. On average, she had far more people calling her than him. After all, she was the more social one. She showed him her contact list and he had to say, it was impressive. Far more impressive than his. Mina had promised that she'd work with him on that, a suggestion that he was still 50-50 on. Looking back down, he surveyed their schoolwork. While Mina talked on the phone, he went back to work. As tempting as it was for him to listen in on her conversation, he chose not to. It would have been an invasion of privacy, and that was the last thing he wanted to do with his girlfriend. Still, he found himself having to fight the temptation a little. He buried most of it by diligently throwing himself into his work as usual. He was no more than a minute into it when he heard Mina call his name. It's my brother and his girlfriend. Izuku chuckled at how she paused mentioning her boyfriend's girlfriend. It left him curious as to what she was like. He'd heard Mina mention that they wanted to meet him, as well as the rest of Mina's family. Apparently, they want me to come over and talk to a student at her school about applying to UME, giving someone that kind of talk. Can you believe it? Actually, yeah. You're a social butterfly, Mina. If there's anyone that can give a good case for UA, it's you. He honestly offered. You ... really think so? Like seriously? Her eyes twinkled with genuine curiosity at what his answer would be. Odds were, she probably already knew the answer though. Yes, you can be pretty convincing about things you're passionate about. Thanks, but what about you? If anyone's going to argue for UA, I think you can do it too. I mean, I'd say you're way more qualified than me. I don't have those interpersonal connection though. That's your thing. And yours too, even if you don't know it. Resting her cheek on her head, she fixed him with another one of those charming smiles. You want to come with me? Me. Yes, you, Izuku. Like I said, you can be pretty convincing on your own. Then again, I am kind of irked at the possibility of you running into Mitsuomi. Chuckling at her pouting face, he decided to broach the topic. I'm going to have to meet him eventually. Besides, doesn't he want to meet me too? Yeah, and so does the rest of my family ... but I want to keep you to myself for a little while longer. This time the laughter just burst out of him. Mina's response was to reach over and wrap her left arm around him. Like she said, she had wanted to keep him to herself for a little while longer. Knowing him, he'll probably ask us for a double date. Why, I don't think that'd be so bad. Maybe not, but like I said, I want to keep you to myself for a little while longer. Mina, he called. Ordinarily, he'd be a blushing, stuttering wreck who couldn't even say his own name, especially as she looked at him with an absolutely adorable pout. As much as I'd love to go, I have some training after we finish up here. Still, one day soon I'd love to meet your brother and the rest of your family. I really want to do it before Christmas. Likewise, I'd love for you to meet my mom. Oh, now that I'd love to see happen. What about your dad though? Any chance he could come to Japan? Even for the holidays? It's something that both me and my mom would love, he confessed with a sheepish smile. We've talked about it, and he's going to try for it. That'd be a bit of a Christmas miracle for my whole family. Then I guess it's something to hope for, right alongside me hopefully making it back to the dorms before curfew. She was already gathering her things. The faster she was able to get over to her brother's school, the quicker she could make it back. Izuku was sure though that she wasn't going to be gone for any longer than an hour at most. He was where things might get dicey. Sometimes he did go overboard with his training. Even All Might had once talked to him about it. Odds were, the bait was going to continue into the future, and Mina was going to be the one to remind him to call it a day, no doubt after she'd been training beside him. Before standing up, she leaned in and kissed on the lips. See you in a little bit. She giggled. Yeah, see you then, he replied. She got 5 steps away when he impulsively called out, Mina, say hi to your brother for me. Her face lit up as she gave him an ear-to-ear grin. Got it. There had been times he wondered what it was like to have siblings. A few of his classmates gave him some insight, but none more so than his girlfriend. While she tried not to paint a rosy picture of her brothers, he was often able to see through it. It left him wanting to meet them, particularly her older brother whom apparently was quite like her. Looking deep within himself though, Izuku knew the real reason why a part of him was eager to meet Mina's family. His hero name, Deku, once a moniker of worthlessness, he wanted to turn it into something else the opposite. He wanted the name to be one that inspired hope and confidence. That thought mixed with their previous discussion about him being inspirational. If I started out with anyone, maybe my girlfriend's parents are the best option, Izuku mused to himself. Oh boy, guess I better get moving fast. Even though she'd brought an umbrella, Mina didn't like being caught out in the rain. Don't get her wrong, as a kid she did enjoy playing around in it, but she was definitely more of a sunny weather kind of girl. Unfortunately, the forecast had predicted 2 days of rain, starting today. It had already started pouring when school let out only to stop. As she popped open her umbrella, she acknowledged that it had only been temporary. Still, she knew how to make do in the rain. Since coming to UA, she'd learned how to do a lot of things in the rain, especially run in it. She'd honestly lost track of how often she'd had to run in the rain. While the fear of a cold was always a possibility, so too was it that someone's life could be lost as a result of letting something like a little rain get in the way. Luckily, this wasn't one of those times. Plus, there were buses, which provided a nice relief from the rain. Transfers to UA weren't uncommon, albeit they typically took place toward the start of new semesters. Technically speaking, they were coming up on one of those. The new year may have still been several weeks away, but people were already making plans. A good number of Christmas plans, but also a few for beyond that, for the first quarter of the new year. As Mina stared at the window, she found herself wondering what next year would bring for her and her classmates. As she watched the rain steadily increase, she had a feeling that it was going to involve a lot more adventures. The other students hadn't been wrong when they said that they tended to attract a lot of attention. She stopped short of calling them doom magnets, albeit they kind of did seem like doom magnets sometimes. One way or another, some of them were always at the heart of some major incidents. That especially went for her boyfriend. That said, they always seemed to make it out none the worse for wear, or downright successful. Mina had begun to take pride in that, and she knew she wasn't the only one. Members of Class 1A had talked about it amongst themselves. They were all pretty good at getting into trouble and getting out of it. Not to mention getting others out of it. That's part of what heroes did though, right? A clap of thunder drew her attention. Mina couldn't see the flash of lightning, but she was sure it had struck somewhere. It was the first clap of thunder that she'd heard since the rain had started. Maybe there'd been more while she and Izuku were at the school. There were times Mina wondered if her brother resented her for choosing to go to UA. He'd told her over and over again he didn't. One time he sat her down and told her he was a little jealous, but not in the way that she worried about. If anything, he was more worried about her safety. As much of a chatterbox as he was also quite perspective. Mitsuomi had looked her in the eye and told her that he was only worried about her safety. That wasn't a surprise, not at all. She'd realized that his anxiety had only grown over the last several months. Her class had indeed been the epicenter of a lot of action. That made it somewhat ironic that he was calling her to get her to pitch UA to another student. Excitement began to bubble up inside of her. This wasn't the sort of thing she did, but maybe after this she could give it a try more often. She figured it might be a good way to show her school spirit, or maybe keep UA's stellar reputation going. Whipping out her phone, she began to play some games. She had enough time for that before she reached her stop. Nishiyama Senior High was still at least 15 minutes away, long enough for her to get some quick mobile gaming in. One of her favorites was one of the revived games Angry Birds. Who'd have thought that it could be so much fun launching various birds at various structures to get at a group of evil pigs who'd also kidnapped other birds. Apparently, it had been quite a hit years back, before the emergence of quirks apparently. Mina, for one, was quite happy the game had been rediscovered and brought back to the world. She'd gotten far enough to feel comfortable when her stop finally came. In went her phone and out came her umbrella. Since the rain had picked up, she definitely needed it. Glancing up at it, she tried to think of what kind of speech she could give to this supposed student. Well, on Wednesday I could tell them about how the cafeteria makes some awesome sushi rolls. Oh, and dessert Friday. And the Sports and Culture Festival. Come to think of it, some of them might have been at the festival themselves. I wonder if this student was there. She supposed that was one question she could ask once she got kaboom. For a quarter of a second, Mina thought it was thunder, but near immediately afterward, she realized it wasn't. She'd been through enough to know what an actual explosion sounded like. Here it put her on edge. In the following seconds, she followed the sound of the explosion. Mina's yellow-colored eyes widened once she saw what direction the explosion had came from. No, hell no. Her umbrella hit the pavement while her feet did the same. Mina pushed aside the stunned pedestrians on the street. They were just as startled by the explosion as her, but none of them had a potential personal stake in it like she did. None of them knew the names and faces of some of the people who were potentially injured from the blast. The landscape flew by in a blur. All the training she'd put in was put to use in closing the distance between her and Nishiyama High. She didn't care about the rain, hardly even feeling it as she ran as fast as her legs could carry her. She was there in what seemed like her next breath. Her yellow eyes scoured the familiar 3-story building, noting the column of smoke rising from it and the flames shooting out from what seemed to be the back of the building. Students and teachers alike were already evacuating, some quite eager to escape. Not even the pouring rain seemed to be beating back the flames fast enough. There was no way a fire like this was going to be entirely put out by the weather, or at least it wouldn't be in the heart of the city. Once more, Mina's feet were moving. The closer she got, the more she could smell the smoke, as well as the scent of burning rumble. It was something she'd gotten used to for a number of reasons. The one smell she didn't want to encounter was blood. The fact that she knew what it smelled like so well was unsettling in itself, but she came to accept it. With so many people flooding out, she found herself going up against the tide. People were gasping for air and welcoming the rain. Confusion reigned as everyone was trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. Someone's quirk went off. A prank gone horrible wrong. An accident. An attack. That possibility hung in Mina's head despite how much she furiously tried to beat it back. Beat it back with what? The sheer odds of one of them attacking the school that her brother went to. But then again, villains had gotten noticeable more brazen ever since All Might's retirement. Everyone down to the common citizens realized it was coming. Without the symbol of peace, who was there to stop them? The answer had been the hundreds of other heroes that were still very much up and about. That hadn't stopped some of them, though. It had even emboldened some. Was that what this was? Was that what this could have been? Man, I'm rambling on about maybes just like Izuku. The realization would have gotten a laugh out of her if the situation wasn't so serious. She was going through the crowds, making sure that everyone was all right while calling out for her brother and Chia. The longer she went without spotting them, the worse she was beginning to feel. Whenever she looked back at the building, Mina felt a nervous knot forming in her stomach. It practically exploded into a ball of black flames as she heard her phone ring. The sound nearly sent Mina jumping into the sky. Immediately, she grabbed for it, nearly fumbling the smartphone and causing it to hit the ground. Mitsuomi, are you okay? Are you hurt? Where are you? All the nervousness within her exploded outward. It slammed into an ice-cold wall as an unfamiliar voice came through on the other end. Chuckling, deep, masculine, dark chuckling that definitely didn't belong to her brother. The rain and sweat pouring down Mina's cheeks froze while her heart came to a sudden stop. Ah, sibling love, quite a sweet thing. Hey, Mina Ashido, right. Don't worry, your brother's just fine. For now, how long he stays that way depends entirely on you. The fear within her was quickly replaced by anger. Who the hell are you? She simply barked. I guess you could call me a villain. After all, I did just bomb your bro's school and take him as a hostage. That's certainly a villainous thing to do, isn't it? As a future hero, it's your job to stop me, isn't it? On top of keeping your dear big brother alive. The voice on the other end responded. His tone was jovial, further solidifying the danger he posed. Talking so casually about his actions, even to the point of sounding amused by them, told Mina that this man was dangerous. Knowing that helped her temper her fury, but only a little. You know where this school's gym is, right? Meet me there, I promise. I'll have your brother waiting for you. Oh, and don't worry. I made sure I didn't do too much damage to this place that it'll come crashing down on us. Looking back at the front entrance, she could see more people steadily streaming out of it. Obviously, evacuation of everyone was the priority. Afterwards would come roll call, but by then it might be too late for Mitsuomi. Gnashing her teeth, Mina responded, "I'm on my way." "Great. Oh, one last thing before we meet face to face. Might want to call your boyfriend, Deku. It'd be a real shame if he wasn't able to join us." What? Deku? What the hell do you firstly? She was glad that she'd stopped herself from using her boyfriend's real name. Odds were, this guy might have already known, but she didn't want to take that chance. Her training was flowing back into her, running parallel to the emotional shock and rage that was also surging within her. Time would tell if one overtook the other. "You're after him too." There was a whistle from the other end. Well, I'm surprised. You caught on pretty quick." Mina was seconds away from giving a snappy retort when her self-restraint took hold. The mysterious man had casually confirmed her suspicion. She was the target and so was Izuku. Speaking of which, she had a feeling that by now the explosion was on the news. Everyone back at 𝐸 was seeing it on their phones, and she could only hope that Izuku was as well. She'd told him where her brother went to school, so once he saw it and remembered that she was heading down to see him, he was going to come running. For her sake more so than anyone else's. And just like that, her phone began to ring, signaling a new call. As with the previous call, her heart raced as she slid her finger across the screen. "Izuku," she called. "Mina, are you all right? Are you hurt? What about your brother? Is he all right?" It was a perfect reversal of the previous minute. This time, though, she was grateful to hear the voice on the other end. "I am all right," she answered. Through the phone line, she could practically feel the tension within him dissipate. Mina hated having to funnel it back into him. "Izuku, listen, someone's kidnapped my brother. They want me and you." The pause on the other end told her that he wasn't surprised at this. Those 5 seconds were almost as nerve-wracking as hearing the bastard talking. Mina was a second away from speaking up when her boyfriend did it first. "I'm on my way, Mina. I promise, I'll be there." Despite the situation bearing down on them, she found herself smiling. Izuku had spoken of how he wanted to be just like All Might. In that moment, she'd say he was on near equal footing with his idol. His declaration was just as assuring as the former #1 hero's. "You know I'm not going to stand by and wait for you, Izuku." I know. Please, just try to hold out until I get there. I'm on my way now." Given how fast he could move, Mina had a feeling he'd be here soon. Probably as fast as any pro heroes. Even with all that, she knew she wasn't going to wait on any of them. "Check the gym. That's the place he told me to meet him." Those were her final words before she ended the call, then charged right on in. She heard the calls from students and especially teachers around her, but Mina pushed past them. Her odds of getting a lecture were pretty high, as were the odds of her being in serious trouble when this was over with. Fine then, she accepted in her mind as her shoes pounded against the floor of the front hall. Mina knew she wasn't quite acting like a hero now. No, she was just a girl rushing off to save her brother. She'd take the consequences, whatever they might be. And she'd do it with a straight face, knowing she did everything she could to save her brother. Mina had been in Nishiyama gym before, 4 times to be exact. It was a nice-sized gym that did its gym well, but compared to UA's gym, it was lackluster. What mattered the most to Mina, though, was that it was in one piece. It was located on the school's left side, further away from where the explosions had taken place. Thankfully, it seemed like the fire wasn't spreading. In the back of her mind, though, Mina found that concerning. As she drew closer to the gym, she realized that the explosions had been at best a distraction. Containing it would be the first priority, followed immediately by search and rescue. Would they get there by the time the showdown in the gym had concluded? Pushing the double doors open, she walked right in, breathing hard with a thin sheen of sweat running down her cheeks. "Not bad time, Pinky. That is your hero name, right? Gotta say, it fits like a glove." Immediately recognizing the voice, she honed in on its owner. The first thing that caught her attention was how he was dressed, like he was about to be deployed to a combat zone. A combat vest coupled with various straps and pounces around his waist and legs. Knee pads covered his elbows and knees. Mina wondered how durable they were. A shot of her acid might be able to melt through them. He had the thick muscles to go with the combat look. Not to a superhuman degree, but the sort that came from timely exercise and training. Mina guessed military training. His face completed the look, having a certain hardness to it that was contrasted by the grin he was shooting her. It was a grin that revealed 4 sharpened fangs. The redhead's green eyes were different from her boyfriend's. They didn't reassure her at all. They put her on greater guard than she was already on. Once she'd finished sizing him up, she swiftly searched him for any sign of her brother. Relief shot through her, spotting him right beside the stranger. His hands were bound behind his back and blood was pouring from the right side of his forehead. But otherwise he was all right. Noticing her coming in, he tried to sit up, his own yellow eyes widening in alarm. "Mina, listen, you gotta Ruga." Rage swept through her watching the mysterious man grab her brother's pink-topped head and slam it into the stage floor. "You bastard, get your filthy hands off him," Mina shouted. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Who am I? Hey. Well, I'll be blunt, I'm something of a gun for hire. As you can probably tell by my accent, I'm not from around here. Love the green tea you people serve here in Japanese. Nothing like the real thing. I'm still waiting for an answer, Mina growled. Acid was already forming in her palms, but she kept from firing it. As angry as she was, she knew she had to be smart about this. Her priority was getting her brother out of here. While he may have shared her acid quirk, he was far less skilled with it, not to mention he lacked the combat training she had. Getting him out wasn't going to be easy. Ring, 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 ring. Huh, you're not going to get that, are you? Questioned the American. There was a couple of people it could have been. Her parents, her brother, Chia, any of her friends from UA. Regardless, Mina knew not to pick up. The second she took her eyes off of this guy, it was game over for her. Thus, her phone continued to ring, becoming the only sound in the gymnasium save for the distant rumble of the fire. By now Mina was sure that the police, fire department, and heroes should have arrived. Not unless. You're not alone, she snarled. Smart girl, smarter than I thought. The redhead remarked. Don't worry, we're not interested in the students at this school, including your brother here. It was useful bait to get you out ... and so were you. His fangs glistened as his grin broadened. Never used pink bait before. He was gone, having disappeared in a blur. It was alarming, terrifying ... but not enough to paralysis Mina. She leaped forward, falling into a roll and coming out of it with poison smearing in her hands. Sweeping them about, she launched 2 parallel arcs of acid at the American. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of them. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting not only an evasion on her part, but a counterattack. His shock quickly morphed into surprise as he grinned, jumping several feet upward. It saved him from her acidic waves. But Mina had more tricks up her sleeve. While falling back, she shaped her right hand into a gun and fired off several more shots. Her acid magnum was striker and faster than her normal shots, and just what she needed to cover her moves. Being in the air meant the stranger couldn't evade. Or that's what Mina thought. Quickly, the man reached into one of his waist pouches and pulled something out. Whatever it was, he stuck it into his jaw. What came next made her ears ring. Literally. HAAROOO. Garrig. WW, what the hell? Mina yelled, the sound waves disorienting her so much that she ended up tripping over her feet. SS shit. His quirk some kind of supersonic howl. Mitsuomi theorized. He was curling into a ball as the sound waves hit him, even though he wasn't the target. As for what the actual target was, those were Mina's acid bullets. The vibrational waves were strong enough to dissipate the acid shots, dispelling them into droplets that cascaded across the gym floor. Getting her eyes back on the strange, Mina saw that her brother's analysis was only half right. He didn't just howl like a monster wolf, he vaguely looked like one. His muscles bulged, lining with traces of fur right down to his hands, his nails having morphed into knife-like claws. He'd already had something of a grisly look to his face, with the fur coating it. He truly looked like he was seconds away from fully taking on the likeness of a wolf. His quirk's really some kind of transformation. That thing that he stuck in his mouth, were those all crap? The man kicked off the floor toward her the second his feet hit the ground. Before her heart could continue its next beat, he was upon her, bringing his claws down on her. He was the wolf, and she was his prey. But Mina was no defenseless lamb. She was a student of UA. She was the acid hero 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Swash, 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 swash. Ha 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 ha. I'm liking you more and more, girl. The American cackled as she dodged his furious swipes. If it weren't for her training, Mina knew for a solid fact she'd have gone down in the first 5 seconds. Instead, here she was, on the defensive but staying alive. Happy to impress, but untaken. Her acid condensed around her hands, stretching past them to form a shield. One she pushed forward, having predicted where her opponent was going to attack. To his credit, he immediately recognized the danger and changed directions. Despite moving so fast he appeared to be a blur, Mina was able to follow him. Her other arm and shield shot out to counter him. The man jumped back, a cheeky grin on his face as he put some distance between them. Clever girl. Like I said, I'm starting to take a liking to you. That acid of yours is tough stuff ... but I've dealt with tougher. Once again, he kicked off the ground, coming straight at her. Mina honestly didn't doubt that. She still had no idea who the hell this guy was, but she knew for certain that he was a seasoned fighter. He'd probably fought opponents older and more experienced than her. That said, she still had some tricks up her sleeve. He was coming at her fast enough that she knew if she made one wrong slip-up, it was over. Being the kind of girl she was, Mina loved action games. Those that had some kind of slash or parry feature were especially fun. Her sense of rhythm and timing allowed her to master such mechanics. While there was a difference between virtual reality and reality, the point remained timing was everything. Her acid shield was dropped, literally, onto the floor just as she jumped out of the way. The acidic puddle was large enough that the man's boots couldn't help but slide into it. he hissed as the acid began eating away at his shoes. Turning to face her was also a problem since the acid was as sticky as it was dangerous. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 yelled, still standing atop the gymnasium stage. He'd blinked and that was it. His sister's evasion and trap had been rendered mute as the wolf-like man was right back in her face. Both his clawed hands were stretched out, ready to be brought in and rip her sister apart. He struggled against his restraints, bringing all the power of his quirk to bear in order to free himself. 𝗵𝗃 herself felt the intensity of the man's aura hit her full force. It was overwhelming, like having an actual wolf bearing down atop of her. It was different from anything she'd ever experienced before. It was primal. The faces of all the people she loved flashed through her head. Her family, her classmates, her teachers, her friends, her boyfriend, whom inspired her more so than anyone else. Izuku's smiling face, his stalwart demeanor in the face of danger, all it hung in her mind like a video stuck on pause. It gave her strength, and that strength flooded her body, giving her the power to move. She knew where the attacks were coming from, and she had a defense plan. Once again, both her arms shot out, an acid shield deployed. Slight as it was, she heard the sizzle of something coming into contact with them, the tips her opponent's claws. 𝗵𝗃 knew that in protecting her side, her front was left open, and so did her opponent. He struck at her with his leg, a frontal kick that she knew would knock the air out of her. Quickly, she brought her arms forward, bringing her shield to her front and preventing the attack. She heard clothes and flesh sizzling as they burned. While she'd never gone as far as to completely melt someone's limb off, 𝗵𝗃 knew she was capable of it, and now she had the drive. The shield bubbled as she pumped more acid into. Behind it, 𝗵𝗃 grinned as she pushed her arms forward, intent on making sure the makeshift bomb went off at point-blank range. Sure, she'd be caught in the blast, but 𝗵𝗃 had trained herself so she could take such backlash. 𝐻AROOO. Her acid was blown away, as was her concentration. 𝗚𝗚. Her hands immediately went to her ears, trying in vain to shield them from the supersonic sound waves. She'd been lucky before, but now she was getting the full brunt of them and it freaking hurt. Wham! Gasping. The pain in her ears was compounded by the pain in her stomach. He'd kicked her, kneed her with his other leg, and it knocked the air out of her. The next thing 𝗵𝗃 knew, her throat was being gripped by his vice-like hand. 𝗵𝗃 felt her feet leaving the floor as she was lifted upward. You've got some skill, girl, but I'm afraid it isn't anywhere close enough to. His eyes, which had changed into silted pupils, widened. The American spun around, another howl leaving his throat as he moved to intercept the threat. In this case, it was dozens of air bullets. Not all of them were intercepted. Some of them actually kept on going, forcing the stranger to dodge them. Out of the corner of her eye, 𝗵𝗃 a green blur, the sight of it making her heart soar with joy. It reached the top of the sky as she caught the cackle of emerald-colored electricity. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗃 was free. Air rushed into her lungs as she felt her throat free. Next came a familiar, comforting pair of hands wrapping around her. Izuku, her own voice sounded distant, no doubt due to her damaged eardrums. 𝗵𝗃 was sure it wasn't permanent, but it wasn't fun either. Still, just seeing his face was enough to put her at ease. She felt solid ground beneath her, which she immediately tried to stand on. 𝗵𝗃, are you all right? Her brother was another welcome sight. His hands were still bound, but the good news was that he was with them. My ears hurt like crap ... but otherwise I think I'm okay. The truth was there was the pain in her abdomen where she took that jerk's knee, but that pain was fading as the seconds ticked by. Izuku, she called. His face bent into relief seeing she was none the worse for wear. It twisted into concentration as he stood in front of the two of them. He'd ran straight from the gym to here as he was still wearing his workout clothes. They were utterly soaked. It was a look that was perfectly befitting her boyfriend. 𝗵𝗃, Mitsuomi, as soon as you get the chance, run. Get out of the school. I'll hold this guy off, he commanded. Izuku, 𝗵𝗃 shouted. This guy's definitely no pushover. Are you sure you can handle him? Mitsuomi questioned. Despite finally meeting Izuku, he was rightfully focused on the matter at hand. 𝗵𝗃 caught how he struggled to free his hands of the strange cuffs restricting them. Taking a peek at them, she was surprised to see they were reinforced metal and apparently acid-resistant. Her brother had the same acid quirk as her, so he should have been able to melt them off. The fact that he couldn't meant they must have been reinforced, which means he knew to come after Mitsu ... or maybe even me. Sounded a part of her mind. I can, came Izuku's tight, controlled voice. What can you tell me about his quirk? Some kind of he put something in his mouth. Then it caused this transformation. 𝗵𝗃 explained. Knowing her boyfriend, this information might go a ways to defeating this guy and ending this. He doesn't just look like a wolf, he fights like one too. Claws, speed, and a supersonic howl. She consciously rubbed her ears, remembering being on the receiving end of that howl. The ringing had finally faded from her ears as had most of the pain, but the residual pain lingered. I think we can take him. I'll take him. 𝗵𝗃, take your brother and run. Izuku, she shouted. I'm the one they want. The response was deafening, just like the thunder outside. In fact, Mina would say Izuku's voice could have passed for a crack of thunder itself. He'd never yelled at her like that. It added to her stunned silence. Catching her attention was the howling laughter of their bestial opponent. The three teens turned their collective gaze toward him. His right leg had been burnt by Mina's acid wall, something she took a small measure of pride in. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to be kneeling over in agony over it. Bingo. Truth is Pinky and her bro were just the bait. You, little Deku, were our target. I gotta say, you haven't disappointed. He fell into a crouch, further confirming that his leg wound wasn't as crippling as Mina hoped it'd be. His claws were likewise gleaming, meaning that whatever damage had been done wasn't enough. You're speedy like a rabbit, but there's only so much a rabbit can run before the wolf catches it. Mina was tempted to make a comment about how rabbits could pack a punch, especially considering one pro hero who shared her boyfriend's rabbit motif. Matter of fact, a part of her found it funny how Izuku was going up against a villain with a wolf motif. The big bad wolf to Izuku's rabbit, his speedy, hard-hitting rabbit that could knock the wolf flat on its ass once he scored a hit. But that might not happen if he was busy having to cover Mitsuomi, who was still cuffed. Knowing Izuku, he'd be trying to protect him as much as Mina would be. She bit her lip as the logic side of her ran up against the emotional side. Mina, listen, I'm sorry I brought you and your brother into this. I'm so sorry. Just as she'd never heard Izuku yell at her, she'd never heard him sound so apologetic, ashamed even. It was throwing her for another loop. I can't explain everything now, but you two have to get out of here. I promise I can handle this guy. Don't worry, all right, I'll be right behind you too. She and her brother looked at each other. They were confused, him more so than her since he had no idea what was going on. Frankly, neither did Mina, but that just made her feel even more reluctant to leave her boyfriend. Oh, hey, kids, you know I'm standing right here. Oh, forget it. Greenie over here was our main target, so we don't really need the Ashido siblings. They were just the bait, so they can run along. Despite his words, Mina wasn't convinced. Neither was Mitsuomi, who sneered at the man. He caught her brother's sneer and chuckled. Smart kids. Yeah, they are. Suppose this generation's got some moxie. No wonder overhaul fell to them. The new voice put Mina on edge, as well as Mitsuomi and especially Izuku. She immediately followed the voice to behind the stage. Someone was there, watching them, waiting. Izuku, keep your eyes on the front, I got the rear. Her hands were out, shooting glops of acid as she jumped in front of her brother. Damn it, I'd really love to be cut loose right about now. Mitsuomi yelled. As soon as I get the chance to. Mina responded. It was a glimmer of their usual sibling bickering, but it helped lighten the mood. Unfortunately, it didn't last. Her ears heard it, the whistling of something sharp moving through the air. From the darkness behind the stage, she caught several glistening objects coming at her. They were metallic and sharp. Knives, flying knives that were coming straight at her and her brother. Thinking quickly, Mina spread her arms out, the acid extending out and forming into a protective barrier on either side of her, as well as her front. 𝗧𝗧𝗧, 𝗧𝗧𝗧, 𝗧𝗧𝗧. Mina, the knives, Mitsuomi sounded. Looking to the side, she saw the blades protruding through her acid wall, but just barely. Just like her brother's cuffs, they were acid resistant. But that resistance had to have limits, and Mina was determined to test that. Her fingers curled and the acid grew stronger. The air grew the sizzle of metal as the blades continued to dissolve. Impressive. I specifically reinforced those knives to be resistant to your quirk, called the mysterious voice, also a male, but lacking an accent. He was a native Japanese speaker. Helpfully advice. Never underestimate my acid. I'm Pinky, and there's nothing in the world my acid can't eat through. Mina boasted. Hey, noted, the strongest acid ... but what about the sharpest eyes? Mina, shouted her brother. Even before she looked down, she had an idea of what was about to happen. As hyperactive as she was, Mina didn't think of herself as stupid. Ever since this little mess had begun, she'd been keenly aware of her brother, her weakness, and now Izuku's. He was the easiest target, and the most obvious. She grabbed at the metallic rope that was heading for his feet. Mina caught it just as it began to wrap around his legs. Acid immediately secreted from her hands and sunk into the rope. Knowing she had to act fast, she poured it on thick, hoping like hell it'd be enough. The familiar sizzle filled her ears, and for a second, she thought she'd succeeded. Mina, above you, shouted her brother. Wiggling himself free, he shoved her aside, taking the brunt of the metallic spheres that were launched from the same unseen direction. Gah! Mitsuomi yelled as the air left his lungs. Mitsuomi, her rage reaching a boiling point. Mina looked back at the backstage. She knew that whoever was doing this had to be there. She'd had enough. Throwing her arms out, she unleashed a sweeping blast of acid from both her hands. Again, she knew there'd be damages, but to hell with it. Once she felt like she'd done enough, she turned back to Mitsuomi and grabbed at his shoulders, hauling him to his feet. Come on, bro, we're leaving. No complaints, he gasped. You, all right, I'm fine. For now, I'm getting you out of here. They made for the door, running like they were both in gym class and their lives depended on it. Despite knowing that, she looked back to the main floor. Izuku and that guy were fighting it out. And it was the kind that Mina would have loved to have been a part of, but she had her brother to look after. In looking back, the man caught sight of them fleeing. A wicked gleam appeared in his eyes as he opened his mouth and howled. The roar traveled as a concentrated blast of air, heading straight for them. Immediately, Mina threw up her arm and retaliated with a blast of acid. The two attacks collided, canceling each other out. That was Mina's intent, as it gave them the time they needed to keep on running. They were out in the hallway and running. The walls shook as the battle in the gym raged on, though it also sounded like something was going on outside. The pros, the police, they should be here by now. Mitsuomi muttered. You're right, they should have. Mina could feel it in her gut. Something was wrong. Mitsu, I'm going to try to melt your cuffs off. Finally, he proclaimed, sliding to a stop and holding his hands out to her. Just get them off. Don't worry about hurting me. Mina, nodding, she grabbed at the metallic restraints. They felt cold as ice, a perfect contrast to the sizzling heat of her acid. It resisted her acid, but as with the rope and the knives, she poured it on thick. Eventually, the restraints began to give way, much to her and Mitsuomi's relief. Mina, her older brother, called. Once these things are off, I can handle myself. His words caught her off guard, nearly making her stop. Unlike her brother's sclera were white like a normal person's. Still, they shared the same bright yellow eyes, pink hair, and horns. He took pride in his appearance, and Mina believed a part of her had learned from him. Amongst the things they bonded over, their semi-shared appearance was one of them. Don't take any crap from anyone at you over your appearance. He'd been the first in her family to tell her that. Not that Mina needed to hear them, but it was special to hear them anyway. Especially from her brother, who always seemed to have some wishy-washy feelings toward Mitsu. Look, your boyfriend's back there, and he's one of those types of guys who thinks he's got to shoulder every horrible thing that happens in the world. A guy like that, he'll do great things. But he's probably going to get himself maimed at best trying to do it. You've got to be there to stop him from doing something stupid like that. They were words of wisdom she wasn't expecting to hear, namely because she wasn't expecting him to have such a good beat on Izuku so quickly. She finished melting off his cuffs. Finally, how'd you even get caught? She asked. First there was the explosion. I was going to evacuate with everyone else, but then I just got this bad feeling. When I looked back, I saw him coming for me, and that was it. You saw his quirk. Guy moved like a wolf on the hunt. Yeah, I saw. He's fast, but nowhere as fast as Ida. Mina murmured that last part to herself. Their daily training with the bespectacled speedster was one of the reasons why they were able to keep up with the beast man. Speaking of him, Mina had a feeling he'd tried calling them. A shame that they weren't in a position to pick up and talk. Mitsuomi. The next thing she knew, he was hugging her. Instinctively, Mina hugged him back. He was the one trembling. Just promise me you'll be careful, okay, Mina? She knew it wasn't easy. He was her big brother. Even if they bickered, he was always there to defend her. He wanted to protect her now, but here he was, only being able to wish her the best as she ran off into danger. It wasn't easy, and it never had been. I promise, Mitsu, I'll come back alive. Oh, and I'll come back with Izuku. You did say you wanted to meet him, she affirmed as she hugged him back. Yeah, I did. Me and Chia, who I'm sure is probably out there. Exactly, so you need to get out there and before she has a heart attack. Same thing with Mom, Dad, and Mihiro. Call them and let them know that I'm alright. Another rumble shook the hallway. Mina took it as a sign that their time was running short. Go. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. You better be. Make sure to kick some ass, little sister. Her normal-skinned brother shouted as he ran toward the other end of the hallway. Mina was sure that her brother would make it outside in a little bit. Coming from the opposite end, he'd probably be met with a lot of questions, but the good news was he'd be in safe hands. Spinning around, she took off in the opposite direction, her heart once again pounding at 100 miles a minute. While running, Mina found herself wondering how long it had been since she'd left Ua. How long had it been since this fiasco started? It felt like it had been hours, but Mina wasn't even sure it had been half an hour. She found that in times of crisis, time had a habit of becoming distorted. She could have pulled her phone out to check, but ironically, Mina knew she didn't have the time. In what seemed like a few short breaths, she was back in front of the gym, the rumbling growing stronger as she approached the door. Bang, 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 bang. Guns. Of course, freaking guns. She thought as she pushed the door open. Mina knew she had to be careful. She may have been strong, but she wasn't bulletproof, and neither was Izuku. A part of her wondered who was the one doing the shooting. She doubted it was the Beast Man since he didn't seem to need any. It had to be someone else, his partner. His quirk seemed to be telekinesis of some sort. She used her feet to kick the doors open, her hands being coated in acid. Once she was inside, her eyes scoured the gym, drinking in the scene. Izuku was still fighting, holding his own against the Beast Man, and the telekinetic firearms that were assailing him. Seeing them, Mina formed finger guns with her own hands and began firing. To her glee, each of her shots hit home, melting the guns into slag. That freed up her boyfriend. Her moment of triumph was short-lived as the American turned to her. Mina immediately noticed how he'd changed. While he was still muscular and hairy, those traits had been doubled. Not only that, his wolfen features had been replaced. The way his muscles bulged, the way his hands looked, and lastly his face. It had gone from being like a wolf to a monkey's. When monkeys grinned like that, it never meant anything good. She was right as the man swiftly pounded both of his fists against the floor, sending forth a shockwave that tore through the floorboards. "Mina," 𝗧𝗑𝗧 shouted, watching the shockwave heading straight for her. She saw how his arms and legs were seemingly bound together, but he was struggling against them. Looking back, she saw the shockwave was getting closer to her, dangerously close. Her legs tightened up in preparation for an evasion. Either to the left or right, either way would do, but she had to move. Or someone had to move her, and that's exactly what happened. She saw it out of the corner of her eyes, the explosion of ink like black matter. It came straight from 𝗧𝗑𝗧. Her jaw dropped as black tendrils erupted from her boyfriend's hands. They lashed out in all directions, including toward the beast man. He was caught completely off guard as one of the tendrils smashed into his face. It'd have been funny if his attack still wasn't heading toward her. Her shock gave the shockwave more time to come up on her, cutting short her window of time to evade. That said, it wasn't the closest thing to her. That was one of the black tendrils. What the Mina shouted before it wrapped around one of her hands. Hey, 𝐻. After spending the last several minutes running from place to place, she was finally being dragged around. 𝗂𝗍𝗧𝗑𝗧. 𝗧𝗑𝗧, hey, put me. The words died in Mina's mouth as she caught sight of her boyfriend. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 was on his knees, screaming in agony as the black tendrils were raging out of control. 𝗧𝗑𝗧, 𝐒𝐬𝐽. It came from out of nowhere and he couldn't respond to it. No, something told 𝗧𝗑𝗧 that wasn't quite right. He couldn't quite explain it, but he felt in his bones that this wasn't happening for reasons he knew. What were those reasons? His gut told him it had something to do with his and Mina's current situation. A hostage situation involving her older brother at his high school. Someone had tried to get through him through Mina's family. It was one of his worst nightmares manifested, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. The people of her brother's school, her brother, was in danger. That was the thing about times like this. Time was of the essence, so lamentation was put on the back burner. That's what it always seemed to be like for him. Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing. As he discovered, most of the time, the situation was bad enough that there was no time for that sort of self-pity or agonizing over what was done. This had been one of those times. Two men, one American and one Japanese, both wielding quirks that made them incredibly dangerous. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about civilians getting caught in the crossfire of their battle. Their battle, not his fight. Their fight is in Mina's. Him and his girlfriend. They'd gotten her family involved in his battles. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 knew he couldn't dwell on that for too long. It was buried deep in the back of his head, while what to do about the battle at hand occupied the forefront of his mind. Anything less and he was going to get himself or Mina killed, or maybe captured. Between the two of those things, it was hard to tell which would be worse. His intuition told him being captured that meant they'd suffer whatever horrors these two men had in store for them, and they would potentially witness whatever disaster came about from their capture. Speaking of the two who'd assaulted Nishiyama Senior High School, they were proving remarkably dangerous opponents. Not only were their quirks dangerous, they had the skill to use them effectively. The redhead had some kind of prior training, which complemented his animalistic fighting style. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 had watched switch out various sets of Jaws lines, each resulting in a new animal-themed transformation. His quirk seemed to be a sort of mimicry based on whichever set of teeth he inserted into his mouth. Quite a wondrous ability, but one that was extremely dangerous to fight against. Whenever he looked to 𝗧𝗑𝗧, he could tell the man was taking on not only the physical traits but the mental ones as well, namely with the predators he was mimicking. Then again, he wondered if the teeth were necessary. He theorized that this red-headed man was someone who enjoyed bloodshed. That speculation was all but confirmed every time they engaged in physical battle. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 had no idea how many animal teeth he had on him, but so far, he'd seen a grizzly bear, wolf, and a gorilla. All quite dangerous animals. But 𝗧𝗑𝗧 knew the animal kingdom had numerous predators which the American could call upon, assuming he had the corresponding animal jaws. He really didn't want to keep this fight going to find out how many teeth he had on him, but he couldn't afford to be reckless either, especially with Mina beside him and fighting off the mercenary's companion. While this red-headed American was a physical fighter with an animalistic quirk, the other one possessed a form of telekinesis. It was a limited form from what he gathered, being able to only manipulate 6 things at once. Unfortunately, he came with 6 guns, each fully loaded. Such mundane weapons like pistols may have seemed minuscule compared to the powerful quirks he'd faced over the last several months. But he knew that wasn't cause to relax. It was the opposite, since a well-placed bullet could kill him. Either kill him, maim him, or do either of those things to Mina, albeit her quick was the perfect counter to it. Mina's acid was more than strong enough to melt the lead bullets into nothing, and that included the pistols themselves. More importantly, thanks to their training, she had the accuracy to neutralize every shot. That severely limited the threat firearms posed. But Izuku knew he couldn't say they'd been completely neutralized. Mina could only shoot down the shots she was able to identify, not to mention the American had a way to counter her acid. When he roared, it produced blasts of air that he knew would be able to cancel out Mina's acid blasts, and that was on top of them being so loud they could disorient their hearing. There were so many variables in this fight, so many his mind was running as he fought off the American. He'd swooped out his wolf-like powers for those of a gorilla. The sight of his transformation brought forth the memory of an old American movie in the likeness of Japan's kaiju films. Izuku believed it was called King Kong. It was the kind of movie he wouldn't have minded watching with Mina. She was several feet from him, having just returned from shepherding her brother to safety. That was good. It meant they wouldn't have to worry about him being caught in the crossfire. Also, Mina's acid shots helped neutralize the telekinetics bullets. She'd be able to keep on covering him, but that relief vanished in the next heartbeat. The American turned his focus to Mina, his face twisting into a hideous grin that promised only one thing. As his gaze shifted to Mina, his next attack was aimed at her as well. His hands rose and fell in a primal ground pound that sent a shockwave tearing along the ground toward Mina. Izuku's eyes widened at the projectile attack. Watching it barrel toward the girl he was sure he was falling in love with. The blast of pressurized energy towered over her by a solid 3 feet, and by extension him. Even worse, it was moving fast. I've gotta. Click, click. Suddenly, his arms and legs were bound. He fell fast first onto the hard floor. Izuku immediately struggled against the bounds restraining him. A quick glance at them allowed him to see they were some kind of metallic rope, a pair strong enough even his enhanced strength couldn't break, or not in time. Panic seizing his throat, he looked back up, watching the shockwave continue to barrel toward his pink-haired girlfriend. Mina. The scream forced itself up through his throat like a volcanic eruption. I have to save her. I have to save her. I have to save her. At the end of that shouting came something, a resounding, hammer-like thump deep within his chest. Was it his heart? Something else? Izuku didn't know, but he felt its reverberations throughout his body, like ripples across a pond. Strangely, his body was the pond, and yet he was pulled into it. He found it wasn't a pond but a lake, a gigantic lake. Everything vanished around him as he was pulled deep down into the shadowy depths. Air rushed past him, sliding across every pore of his skin, even through his clothes. He'd been stripped bare as some invisible force pulled him down. A gleaming light awaited him at the bottom of the colorless abyss he was falling into. It flashed bright, bringing with it a myriad of voices that rung in his ears. Welcome. All around him, Inkai blackness exploded outward like a water balloon had gone off, except the water took shape around him. Loose and flailing shapes, but shapes nonetheless tendrils. A voice so far away reached his ears, but the distance made it impossible for Izuku to make it out. Then again, he couldn't exactly devote much attention to it. His eyes were darting all around him, watching the black tendrils strike out in every direction. As they did, he caught the light teal outlines along the black tentacles. While the color brought a fleeting sense of familiarity to him, his panic was still too strong to be quelled. That was reflected in the tendrils that raged around him, thrashing about like an angry octopus. The sound of their smacking against the ground and through the air was all-consuming, sending his heart into an even greater state of panic. He could only see flashes of the overhead lights through the thrashing tendrils. Parts of the ceiling were suddenly missing, falling to the ground as the tentacles crashed into it. Some of those pieces were grasped and thrown, where Izuku didn't know. He didn't even know where these tendrils had come from. From you. The voice was a solitary wind blowing in the middle of a raging sea. Izuku couldn't chase it for the tides consumed him. Again, hearing the strange voice furthered his panic. It was growing by the second, and in tandem the tendrils grew wilder. One sound Izuku could hear identify was walls crashing. He'd heard that sound quite enough to be able to know it. It seemed they were going to be joining the ceiling. Through brief glimpses Izuku could actually see the sky. It looked like it was sunset. What's happening to me? Izuku yelled as if the sky had some answer for him. He'd have appreciated it if it did, but clearly it didn't. 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐽. Wide-eyed, he looked around, desperately searching for Mina. He couldn't see her, or much of anything through the maelstrom of tendrils. Had he saved her? Was one of them holding her? Had he crushed her by accident? His fearful green eyes caught a glimpse of the sky again. Orange and red were steadily being overtaken by gray. It was going to rain. Somehow, amidst the swirling black tentacles, he spotted a single raindrop descending from the sky. It grew closer and closer, having a clear path through the tendrils flailing about around him. Izuku focused on it, feeling like he was watching not a droplet of water no bigger than his pinky but a meteor the size of a building coming down atop of him. Ultimately, it was just a raindrop, one that he sensed touch the tip of his nose with an immediate and forgettable splash. Finally, you're here. Damn it, I wish it were under better circumstances, but that's just how things are. He'd seen that lone raindrop, and now he was hearing the thunder. Except thunder didn't sound like a human being. Blinking, Izuku realized he was somewhere. A quick glance around him graced his eyes with shadows. Not like the whipping tendrils that had erupted around him, but shifting waves of darkness. Beyond those waves was a white nothingness. An invisible wind blew across the strange expanse, pushing the dark waves aside. It was like being in a low-level dust storm. Odd. But he actually found this strange place performable to the chaotic gymnasium. Albeit he also wanted to know what the situation there was. Looking ahead, Izuku was met with the biggest shock of them all. The man had almost 2 feet on him, not to mention much more muscle. He wore no sort of undershirt beneath his pad-adorned black leather jacket. A bandolier wrapped over his bare chest. It went well with the golden goggles he wore atop his bald head. Between it and his iron-like square jaw and short stumble, the man cut an impressive physique. More so when he started yelling again. Pull yourself together, 'cause if you do, most things will work out. He boomed again. His hulking form was marred in the shifting shadows. It was something Izuku noticed about himself when he looked down, and when he tried to speak, he found no words came out. His mouth was sealed shut by a tight band of wisp-like darkness up to the bridge of his nose. I can't talk. It doesn't even feel like I have a mouth, he thought in a panic. Yeah, I know you can't talk. Don't sweat. Amazingly, he did exactly that. While he may not have been able to talk, he could still breathe. The more he focused on the man, the more relaxed he became. With that relaxation came a realization. I can see him so clearly. He's more than some vestige now. And this isn't a dream either. I think the predecessors, could they somehow be alive in One for All? At times he'd felt the stirring of the power within him, the quirk that had been passed down to his mentor and finally to him. Standing before one who preceded his teacher, he began to wonder just how many mysteries his inherited quirk contained. The man's form began to fade away, the shadows clawing away at it before dissipating in the invisible wind. It didn't go unnoticed by him. Looks like I'm short on time, so I'll have to make this quick. Listen up, kiddo. That power that just exploded out of you is my quirk. The revelation hit Izuku like a sudden gale. In his eyes, an image began to manifest, a marble-like sphere surrounding by a whirling flame. For only a second, he saw a person, someone with their back turned to him, overlaid with that flaming sphere. After a blink, the image had shifted. Instead of a turn back, he saw the bald-headed man overlaid with the flame. He quietly digested the realization as the man continued his explanation. Our quirk factors were mixed into the core of all this power. They've been inside One for All this whole time. That tiny core. He nodded, seeing Izuku's eyes widen. Either he saw what Izuku saw, or maybe he'd experienced himself while he held One for All. The small center within the raging flames, or crashing waves, whatever it is you see, that the source wrapped up within all that accumulated power. And now, after all this time, it's starting to grow and kick. You've caught glimpses between those flickering flames, right? Feeling the stirring of his heart, Izuku quickly nodded. One for All is growing. The man answered in response to Izuku's curiosity. Still, his explanation stirred new questions. One he mentally asked, but why? What's going to happen? Just now ... You were focused on getting someone out of the way of an attack, right? Your girlfriend. There was no room for embarrassment as Izuku quickly nodded. The memory came back to him in an instant, as did the crushing sense of panic that must have spurred One for All into awakening his new quirk. That's what you were focused on, saving her. You couldn't move her limbs, but you knew you needed to get to her. Yeah ... That's exactly how I felt, he affirmed, holding out his hand. The predecessor manifested a set of the same black tendrils from his right arm. Unlike what Izuku saw, these moved in a benign, controlled manner. The difference between the two was night and day. It just so happens that my black whip is perfect for the job. You're lucky you're getting me first, since my quirk's top grade. On that, Izuku had to admit, the man was onto something. His quirk had not only done the job, but it had been demolishing the entire gymnasium like it was nothing. But understand this, barked the blue-eyed man. This quirk has also been building up in One for All. It's bound to be way stronger than it was back in my day. So, originally Black Whip wasn't that powerful. Still, it must have been hell of a useful ability. Damn right it was Usak. His words were interrupted by the sudden dematerialization of his body into shadowy wisps. Izuku gasped in shock, then watched as his body rematerialized. That said, the shadows were encroaching on a larger part of his body, and subsequently vanishing into nothing. Sheesh, I'm vanishing. Guess being a spirit means feeling like you're getting blown away when your time's up. Likely knowing his time was running short, the man stepped forward and thrusted his hand into Izuku. His body had become completely enveloped in shadow save for his hand. That probably was why he hardly felt a thing at the intrusion. Listen, when you use this power in anger, it'll really start working for you. However, what really matters is control your heart. The shadows had stretched up to his face. It didn't distract from the genuinely kind smile he wore. It's okay to get mad, especially when it's for the people you care about. That rage can be a source. But in the meantime, you gotta control it better, okay? It can be. The pondering thought came as he watched the man's arm unravel into strips of shadow. Instead of being blown away, they were absorbed into Izuku. The shadows that obscured by his body and the man's were being sucked into that spot like a vortex. One for all's grown crazy strong thanks to 8 of us who came before you. So be ready, kiddo, cause you're going to get all 6 of our quirks. Control your heart and make good use of us. All 6 quirks. Oh man, that's that's a lot. He honestly didn't even know how to begin to process that news. The shadows around them were being drawn into the vortex. It seemed this entire mental landscape was vanishing as the spirit's time neared its end. Good luck, kiddo, spoke the man, wearing a confident smile on his face. It truly felt like he was trying to send that confidence into Izuku. It reminded him of his mentor. We'll be right behind you. You're gonna be the one to complete one for all, he exclaimed with pride before vanishing completely. Wait, me? Why me? What if I can't do it? His words were lost to the swirling void. And eventually Izuku himself was as well. Everything vanished in a swirling maelstrom of black and white. And then came the burst of color. 8 bright colors. 𝐈𝐴ZUKU. He gasped for breath, feeling sweet air rushing into his lungs via his mouth. His hands went to it, feeling for any wispy darkness. A sigh of relief left him feeling none of that, feeling the movement of his mouth. I am back. I'm 𝐈𝐴ZUKU. Turning in the direction of the voice. He felt joy seize his heart at the sight of Mina approaching him. Then she tackled him to the floor. Mina, I am all right. Why you're all right? He yelled in response to her near vice-like grip on him. It loosened, though only by a fraction. With its loosening came her hoisted herself above him. Izuku was able to get a clear look at her face, and the frightened look on her face made his blood freeze in his veins. He'd never seen her look so frightened, downright on the edge of tears almost. Even as that panic receded, traces of it remained. While he contemplated that, he suddenly found himself brought forth into another bear hug. He didn't fight this one, only returning it by wrapping his arms around her as she'd done him. In holding her, he felt her sob against him. Mina, he whispered, knowing that what was hitting her was a tidal wave of relief. I didn't know. I didn't know what the hell was happening to you. Oh, 1 minute you're tied up, and the next. Those CC creepy black tentacles were bursting out of you. I couldn't see you, just hear you screaming. And then, pulling away. He saw just how disheveled she was. Shock remained, as did curiosity. Izuku could only imagine how many questions she had running through her head. Ironically, he could actually answer them, but he was sewn to secrecy. I can't just leave her like this. She'll want to know about what just happened. Hell, I feel like I need to tell damn. Didn't know that one for all granted a person this kind of power. HMPH. Gotta say though, it explains all the hype around it. Not to mention it makes this much more interesting. Hearing that voice made Izuku blood chill again. But this time in the worst way possible. He could tell Mina felt the same. Immediately, he jumped to his feet, jumping in front of her with his arm held out. Emerging from the smoke, the American chuckled with that same danger-laden voice. He hadn't been unscathed by Blackwhip's rampage. Blood dripped from his forehead and through exposed cuts on his arms and legs. While roughened, he was very far from out. More so given his smile, it still carried that same hunger for battle. Wait, if he's here. Mina, did you see the other one, the telekinetic? The green-haired youth questioned. Mina growled. No, Izuku, when you're when that stuff lashed out at you, it was pure chaos. I mean, I think I saw him get hit, but I don't think it was the kind that would have knocked him out. Meaning he's still around here, somewhere. Great, just great, he mumbled. Ahead of them, the red-headed American wiped the blood from his brow. So, ready for round 2. In the back of his mind, he wondered when the pros or police would be arriving. They really should have been here by now. He had no idea how long he'd been talking to the user of Blackwhip in that mindscape, or how long the quirk had raged out of control, but he knew given the ruckus they'd caused, someone should have been here by now. In trying to wrap his mind around why that wasn't the case, Izuku remembered something else. It had been raining before he went under. His out-of-control second quirk had torn open multiple holes in the ceiling, allowing for plenty of rain to fall, yet he felt none on his face. Mina hadn't seemed wet either, careful not to take his eyes off the enemy. He looked skyward. Hate to break it to you, but this is something of a private party. We put it together just for you, cackled the brawly man. Outside this school's a barrier, top quality. Sure, it fluctuated earlier, but it's still holding strong. Just strong enough for us to have some quality time together. and a few other precautions. The pieces clicked together. You planned this. Hunting prey like you meant we had to think this one out. You're a smart kid, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏. It's no wonder All Might chose you as his successor. I'll say this, you're a hell of a lot more likable than 𝗵𝗃𝗲 protégé. Hey, you two haven't had it out yet, have you? With every word, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt a bead of sweat form and slide down his brow in anxiety. This man knew a lot, a little too much to be just a lucky guess. The next-gen symbol of peace and symbol of fear. It would have been a hell of a smackdown. The hell do you mean would have been, asshole? Mina barked. Her voice was a reminder that she was still there and listening in on everything. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 knew that would probably create complications down the road, but he had to focus on the situation at hand. One enemy was in front of them and the other was nowhere to be seen. However, he was more than likely nearby, just biding his time. You're not going to lay one finger on 𝗧𝗵𝗲, got it? Hahaha, sorry, Pinky, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to lay more than a hand on the kid. His hand was held up, feral claws replacing human fingernails. The sight brought immediate flashbacks to his previous fight with this man. He's gotten me all riled up, especially with that little tentacle trick. His eyes morphed, becoming like those of a wildcat. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 knew the pounce came next. You're full of surprises, little rabbit, so let's go. He came at him with the same blinding speed he had before. Without a doubt, the man hadn't lost his stride. But then again, neither had 𝗧𝗵𝗲, especially now that he had a new trick up his sleeve. Mina, stay behind me. She questioned his words, but she didn't move despite an impulse to do so. Knowing she was behind him gave him the strength and focus he needed to call upon Black-Whip. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 waited until the American was near literally right on top of him, too close to jump away, and too close for 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to miss. Throwing his arms out, he imagined the teal-outlined black tendrils bursting forth from his arms, just as they had before. That's exactly what happened. One each shot forth from his arms. It was a far cry from the sudden and wild previous manifestation of the quirk, something that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was grateful for. As they slammed into the American, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 could have sworn he felt the impact as if it were his fists connecting with the enemy. In that split second, he pictured his hands extending, fists turning into open palms that grabbed at the man. Holy shit. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, you got him. Mina exclaimed from behind him. Why, you're controlling it. Mina, keep an eye out for the other one. I'm sure he's still here somewhere. He could only imagine the questions she had for him, but they couldn't rest until they had both of these villains subdued. The one with the most physical power had been, but not the one who could move things with his mind. The one who posed more of a strategic threat. And then, as to validate his concerns, his voice penetrated his ears. How right you are, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Simultaneously, they looked to the side. Their eyes widened at the sight of something small, spherical object coming their way. Mina immediately lobbed a ball of acid at it, disintegrating it before it could detonate. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt himself relax, but something snapped at him, telling him it wasn't over yet. He was proven right as 4 more spheres, grenades, came flying at them. Mina threw both her hands out, desperate to shoot them down before they could go off. She might have been able to, if it wasn't for the teeth-rattling roar that assaulted her ears, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲's. Screaming in agony, his concentration broke, and with it Black-Whip dissipated. His hands went to his ears, desperate to cover them and block out the supersonic sound waves. It wasn't helping since it still felt like his ears were going to explode. A second later and he found he didn't have to worry about that. It was sudden and painful. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 imagined that's how most snake bits were. He'd never been bitten by a snake. Not until now. As the muscles in his body slackened, he realized something. He didn't like it at all. His strength was fading fast, his ears rung, and then his vision was stripped from him. All around him in Mina blinding light went off. Normally, he'd have defaulted to his hearing, but that was no good now. The poison sweeping through his body was simply too much. Thump. Apparently, the combination of injuries wasn't doing the job fast enough. Something hit the back of his head, slamming him into the floor. A faint voice called his name from nearby Mina. He reached out for her, knowing she was there, knowing she was depending on him. And he'd failed her. Sometimes it was simply amazing how much of a hard turn a day could take. 1 minute everything's fine. And then the next, it's like a continuous elevator ride that keeps on descending further and further down. No matter how many buttons you pressed, it simply wouldn't stop. It wasn't going to stop until it reached rock bottom, wherever the hell that was. Mina was pretty sure she was at rock bottom. If things could get any worse, she wasn't sure she'd be able to handle it. As consciousness returned to her, so too did memory. The last 5 minutes of it played out in her mind like a recording. She thought she and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had the situation under control. Somehow, the plethora of black tendrils that had burst from him had stopped. Not only that, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had somehow gained control over them. How he'd done it was a mystery to her. Exactly what in the hell they were was a bigger mystery. They had to be a quirk, but her boyfriend already had a quirk physical enhancement. But she saw those black tendrils, they were in no way related to 𝗧𝗵𝗲's original one. It was something else, something entirely brand new. Somehow, someway her boyfriend had developed a second quirk. Was such a thing possible? She'd heard some stories, but Mina took them with a grain of salt. It had manifested in a hell of a horrifying way. Mina remembered the shockwave sent by the American heading toward her. If it didn't kill her, it would have probably broken every bone in her body, which would have really hurt. She was getting ready to dodge it, but suddenly something grabbed her by the waist and yanked her out of the way. Surprised was an understatement, but that surprise quickly turned to horror when she followed the trail of the strange black tendril that had saved her life. There were so many of them bursting from Izuku's body, thrashing about like an angry octopus. She couldn't explain it. And from the looks of it, neither could Izuku. The terrified look on his face was a match for Mina's own. Thus it fueled her desperation to get to him. That had been easier said than done, though. While the tendril holding her waist eventually released her, the rest were busy smashing up the gym. In the back of her mind, she knew they were probably going to get an earful for collateral damage. But that was completely secondary to getting to her boyfriend. She immediately ran toward him, dodging those tendrils that came at her, although there were times she had to stop and completely focus on evasion. The more time she wasted, the more Izuku suffered. It sent her heart into a greater panic that fueled her struggle to get to him. Mina had no idea what the black whips were other than solid and powerful, but she tried her acid anyway. Some of them melted, recoiling in pain as her quirk ate at them. That said, few of the tentacles melted all the way through. Mina didn't need them to, though. She just needed them out of the way. They almost always responded with a counterattack. But her training had taught her how to move, and she moved as fast as her legs could carry her. It was honestly just like running some obstacle courses at UA, except it was the life of someone she cared about. Just like their teachers had warned them it might be someday. Guess I owe all of you. I'd honestly love to tell you all how right you were. I mean, if me and Izuku can get out of here, Mina muttered. Her heart trembled at the mention of her green-haired boyfriend. Izuku. Oh, Izuku. Somehow, she'd made it to him just as the black whips ceased their thrashing. Mina couldn't have been any more than a few feet away when they suddenly disappeared. She'd have paid some serious thought to that if her mind wasn't entirely focused on Izuku. He was still there, and as she saw, he was still alive. She'd launched herself at him like a rocket. Not the first time she'd done so, but the circumstances made this time extremely memorable to say the least. What mattered though was he was alive. He was okay. Then, in true Izuku fashion, he was back to business. The focused and analytical Izuku Midoriya that she'd come to know, that she'd come to love, returned as if nothing had happened. It was actually a little unnerving if she were honest with herself. That said, she knew Izuku had immediately processed the weird tentacle feast he'd been ground zero for. It no doubt had something to do with how he suddenly manifested those black whips again. But this time he had them under control. Scooting up against the wall that sat to her left side, she pulled her heads up to her knees and thought about it over and over. In the span of, maybe 2-3 minutes tips, something had happened to her boyfriend. Something she desperately wanted to know. A shame she had no idea where he was, or where she was for that matter. It was a cell. Sure, it was dressed up nicely, resembling a basic room barefoot of anything besides a bed and a desk. But it was still a cell nonetheless. Okay, maybe it wasn't dressed up that nicely, but still. The featureless slate-gray walls around her drove home the feeling. The one behind her seemed like a cold hand gripping not just her body but her soul as well. She'd never felt a coldness like this before. Mina immediately hated it. How the hell did I end up in a mess like this? To her left sat the bars to her cell, aside from the walls. That was the most soul-crushing thing about her current predicament. Looking hard enough, Mina saw the bars had a faint blue outline to them. If she had to guess, they were reinforced of some sort. Almost as soon as she made that realization, she recalled her training to eat through reinforced material. No, she verbally called. It can't be that easy. Holding out her hand, she tried to produce a small amount of acid. To her frustration but lack of surprise, nothing happened. Well, shit. I knew that one was coming. Throwing her arm out, she tried again despite knowing the end result. Hopelessness stung at her like an angry hornet. And worse, it kept on stinging her. Repeatedly trying to conjure acid in the palm of her hand yielded no results. Each time Mina's frustration grew until she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it, what the hell is this? The angry scream was simultaneous to her slamming her knuckle against the wall behind her. There was no immediate response, again, not like she was expecting anything. However, eventually her ears picked up the sound of footsteps. Jumping to her feet, she ran to the bars and pulled at them. Hey, where the hell am I? The figure came into her line of sight from her left. I'm afraid I can't tell you where you are. You are a prisoner after all. Yeah, I got that much. Her anger was keeping her from giving in to despair. Mina was all for it, and she was all for finally having someone to focus on despite that person being her likely jailer. She was dressed like a businesswoman, a pair of black pants, heels, and a black and gray lining shirt. Businesslike, yet still somewhat on the casual side. The way she cocked her hips to the side with one hand on them reeked of absolute confidence. She not only looked the part of a tiger, she had all the haughty demeanor of one as well. Atop her head sat a pair of feline ears that twitched in amusement as Mina glared daggers back at her. Her laughter was brimming with malice. Be a good girl and you won't be a prisoner for long. In fact, you'll be living the high life. I was already living that life. Then you bastards targeted my brother. Mina spat. As angry as she was, she knew she had to keep a hold on her temper. That wasn't easy to do, though she was an emotional person by nature. Where the hell am I? Smirking, the tiger-striped woman answered, in prison, little girl. Yeah, I got that much. But where? Come on, you're really not expecting me to answer that, are you? Honestly, no. Mina knew the only way she'd be able to gather information was by to keep this woman talking. The more she talked, the more she might give away. Was that going to be easy? Hell no, but she had to try. Her life, and Izuku's, was depending on it. I don't know. Most villains I've ran into aren't that bright. Villains, I'll give you that. The League aren't the brightest bulbs in the bunch, but they're nothing if not entertaining. The black-haired woman remarked with a casual smirk. Minor as it was, Mina gleaned a small piece of information from that remark. First off, they hadn't been captured by the League of Villains, which was a plus. Granted, that just raised the question of who these people were. You've got a funny definition of entertaining. What, you've been tracking them? Afraid you're going to get overtaken by the competition? The sight of the fangs in her mouth sent a shiver down Mina's spine. It brought back reminders of the animalistic American mercenary she'd fought at the gym. She quietly wondered if there was any relationship between the two. Oh, that won't be a problem, Mina Ashido. She refrained from reacting to the use of her full name. It didn't go unnoticed by her feline captor. Come on, no big. How the hell do you know who I am? Nothing. She felt her hands trembling in anger. It was anger and not fear. The latter was still buried deep down, suppressed by the anger at the captivity this woman had forced upon her. You bastards attacked my brother's school. You knew you'd be able to get to me through him. Her hands reached a new level of tightness with her next words. No, the truth is ... you knew ... you'd be able to get to Izuku through me. Her grin grew insidious, proof that Mina was on the right track. That's what must have set her off. What the hell do you want with him? Mina grabbed at the bars in a purely impulsive move. She felt the hum of electricity beneath her fingers, but ignored it. Everything was secondary to the protective anger that was surging through her. There was a darkness in her eyes. But again, Mina was too hyped up on her own feelings to care. There's a lot about your little boyfriend you don't know. I imagine he never told you to protect you. He's one of those selfless do-gooders. It's why he was chosen to be the inheritor of One for All. Mina kept her guard up, but she was intrigued. Inheritor. A brief lick of her lips revealed her fangs again. She brought her hand up, half masking her face, yet revealing the sharpened claws that went with her feline appearance. If it was an intimidation move, it failed. But Mina acknowledged that this woman would be dangerous in a fight. Admittedly, I don't know all the details myself, but I know dating that boy dragged you into a long-standing battle, one that's unfortunately swept you up. You poor thing. She tried calling up her quirk again, and again, to no avail. Mina channeled her fury though, reminding herself that roaring and raging wouldn't help her. I don't need your pity. Oh, I'm sure you don't, but with what you've gotten involved in, I'm afraid that's something I feel like I've got to give. As she leaned forward, she flashed her a primal grin that quietly chilled Mina's blood. If it weren't for the bars between them, they'd be throwing down, and Mina knew she wasn't going to be holding back. This war that you've unknowingly gotten dragged into, trust me, it doesn't turn out well for people like you. It can get messy. Mina gave a short pause before responding. While she knew there was a strong chance this woman was lying to her, she also couldn't help but entertain the possibility she wasn't. Still, how much of what she was saying was true? How much of this was true? She had no way of knowing any of that. If she let her doubts show, this woman would seize on it in a heartbeat. When predators smelled blood, it usually led to one of two things. With a breath, her anger temporarily cooled, but it didn't vanish. It was funneled into something else, something she wanted to believe was pure. Whatever it is, whenever he's a part of, I'll face it, she declared, looking the older woman in her bright yellow eyes. This was now a battle of wills, and Mina wasn't going to go down without a fight. It just wasn't in her nature. Bold words, little girl. The tiger woman rebuked while still wearing that devilish smile. She knew what this was as well, and she enjoyed playing this game. You know, I like that spark. You've got a backbone. That's a requirement to be a hero. On paper. So many of them fold when the going gets tough. I would know. I've shredded a couple myself. Still, I'll give you this. A handful put up a fight. Those were the fun ones. She was face to face with a hero killer, and a proud one at that. Mina kept her cool and continued to hold the woman's gaze. You're going to pay for that. And let me guess, you're going to be the one that makes me pay. Sorry, Pinky, dozens have tried and failed. I doubt you're going to do any better. Well, I may just surprise you. After all, we gave your two goons a harder fight than they were expecting. The tiger woman's smile fell, but only for a second. It came back, albeit greatly reduced. Her head bowed. All right, I'll give you that one. Gokudo and Darren a tougher fight than they expected. Granted, neither of them were going all out. Still, not bad. Then again, considering what that Deku kid's been through, maybe it's not surprising. He's the reason we went to such extreme measures. Swiping him wasn't going to be easy ... but you definitely helped. If it weren't for whatever the hell was inhibiting her powers, Mina would have melted the powers by now, and probably punched this woman in the face. On some level, she knew she was still trying to rile her up, but ignoring that was easier said than done. Still, she was managing. Ironically, her imprisonment was probably helping her. Why the hell are you after Izuku? It was another question she knew she probably wasn't going to get an answer to. Even worse, her question could be turned against her. Mina knew this woman was privy to more information than her, a lot more. She somehow knew about Izuku's quirk. And to be frank, she guessed it was her goal as well as that of whoever she was working with. She remembered the way those two thugs, Darren and Gokudo, seemed focused on Izuku. The entire attack on Nishiyama High was an attempt to lure him out. The tiger woman's grin broadened. I hear your boy toy had a little surprise when Darren was about to pulverize you. Some mysterious black tendrils whipping about. I know you saw it too. She leaned toward the bars, but not close enough for Mina to reach out and grab her. As much as she wanted to tease her, she wasn't stupid. This wasn't the woman's first time doing this, so she knew how to work her prisoner's nerves. Curious about it, aren't you? Despite choosing silence, Mina knew that was still a response in itself. The grimace on her face was further confirmation. Like I said, there's a lot you don't know, Pinky. A lot about your boyfriend he hasn't told you, but again, not that I blame him. When he inherited One for All, that kid inherited hell. And now you're trying to take it from him. Sure, you're on the right track here. It was small, but Mina took the opening that presented itself. A level of malice entered the woman's face as she responded. Oh, that won't be a problem. See, we're some of the demons lurking around in that big black hell. Took us some time to track him down, but we've got him. For now, Mina retorted. Whatever you've got planned for Izuku, it's going to fail. Oh, still keeping the faith in your boyfriend. That's so cute. Tell you what, since I'm starting to like you, Pinky, I'll put in a word for you. There may be a place for you in the organization, and maybe one for your boyfriend. The kid's got grit, and that's actually worth something. Chuckling to herself, the tiger-stripped woman turned her back to Mina. She could have sworn a feline tail was swaying about as she left her. Mina heard the clack of her heels against the cold floor. Then came the sound of sliding doors open and shutting. Oh, I'm so going to knock her block off when I get out of here. Of course, at the current moment she had no idea how she was going to get out of where, or where here was. Groaning, Mina returned to her bed, dropping down upon the edge and running her hands over her face. She wasn't going to cry. Not yet, even though she felt a tidal wave of fear and confusion pressing against her. It crashed against the wall of willpower she'd erected. While dented, it still stood tall. For now. Okay, calm down. You've got to figure a way out of here. Once you're out, you can find Izuku. Figure a way to get the both of us out of here. Then I can grill him for some answers. Repeating those instructions like a mantra, the clawing tsunami was greatly reduced. A sense of calmness gradually swept over her. With it came an image of her green-haired boyfriend. Think like him. Think like him. Think like Izuku. With that image and thought, a sense of warm confidence was also injected into Mina. Breathing out, her black and yellow eyes had a clear focus that had been absent moments ago. Looking around the room, she took fuller stock of what she had to work with. Honestly, it wasn't much. Aside from her bed, there was a small desk directly across from her, one that she'd have to kneel at to use. From what she could see, it was also bolted to the floor, so moving it was out of the question, unless she figured out a way to call forth her quirk. About 3 feet from her desk was a small room that she guessed led to a bathroom. Getting up, she walked toward it and turned the knob, twisting it and finding instead of pushing forward, she had to pull. Her face held a completely flat expression as she stared at the incredibly small bathroom. Just enough room for a toilet and nothing else. At least she had a full roll of toilet paper on the left. Closing the door, she looked around the cell, noting the black-off security cameras. Her initial joy was muted as she pondered the possibility that there might be some she wasn't able to see. As absurd as some of the movies she watched were, she always liked to believe a handful had a grain of truth to them, especially those that got high marks for their realism. Having surveyed her surroundings, Mina turned her attention to the next, and perhaps most important matter: why the hell could she use her quirk? Unlike the metallic rope that had bound Izuku, which he'd broken out of during his whipping rampage, her arms and legs were free. Speaking of which, her school uniform was gone. It had been replaced by a pair of gray pants, white clinical slippers, and form-fitting gray t-shirt, temporarily biting down the disturbing question of who changed her clothes. Mina gloomily noted that her phone was, of course, gone. Still, the lack of any physical restraints left her wondering how in the hell her quirk was being suppressed. Suddenly, for the first time she realized there was a slight pressure on the back of her neck. Rubbing her fingers over the spot, she felt something small and metallic. Oh, so that's how they're doing it. Though she couldn't see it, she knew it was some kind of inhibitor device. They were commonly used by prisons to disable the abilities of criminals. Mina heard they came in all shapes and sizes, some actually being outlined for their severity and threat to the health of prisoners. She imagined that hers was one of the safer ones since besides inhibiting her quirk, she felt nothing else except a minor pitch on the back of her neck. She curbed the impulse to try to remove it. Trying to use force would probably result in her tearing her skin off, and that was assuming she had enough physical strength to do it. Returning to her bed, she sat back on the edge, keeping one hand on the device while the other, her left, rested on her knee. Alright, so I've got to get this thing off somehow. If I can, I'll be able to melt my way out of here. Her eyes widened as a thought occurred to her. While it was possible there really were cameras in her cell, perhaps the inhibitor device was also some kind of monitoring device. Mina would have guessed it also monitored her vital signs, so if she was in danger, the guards or whoever would know and come running. For a hot second, the thought of self-harm jumped into her mind. Unfortunately, she didn't have anything she could do that with. Short of banging her head against the wall, she'd probably give herself a concussion that would render her unconscious when the guards came to check on her, so that one was out. Damn it, there's got to be a way to get this stupid thing off. Her frustration rose like a geyser, straining her self-control. For a second, the phrase, hopeless, entered her mind. And then no, not yet. I'm not giving up just yet. Quickly, she regained her lingering confidence and held on to it. Granted, she still had no idea what she could do to free herself. Aw man, in the movies they almost always make this look easy. Though she didn't mean to, her mind drifted back to those movies. It was undoubtedly a far simpler time. And that included when she got Izuku to watch a few with her. Mina had a list of a few she wanted to watch with him as a couple. Some she knew would leave her freckle-faced boyfriend terrified, and some she had a feeling would leave him in awestruck tears. Izuku was an emotional guy, and that was something about him that Mina genuinely loved. He was someone that wore his emotions on his sleeves, much like her. Then again, that didn't mean he was incapable of hiding things. Their entire relationship had started with a simple mix-up that led her to finding out just how much he admired her. That seemed like almost a lifetime ago, yet Mina remembered it so clearly. She found herself drawing strength from it. Throughout her reminiscing, Mina smiled. It was the first time she'd done so since waking up in her cell. It continued as her reminiscing continued, but it suddenly stopped. Wait a sec, she muttered. Her unnatural eyes widened while her hand shot back to the inhibitor chip pressed into her back. Mina felt around it and tried to feel underneath it. While it hurt, she realized some part of it had indeed penetrated her skin. Some of its needle-like parts were inside of her. Withdrawing her hands, she looked around the room again. Either there were hidden cameras or no cameras. Either way, she had to give it a try. Trying and potentially getting caught or failing was preferable to sitting on her ass and doing nothing. Every second she wasted, Izuku was somewhere ... and she had an overwhelmingly feeling he wasn't being treated any better than her. More importantly, she had the undeniable feeling that the more time she wasted, the more danger he would be in. The tiger-striped woman had mentioned his quirk. One for all, specifically in a manner that made Mina think they were going to somehow take it from him. An uncomfortable rumble sounded in her stomach. A year ago, she'd have laughed off the notion. Now, not so much. Izuku and Kirishima had fought against a crime boss manufacturing bullets that could eliminate a person's quirk. The last she remembered, the former had manifested a second quirk right out of nowhere. With those things in mind, quirks had now seemed a lot more flexible, and not in a good way. If these people could somehow take away someone's quirk, Mina had a hunch it wasn't going to be a painless thing. Trying out some meditative pose wasn't her style. If she did, it might come off as strange if her captors were watching. To mask herself, Mina pulled her legs up to her face and crossed her arms around them. She knew how small and broken she must have looked. That was good. It masked the ironclad concentration she summoned within herself. It was all or nothing. If there was one thing Mina knew about herself in those situations, she knew how to dig deep. That's exactly what she did. Finally waking up. Normally, I'm not a fan of being kept waiting, but since this is a special occasion, I'll make an exception. The voice pulled him closer to consciousness. This was different from when he was pulled into his own mindscape shared with his predecessors. Izuku remembered this time someone had simply knocked him out cold. He and Mina had been fighting at her brother's school. After he'd awakened and managed to control Black Whip, the telekinetic had struck. A set of flashbangs that blinded them, allowing the American to move in and knock them out. Amongst his assault on him, Izuku remembered being bitten and injected with poison. Baby bite, he muttered. Don't worry about that, since I ordered him to take you alive. Stradler made sure to use non-lethal poison. Had I wanted you dead, well, let's just say that you'd be feeling much worse. Consider yourself lucky that you're alive. And you have a chance to remain as such, Mr. Midoriya. Forcing his eyes open, Izuku found himself sitting directly across from a man. His dark swept-back hair almost appeared blue. Maybe it was, but he just couldn't see it through his still hazy vision. His caramel brown eyes lit up with amusement once Izuku focused on them. Yet he felt nothing but danger radiating from him. He sat at a massive black wood desk with a laptop to his right and a stack of folders beside it. Across from it to his left stood a desk lamp that was turned on. As he continued to examine the man, everything from his sharply pressed black suit and tie to the furniture in his office, Izuku's focus was drawn to the windows behind him. It was pouring outside with the occasional clap of thunder rolling across the sky. Turning his gaze back to the man, he found him holding up a green folder. Smirking, he slid it to him. 100 termites gnawed at him as he reached for the folder. As he did so, Izuku noticed metallic cuffs around his wrists. One look at their semi-smooth structure and blinking lights told him they were quirk-suppressing cuffs. He was really trapped. All things considered, I'm happy to finally meet you, Izuku Midoriya, inheritor of One for All. The man spoke in an insidiously calm voice. Izuku's eyes couldn't help but widen in fear, something that amused the man. Surprised? Well, I'm somewhat in the loop, you see. I was there for some of your predecessors' battles with my former boss. I gotta say, those old coots ended their feud with a hell of a bang. Then again, they only ended their portion of it. The conflict rages on now, in you and Shigaraki, the next generation. Still holding onto the file, Izuku immediately analyzed the information the business-suited man had just revealed to him. You by former boss you mean? All for one, right? He nodded, the smile never dropping from his face. So that means you no longer work for him now. Correct. We went our separate ways a few years back. You could say I was one of those underlings that decided to strike it out on my own. As you can see, he swept his hand around the office, Izuku doing a minor look around. I managed to make it on my own. There comes a time when we all have to leave the nest and see what we're capable of on our own. I believe you were in that phase, having taken the reins with All Might's retirement. Like I said, he went out with a hell of a bang. It didn't surprise Izuku this man had been watching his mentor's final battle with his arch-nemesis. The latter had apparently been this man's boss as well. Remembering the battle caused him to grimace in discontent. What, you thought he wasn't trying hard enough? No, absolutely not. I know he gave it his best, especially since. He kicked himself at the naked display. The man wasn't above riling him up, either for his own amusement or for whatever sinister purpose he might have already had. He gave it his all, right. When plus ultra is what you're going to say, correct? All Izuku did was glare at the man. He found that amusing more so than anything. Well, I for one think the old coots gave it their all. It was clear that All for One was trying his hardest to put that musclehead down for good. In turn, the feeling was mutual. Even with the world watching, I don't think he'd have minded killing him. Really if he did, the world would have breathed a sigh of relief. You see, Mr. Midoriya, there are some forces in this world simply too great to be allowed to continue to exist. On some level, he agreed with that statement, though Izuku wondered if he'd have the willpower to actually do something about that. As awful as it might have been to some, sometimes heroes were forced to kill. Not every villain could be taken down non-lethally. Sometimes it just had to be done. Izuku had learned that from his studies, and it was a lesson that some of his teachers had told him and his classmates. This isn't easy to say, but sometimes, somewhere out there in the field, you may have to take a life. It won't be proud, it won't be something you'll want to do, but it may just have to be done. Aizawa-sensei had told them with a stare that had quieted them down to their very heartbeats. It honestly left some of them wondering if he'd been in that situation himself, or any of the other US staff. For Izuku, that included his mentor, young Midoriya. It is not something I, or anyone should relish, but shedding blood for peace is a regrettable but necessary evil. That was essentially a confirmation there. A week after their shaggy-haired homeroom teacher had instructed them in that hard lesson, the chair he was sitting on had armrests. Izuku gripped the end of them with tightly controlled emotion. Do you wish he'd died? Or is this revenge for your old boss? Lacing his hands together, the man leaned back with a cocked eyebrow. At least this man wasn't a mind reader, otherwise he'd have been privy to all the thoughts bouncing around in his head. Izuku didn't need this man knowing just how far down the well of contemplation he'd driven him. You know, I worked for All for One for several years. Really, since I was practically your age. While not the most benevolent boss, I did come to respect him. Without him, I wouldn't be here. Still, his time has come and gone. If he died fighting his archenemy, I think I'd have considered that a worthy end. Like I said, the world would have breathed a sigh of relief if old All Might had often. Unfortunately, He couldn't get the job done. As for if I'm doing this for revenge. A bolt of lightning flashed behind him, seemingly illuminating his eyes. He could have sworn that he saw lightning flash inside of his eyes. No, this is just me being greedy. I want my shot at that position. I'm not content to just go along with all for one's will and let Shigaraki inherit everything. Perhaps more importantly, I want to succeed where he failed. A finger rose and was pointed straight at Izuku. He didn't flinch under its direction, merely maintaining his hardened gaze. I will take one for all myself, and I'll use it as I see fit. That won't happen, Izuku coolly retorted. Don't be so sure. I've spent these last several years working towards this. As you know, quirks are not solely bound to one person. They can be passed from one to another, either willing or unwillingly. One for all isn't one of those quirks, Izuku countered despite a growing sinking feeling in his gut. Not under normal circumstances. The sinking feeling peaked. Like I said, I've spent several years working toward this. It cost me a fortune, but this moment this moment I will make it all worthwhile. Pushing his chair out, he stood up, revealing his imposing 6-foot figure. His broad shoulders and muscles were almost on par with the Americans. Izuku didn't know if he had the same combat skill, but he wasn't in a hurry to find out. Not yet. Come with me. There's something I want to show you, Mr. Midoriya. Lifting his fingers up, Izuku suddenly felt his arms rise. Don't worry, the only cuffs on you are on your legs. They're strong enough to inhibit the rest of your body. Well, that answers that question. Begrudgingly, he rose to his feet and began to follow the mysterious man. That brought him to another matter. Who are you? I never gave you my name, did I? Well, as the soon-to-be 10th inheritor of One for All, I'll tell you. Senjugo Names, you might have heard of my company, Kuroko Corporation. The tech company. His green eyes moved to the cuffs surrounding his hands. Yes, that was indeed one of my company's creations, as was the barrier that kept the police and pros out. One of our best products, and as you've no doubt realized, for good reason. Yeah, a shame that you're using them for evil. Izuku snidely swiped. Names merely chuckled and continued walking with Izuku having no choice but to follow him. They took an elevator down. The all-white walls reminded him of the plain white clothes he wore. They were dull and lifeless, resembling more medical garb than anything. Or prisoner outfits. Where's Mina? Finally got around to asking about her? Well, don't worry. She's in a holding cell. I promise, no harm has come to her, or will come to her so long as you behave. Begrudgingly, Izuku knew he'd have to do exactly that. He took solace in the fact that Mina was alive though. If something had happened to her he doesn't know what he would have done with himself. Several minutes and hallways later and they were in a massive scientific laboratory. All the scientists working immediately took notice of Names's arrival, greeting him with respect. As for him, they eyed him like he was some exotic specimen, one that a few of them couldn't wait to get their hands on to study. But that wasn't what held Izuku's attention. Several feet away, on an elevated platform stood 2 giant rings. Within them rose 2 platforms, atop of each spherical devices. The sight of them made Izuku's blood turn to ice. Even without having a clue what the machine was called or how it worked, he knew what its function was. The exchange he had earlier with Names certainly helped. Smart kid, just like your file read. Unwilling to show his fear, Izuku shot a sharp glare his way. Like I said, I don't need you to be willing, Mr. Midoriya, but it'll make this process a lot easier. Holding his hand out, he gestured to the machine. As you must have realized, this is a quirk transferal machine. It's already been tested several times, so don't worry. Actually, I'm sure as hell worrying. Not to mention saying you've tested it ... that means you've ... If you comply, I promise, I won't leave you quirkless like you originally were. This machine can give and take quirks. For some people ... that's rather hopeful. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Midoriya? The clear pointed jab struck him like one of the lightning bolts raging outside. Though he tightened his fist in anger, Izuku couldn't deny a part of him felt a tug at his heart. It was an extraordinarily painful tug. Give up One for All and I'll make sure you get a new quirk to replace it. Perhaps one almost as powerful. Given your intelligence, you'll find a way to make it work. Who knows, perhaps in time we'll make such advancements that you'll be able to handle multiple quirks. According to 𝗧𝗪, you manifested a second quirk. Sure, it was uncontrollable at first, but that didn't last long. You already started down the path to control it. I can give you a similar quirk in time. Your girlfriend might prove powerful enough to handle a second quirk as well. His grin was anything but cheery despite his attempts to seem cordial. It may be the perfect gift to use as an apology to lying to her. The reminder that he'd lied to his girlfriend stung him, and it showed. Like I said, a new quirk could be a hell of a thank you gift. Few people can claim to be able to give such a thing. Names continued. Of course, all of this is on the premise that you cooperate, Mr. Midoriya. I am going to take One for All. He stepped forward, bringing his full 6-foot figure to bear in an imposing show of force. Regardless, Izuku wasn't intimidated. It's just a question of if I'm going to have to take it the easy way, or the hard way. One of these ways will benefit you and everyone you care about, Mr. Midoriya, and the other ... will not. It's your choice which it will be.